Hello and welcome everybody back once again to the Community World Challenge brought to you by SRO and AWI International. I'm your host tonight, Mike Nause, and joined with me in the booth is none other than Carson Kass. Carson, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mike. I am very happy to be here once again, month by month, and we are live from the top of New South Wales at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, we certainly are. This is going to be an amazing track here tonight. I was expecting a little bit of a night race with some rain, but it seems I have been maybe thwarted on that. But the rain is not out of the cards by any stretch of the imagination. It might still get a little bit wet, about a 45% chance out there today. And we all know, Carson, when Bathurst gets wet, well, it certainly isn't going to be like Spa last week. Last month.
Spa last week was... Yeah, that's a really good point. Last month, we had Spa for the 6th hour, obviously, the opening round of this championship. And we saw on top of the tables, we had Vacuum Racing with Gabriel Felipe and Renato Dornales taking lead and taking the lead of the championship by winning a handily bout there. But obviously, you saw at the beginning, if you were tuned into that, the Visceral Esports car, another one to look out for tonight, who had a stop-go 30 after entering their pit lane for the first time, just a little bit too hot, and essentially ruined their race, trying to drag themselves back up from P14. But I managed to do that up to P3, but ahead. And in between of those two, and a bit of a sandwich, is the TRACKILICIOUS car, actually, with the likes of Ali Raza and Andy Borchers, a combined 11 championships. Between them, you know exactly who they are, and those are going to be our podium leaders and podium finishers to watch out for today at Bathurst. But if it rains, anything is on the table, Mike.
It certainly is. And welcome everybody in chat as well. Hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. We have 6 hours of racing ahead of you here tonight. So we got plenty of time. Get your popcorn, get your snacks, and get ready for some incredible action that we have here tonight. And welcome to Seismic or C6 McTreble. Welcome to Rally Dutchy, Jason Provolone, Andy Borchers. We have as well Jake Wells joining us in chat. Oh, and holy smokes, Carson Kass is on the podium. 6 months, Carson. That's almost a year.
Almost a year, Mike, as it always is here at TRACKILICIOUS. We've only been around almost a year. But yeah, we've got so many. Nope, almost a year, Mike. That's how time works here. We've got a 6-hour stream here. That's almost a year. But we've got so many different sections here this night tonight. And I'm very excited because Panorama is one of the most difficult tracks, probably the most difficult track for a lot of people in ACC. And tonight, I would not be so surprised if the rain does come down. We will have quite the disaster on our hands, I think, for some drivers. And it's not the front markers who are going to have the problem. It's going to be trying to get around a back marker, going down Skyline when it is dark because it is raining, and it is they've got no control of your car. You've got barely any of yours, and you had to slam into a wall trying to avoid somebody who's just blocked Skyline sideways.
Yeah, certainly not ideal, and is a very easy situation to get yourself in here at Mount Panorama, even if you are careful. I was going to say if you're not too careful, but it really doesn't matter. Even if you are careful, you can still find yourself in trouble, and we're going to be in for a real show here tonight. But Carson, as we get ready to head down to qualifying, why don't you tell us a little bit about last month at Spa?
Yeah, last month at Spa was quite the interesting and boring race in the same sense. We had no variable weather, which is a weird thing to say about Spa, which especially if you've got a race over 2 hours, you would expect some form of downpour to hit the track, and it didn't. Luckily for our drivers out there tonight, but we had a ton of action in the top half of the grid. Just really only a few laps sectioning the entire top 10, and only a few cars down a lap. We had 8 cars finish on the lead lap at the end of the race last night, so you can expect quite a bit of different I think a podium shot, but a bit of a shuffle out here tonight, and you can probably expect the Visceral Esports team to get back on top. At last month was not the story for them, obviously, with the Stop Go 30, and we've had some disconnects, like the Speed Stars car, who was set for a P2 finish, unfortunately disconnected due to some ACC God law.
Yeah, absolutely gutting, and you absolutely hate to see it. Hopefully not this week, but Assetto Corsa does claim some victims, and it will give, well, the best scenarios to some as well. Currently, though, up at the top, the NFS Most Wanted of Vincero Senatore out on track and leading the charge currently. But there is one thing, Carson, I guess, now that I think about it, that I have to address as well that I totally have forgotten to, but well, not forgotten to, it's just I have wanted to wait a little bit, but we are going to address the recent announcement that we had in Discord, of course. We recently have put up a little bit of a, I guess, an asking hand. I don't know, Eric, do you wanna maybe go in on this one, or do you want me to take it?
Yeah, I'll help out. Thanks, guys, and really excited for the race today. But as Mike was saying, we every so often reach out and ask the community for help. And this time around, it was for yours truly, Mike Nause. Mike's streaming PC, it seems like it's on its last legs, and we put all of the funds that we had available together to try and get a new one. Mike's been streaming a long time, and he's earned a bunch of Twitch bucks through the service that we have here. So we put all that together. We put some extra, but we still had a big gap, and asked the community for help. And by golly, did the community come through. Huge support from everybody in the community, and got us above and beyond what we needed to bridge the gap. So I just wanted to, I've said this once or twice before in Discord, one of the things that we love most about what we do here at TRACKILICIOUS is not just the racing, but the people we meet along the way. It is an opportunity to bring a global reach of like-minded people, and these people have come out and supported time and time again, and this time around for yours truly, Mike Nause, in helping us get Mike a streaming PC and continue to support us doing what we love to see, an awesome stream. I know Carson's recently got a new computer. Mike's going to get a new computer here shortly. So thank you, everybody who contributed towards that pool. And we are really excited to see Mike fumble through a computer build stream, which he's absolutely terrified about, but I think is going to be awesome. So big thank you for me. And I think Mike wants to add to that as well.
Yeah, special thank you for me. Your guys' kindness in the community has been second to none. I never could have imagined the just how incredibly helpful you guys are in the community. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and everybody here at TRACKILICIOUS for allowing us to continue what we keep doing, because if my PC died, then we are going to have a lot less League streams. So we hopefully will be able to take, and by hopefully, I mean we are already in the process of taking care of that. And again, thank you all so much. And the PC build stream is just a little treat. Plus, anyone that does contribute, so we have it, you can see there's 35 days to go. We've already raised 137% of our goal. I'm going to leave it up for a couple more days. If you do want to contribute, any donations are going to the computer. Our main goal was to kind of get the graphics card taken care of with the donations. But again, you guys have exceeded that, and anything that we have is going to be heading towards that PC. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts here at TRACKILICIOUS. But on that note, let's get back to the action, Carson. We got a full stream ahead of us, 6 hours of racing and enough gushiness out of the way, but thank you all so much. And I'll just name everybody that has contributed so far. Sauger, Gil, Steven, Moriko, Beachley, Jeff. We also have Toluwalashe and Mason Perchalski. All of them have participated. And one Bigley, of course, as well. One of the bigliest donors on the planet. Thank you so much, Jacob Church.
Yeah,
and if you are interested in... Sorry, Carson, but if you are interested in supporting as well on that, any donations that go on to the down below, so the link for the donations is in the bottom cards down here. Any the donations link will go right to that, and any of those donations will head there. I guess I can post a link in chat. Here, I'll post a link very quick. But if you are interested, we thank you so much. Thank you again from the bottom of our hearts.
I just really quickly, I do want to add my name to the donors list.
Oh,
not
true.
I want to
that is also true.
recognition, but more so to say that, you know, we always look at ourselves first to try and solve the problem before coming out to the community. So I have personally put in some money just to see if we could make up the whole price of the computer before coming out and asking for a helping hand. So again, not because I want a recognition, but more so to say, look, we don't come to you guys unless we absolutely need to. And we felt the need to do that this time around, and really, really appreciate your guys' help.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. And thank you, Eric, as well. The one name I didn't have written down.
Look, I don't think people know, but you're really, really mean to me.
You're mean to me as well, so I guess you could say the favor is always paid forward, right?
No. Let's not talk about that side of things. All right,
let's talk about the race. Yeah, sounds good, Eric.
Thank you so much, everyone. See you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. And obviously, you can catch Eric on the struggle bus, literally and figuratively, tonight. And that Mustang machine is going to be bright yellow, and I think, based on how he practiced last night, not too far off from the team's title. We'll have to see how he ends up, but Wet Panorama might not do him too much justice, like the community has done you.
Yes, indeed. And Mobile doesn't see. Mobile doesn't see them. Oh, interesting. Okay, I did not know that. Fair enough. And Seismic Trouble, yes, we did. And again, thank you all so much. And it's Cosmic, not Seismic. My brain wants to read that as Seismic. It's Cosmic. Steven Tomazic, one of the other contributors, thank you so much. Welcome, Steven. What's up? Yes, indeed. Current pole sitter, 2015. Maybe a little bit off the ball, Carson. I was expecting some quicker lap times out there, especially with a 24-degree track temp. However, just looking at it, it is a green surface. It's a little bit slippery out there.
Yeah, and of course that might be just kind of how the track starts. Sometimes it does start as whatever it is, optimum, yes. Sometimes it does start as optimum, sometimes it starts as green, just depending on the weather, but as well as it always starts as green, Mike, because it's a actual road that they use year-round here at Mount Panorama. It's an actual highway that people have to go over to get to and from town, and when the 1,000 kilometers of Bathurst is here, makes it a little bit difficult. You get an extra 30-minute drive because your main road is currently being blocked off by GT cars and V8 supercars, depending on what part of the year you're in.
You mean V8 Supercars? And oh my goodness, Jake Wells, $20 dono. Thank you so much, Jake, for the contribution. Again, that is heading right towards the computer. And you're going to get a lovely name with your sticker, or your name on a sticker, which is going to be going on the PC. So you will forever be a part of this PC. Thank you so much. And Vinny Bag of Chips, welcome as well. Jason Provolone saying the weather is going to be wild today. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is going to be an exciting race ahead of us.
Yeah, and of course you'll have the special treat of Mike doing a PC build stream, but you'll also have something to look forward to next Wednesday. I'm not going to reveal it just yet, but we've got another treat in the works for the community support. It'll be scary for me, I think.
Oh, and Jake, thank you, Jake. David Grains up into P7. 5/10 off of the ball right now. Pole position at a 2:01 of Sam Gaskell. Actually just stole it away. We missed it. Senatore no longer on pole. Sam Gaskell so quick the cameraman can barely keep up.
Yeah, and of course Sam Gaskell is, to be honest, the quickest driver out here tonight based on Spa, and I wouldn't be surprised if the same is true at Panorama. A very experienced sim racer for Visceral Esports. That stealth machine going to probably disappear into the night per se. I don't think it's going to be night at all during this race, but it's a very, very quick car, and Sam Gaskell, when he's heading it, is going to be exploding like a piston out of a Subaru, to be honest with you, and hopefully not speeding the pit lane again, because that was really their only downfall. They would have won that race had they even had a drive-through, not just a stop-go 30.
Hey, rest in peace any Subaru sponsorships. That is, that's out the window.
Not sure how far they're going to trace me on that one, or if there is a Subaru representative, maybe Subaru of Bosnia, watching this right now.
You know what we're about to watch, though, Carson? We're about to watch an absolute flyer be set down 9/10 quicker, 2 minutes 0.5 on a green track. Let's just say if they were driving this on a regular track, they might be pretty close to the actual it's too early to speak. Lap record. Which, Carson, what is that?
Excuse me, I saw a hydrate that I did not redeem earlier, and I don't even have the dock open, Mike. I'm gonna be honest with you. You gotta help me out on that one.
Oh, this is already going swimmingly. The lap record is held by Christopher Mize, who set a time of a 1:59.2. That's the real life time from an Audi R8 back in 2018 during a Bathurst 12-hour event. I'm not sure we're going to see that time beat here tonight, but it's certainly possible in this simulator.
Yeah, it definitely has to be an optimum track condition, and we don't know. Nobody really knows how the track is going to start or where it's going to end up. We've got about 45% chance of a mixed weather pattern, a 10% chance of it being wet the entire time, and another 45% chance of it just going to be a nice, cool afternoon in the sun. Yep,
and we'll see. Only time will tell, to be completely honest, and what that is going to be. And will the track be green? Will it be slippery? Will it be optimum? We'll find out in the next 2.5 minutes when the qualifying goes over. And Lethal's so true, by the way. So true. Yeah, and Steven's only 2 months away from building his computer as well. Let's go. Just want to see if anything... Man, that's the thing about computers is you build your computer and then 5 months later it's irrelevant. Which is just insane.
NVIDIA drops like a new graphics card that's going to just not work in like 4 months. And not even that it doesn't work, it's just that it's like legitimately, it has been outclassed by the next 7 drops NVIDIA's had, which you felt like it's been 3 months, but it's actually been a full year, and NVIDIA has dropped 4 graphics cards, 3 of which are probably worse than yours. It's kind of odd. NVIDIA is a really excellent brand, I think, for graphics cards. They're my personal preference, but the way they operate is a bit odd. I just think... I think this come out with so many graphics cards.
This seems to be their typical modus operandi. Yeah. Just a little bit of, just you know, just maybe. But either way, behind this, one of the quicker drivers and our current championship leader, Carson, Gabriel Felipe, taken to the qualifying session in the Vacuum ORT machine. 5/10 off the pace. Are we going to see a 1-horse race at the front, or is Gabriel Felipe going to be able to close this gap, do you think?
I think we're going to see a 1-bull race at the front, Mike. That Lamborghini is quick, and I think the quickest on track by a very, very long margin. And I think really the only real way they lose this is their own hands, like they did last time. Last time they were a 30-second gap ahead before they had to take an extra stop after their pit stop when they absolutely sent it into the pit lane on their first stop. And they're lucky it wasn't later in the race, or they would have ended up in the teens without any chance of winning this. But what Gabriel Felipe has to do is he has to try and keep himself in second the entire race, or in first, obviously, but you want to not match that third place that the Visceral team has from that first race at Spa. You want to have to get a second or a first the rest of the series, because if you think that they're truly unbeatable, you have to beat them at some point, whether it's luck or just fate for you guys.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, by the way, just looking at the free practice server, if this has anything to go off of, by the way, we are in for an absolute show. Sam Gaskell is the quickest in the free practice server. So what I'm talking about, by the way, for anyone curious, is we host a server in addition to the event where a bot records all of the times that are set and how many laps have been done. And Sam Gaskell in 47 laps managed a 1:59.2, when Gabriel Felipe, 32 thousandths slower, over 69 laps at a 1:59.3. So very, very close up at the top. The qualifying separated by, well, just about the blink of an eye, Carson, 2.5 tenths.
Yeah, barely any time between these two drivers, and as long as Gabriel Felipe can keep his race pace consistent to Sam Gaskell's, they do have a really good shot of winning this. It's just a matter of Renato Dornales, who was about 4 or 5 tenths off Gabriel Felipe's pace last race, that I think is going to be their biggest problem. Sam Gaskell drove almost the entire race at Spa with the addition of, I believe it was Zach Doran. Yes, Zach Doran, who was pretty good at matching pace, but just wasn't as fast as Sam Gaskell. So it'll be interesting, and I guess neither of those teams will hope to be down in 17th at some point. Sam Gaskell, that's Torres, who's going to pilot that car right now. And that car was very, very good in the race pace and very, very poor in the quali pace last time at Spa. And looks like it's not going to be too different here for them.
Yeah, interestingly there, Chris Tones was on an improvement and ended up pulling it off in the final corner. I'm not sure what happened there, if it was on purpose or whatnot, but regardless, Zane Bliss get to the line here, and our final driver that will be coming to the line, Professor Kronotis. Never mind, he is not going to be making it to the line. That is a very dramatic way to end qualifying, and that is going to do it. 20 minutes done and dusted. Sam Gaskell on pole position with Gabriel Felipe close behind, and now Carson, 6 hours on the clock and a 5-minute session start timer. Well, I guess we're rambling for a minute.
Yeah, we can go over some excellent panorama facts. The Panorama 1000 attracts 200,000 people, and if you were curious, that's two Ohio State stadiums, Ohio Stadium as it's called, the Buckeye, the Horseshoe, if you want to call it that. If some American trivia tied into Bathurst there.
And Carson, a question for you. Do you enjoy now being a Charlie XCX fan?
And, chat really got me on that because I was more of a casual Charlie XCX fan, but after being told I was, I believe it was a Julia, I think I had to do some more some more introspection and research on it, and I understand it now, and I don't understand why they would call me that, because I don't think it matches me. It's not a mean thing, but I just don't think it matches me. But I appreciate chat being very really parking it right where my interest is the entire stream and getting me onto that train. So it's been quite the interesting time. A lot of tomfoolery and hooligans in chat, I would say.
I think that's a bit of an understatement, but we welcome every single one of you hooligans out there. Thank you so much for participating in the stream, keeping us entertained, and just being a lurker. Also, shout out to all the lurkers behind the scenes that never chat in chat. They're just here to watch the action, maybe have it up on their TV in front of the family, and we thank you for that as well.
Yeah, in front of the family, I think I have a hard time imagining like a full family of four sitting together watching the TRACKILICIOUS stream, but I have to imagine it's happening right now. And to that family out there, right there, I thank you very, very much. It is, I guess it's exactly what I would expect, exactly what I would hope for in my future, and I guess it's already happening now. So, yeah.
Yes, indeed. As we just get everything rearing to go here and set up, and hopefully everything works.
Yeah, we've obviously got one interesting part of the stream that you can very much already tell on the top right of your screen. It's the AWI International Timing Clock, which not to draw attention to it, Mike, but it's
Just hold on.
obviously
Draw attention to it in a second.
Draw attention. Don't look at it right now, but just think about it. Think about a clock right now. AWI International, obviously, the timing is brought to you by them. The winner of the series gets a custom-made watch from the manufacturer there. It should be very, very interesting. I'm very, very excited to see it as it works.
No, wait, does it? Oh, it does work. Oh, yeah, sweet. I don't need to even do the thing that I did. Awesome. Look at that. Live timing, folks, brought to you by AWI, and it works like a charm. Also brought by Sagar Bakshi. Thank you very much, Sagar. But Carson, I think it's that time that we get in and we meet these drivers. And as it stands, starting us off at the top, it's going to be none other than Zach Doran for the Visceral Esports Stealth Lamborghini Evo 2, the number 44, lined up at the front with the Brazilian team alongside Gabriel Felipe at the start here with a Vacuum ORT BMW, and Andy Borchers in third with the sister BMW. Borgen Dreyer down in fourth position with the Wild Things Racing with David Grains in the Fear Nothing motor car behind. Vincenzo Senatore in P6 with Quinn Smith Company in seventh. Mikel Formoto in the Fear Nothing moto car in P8. Marks Cherenkov in P9, and rounding out your top 10 is going to be Kevin Blanchett.
11th will be Professor Cornotis in that high-vis Ferrari, followed by a very good tribute to the only blue Ferrari ever in Darren Wicks, driving that there. Daryl Young in the hot pink Wild Things machine with Carl Big behind them in that gold and black Mustang. Behind those two are Jake Terrell and Lud Flores, the hot pink and the blue respectively, with Christopher Tones, the number 17 car on the struggle bus, with the Fuchsia competition car of Drew Burakovsky behind in the 63. Potts Weaver will trail them, and rounding out your top 20 will be Zane Bliskett.
On to 21st, Jules Flint in P21 with Yeager Car Company in the Black Sheep Racing McLaren. Spady Budd in P23 for the Ferrari. Is this the lone? No, we have a couple Ferraris on the grid here tonight. Rally Dutchy in P24 for the BMW. And last but not least on the grid, another BMW. We have BMW at the front and a BMW at the back. Well, actually, we have a Lamborghini in the front. Either way, it is Zach Miller in the 773, the American BMW driver, starting us off in the rear.
Yeah, Mike, I'm so excited. We've got so many BMWs out there tonight. I have no idea just how many people are really choosing that for this series, or what went into that thought. I think we just have a lot of BMW drivers And a bit of a question for you in chat, I think you ought to answer, because I think this one is slightly my fault that it is delayed.
Yeah, I mean, BMW's out on track. We also have McLarens. We got Ferraris. Honestly, a pretty even split of machines for all intents and purposes. But the BMW taking, it should be pretty good here. Was typically one of the better cars in Bathurst back in the days. The Porsche being one of the strong suits along with the BMW and the Mercedes. Those are some of the stronger cars that used to be at this track, but BOP over time has changed things, and to be completely honest, everything's really up in the air, and well, we're going to find out here tonight. And Sandman 417 along with the ride, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the team. And Adam, when can we expect a Clone Wars review? Soon. I assure you, it'll be soon.
Yeah, a bit of my fault. We were going to watch it last night, and then I went to a baseball game. So, and it wasn't even like a good baseball game. Mike's team actually annihilated the White Sox 10-0 after the third inning, by the way. And then I went home. I couldn't take it anymore. But off of that topic entirely, we're halfway across the world in Australia. Sam Gaskell will lead it from pole, but obviously you can't switch cars here. These people chose the BMW off rip. If you switch cars, you lose all your points. And in a 3-race series for a custom watch, I think that's the last thing I would want to do, even if the chance is this large. But Spy Socks, thank you very much for the follow. 6 hours ago. Are these just coming in right now?
No, something's glitched.
Oh, because your timing is off.
Oh, because my time, yeah, because my literal, my time, yeah, okay. Pay no mind, okay, ignore us, chat.
Pay no mind to the man, pay no mind to the OBS behind the curtain.
Yeah. It is currently 2:06-7-ish p.m., depending on what you look at. The clock is a little bit quick, but that's all right. We pay again. And pay no attention to the watch behind the OBS. But you know what you should pay attention to, though, Carson? The fact that we haven't mentioned that a winner of this championship gets a custom, not just one, but two, or the winning team, I should say, gets a custom AWI International watch. Brought to you by AWI International. So if you're looking for a watch, looking for something along those lines, again, highly recommend checking out the Armenian watch company that is AWI International. A link in chat here in a second.
Yeah, the AWI International, nice enough to sponsor us, and it is it's real world material these sim racers are going out for tonight, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's Sam Gaskell and Gabriel Felipe with the respective Visceral and Vacuum racing cars going to be chasing them for that section there. But what I wouldn't be surprised for is one car to look out for is the P3 starter Andy Borchers and Ollie Raza and that Trackalicious machine. Those two are fast, and they're especially fast Panorama. They have a lot of experience at this track and have done a lot of events at this track. That's a dark horse in this race, whether or not they're starting from P3 or not.
Yeah, and especially Andy Borchers. He is the king of the mountain, some say, and also Die Machina, as we all know. Very mechanical driver, and we'll be seeing him do the absolute best he can. Welcome to Racer X as well, and Spy Socks, welcome in chat. And we have a fun fact redemption as well. We'll hit us off with a basic one just to ease us into the fun fact street. Bathurst is the oldest inland settlement in Australia, established in 1815 by Governor Lachlan Maguire. And this was a gold mining town initially. And, well, more history on the gold mining of Bathurst to come.
Don't think I had that down in my bingo card for tonight. If you are playing Tracklicious Bingo, of course, we appreciate you for inventing the game, because that doesn't exist. Either way, we've got quite the section here, as I'm going to just hand it off to you. You see a little bit of an overtake there from Gabriel Felipe, who's warming his tires and some clean air there.
He is trying to predict the future here and foreshadow himself into the lead. We'll see if that becomes a dream or a reality here, but definitely getting that last little bit of heat into the tires. Crucial limits of grip here at the end, as every bit matters. The track temp looking at about 30 degrees. It's fairly warm out there, but not terrible, all things considered. As it stands, though, we get ready here to go green. 2x2 Noah's Ark formation. Sam Gaskell on pole position with Gabriel Felipe alongside. I'm Mike Nause, the booth. Joined with me tonight is Carson Kass, and we are green for the 6 hours here at Bathurst. And immediately, Sam Gaskell commands into the lead. Gabriel Felipe tries to defend now to the outside of Andy Borchers, who tries to go down the inside, doesn't make it happen. Side by side still, as David Grains makes up a position over Brogdon Dreyer. The run now down, though, to the long quarry bend, and it is going to be a late braking zone. The Wild Things Racing try to take up the position again. The Fear Nothing Moto under threat. Down to the outside. It's 3 wide, bumping and banging. The Sky F1 is going to take out, it looks like, one of the BMWs get sent to the side there. That's going to be Sorrento, or the Italian driver getting punched down the field, and Chrono breathing down the neck now, down up into the cutting.
Yeah, chasing that FNM car, rather, as you got the 627 Italian chasing now Chernikov again. Chernikov obviously had some issues at Spa, and especially with contact, was almost banned and suspended, disqualified nearly, one penalty away from doing so, had 3 penalties at Spa, and it was all contact related. He really needs to keep his race clean tonight, and if he's going to make contact, let it be with the wall and not other drivers. Going down into Skyline, though, it's going to be the Italian trailing through, headed down the the Need for Speed machine, just trailing there, obviously an homage to Need for Speed Most Wanted.
Yes, indeed. And also, apologies for the ad, everybody that did get that. I would have snoozed it if I had noticed it, but I didn't. And thank you very much, Steven Tomazic, gifting a sub to Vinny Bag of Chips. Vinny, congratulations. No longer ad. There are no more ads for you. And Steven, 27 gift subs in total. Absolute legend. Thank you so much for your continued support, Steven, time and time again, for everything you do here at Trackalicious. This, though, Kevin Blanchette making a move on to Chronotis. Got a long ways to go for the Crazy Rabbits Racing Lexus here, but that was pretty easy. And now Professor Chronotis under threat from Daryl Young as well, down into the chase to the outside. It's not going to happen, but this looks like Chronotis, he is going to be under pressure here for the next, well, presumable amount of time.
Yeah, this McLaren behind really needs to know their pace, because they might have more pace, but they nearly got in the back end twice. I think they did once of that high-vis Ferrari. Not hard to miss if you're in that hot pink machine there, but it is going to be a very, very difficult race if you keep, I guess, pressuring drivers to the point where you're going to end up in, I guess, your own grave there. As we see the 2 Mustangs dueling behind, it's the black and gold, and the black and gold inverted colors here. Going for the switchback, the struggle bus tries it, has to go nip and tuck as they're under pressure from the pink Lamborghini behind.
Both Mustangs, black and gold, befitting a champion. However, we all know that there can only be one champion, and who is it going to be for these 2 Fords? Down towards the Quarry Bend, the struggle bus is a little bit too far behind to think about a move. It's just going to have to be about biding time and waiting for right now, and try to play your chips in a decent spot. You don't want to give everything when you have to, as we just nearly saw. But that is going to be now up the mountain. Not many overtaking opportunities arising from here. However, if you're Brogdon Dreyer, you might be thinking otherwise.
Mike, I think you want to jump back there. I think there's a bit of a blockage right as we cut away. Yeah, it was Jake Terrell, it seems, into the wall, or one of the other Fuchsia competition cars. Just got caught in a little bit of a, I guess, a chokehold there. What's it called? A choke point? I don't know. Either way, they got stuck in this. Backwards goes that hot pink McLaren. They're stuck at Skyline. No way to go. They got to watch everyone past them. That's Daryl Young sitting 6th place in the championship, and holy rejoin. He goes right to the middle of the track.
And he's going backwards down Skyline now. That is not what you want to see. Let's see what happened, though, and this looks like this is a completely unforced mistake there. Just drops the ball all on his lonesome, and then proceeds to reverse down Skyline. That was a very dicey maneuver. It seems that they have gotten themselves out of trouble by this stage. We're about to come back live, though, and see, and yes, indeed, down to the bottom here and on to the start, or the back straight. Has a little bit of company as well. That's going to be Drew Burakovsky joining his ranks.
Yeah, those 2 also got into an incident earlier, and I guess you reap what you sow on that one. Reversing down Skyline, quite the choice. But his teammate now under pressure from Quinn Smith, the second Trackalicious car on the grid, rather. The 5 car in 6th, looking for 5th. They make contact, punching and banging through that left side. They get through Hell Corner, and the Quinn Smith runs him a bit wide there.
Yeah, that was, you know, definitely a little bit argy-bargy. I'm not sure that they were expecting the room to be left there or what, but definitely need a BMW-sized slot there. But there's a McLaren-sized gap now down to the inside of Quarry Bend. He's taking full advantage of it. Is Brogdon Dreyer. In fact, he makes it stick. Lick the stamp and send it.
Yeah, sorry, Chernikov trying to hit the advantage, and he does. He gets through the BMW as well, using his McLaren brethren to just get through that other section there. A little bit of bumping and banging through that section 2 as well with Quinn Smith. And yeah, he's got to get a little less physical, get back on the throttle, but he's under pressure now from the Italian 627 car.
Yeah, Vincenzo Senatore, it looks like they just tagged the wall there briefly. That might have been a little bit of latency, I'm not sure. But regardless, Quinn Smith here, he's going to be looking in his rearview mirror and trying to bide as much time as he can. Has Chernikov ahead right now, being a bit of a bottleneck, but down the mountain we go. And this is where the BMW is going to shine over the McLaren, in my opinion. At least in the previous versions, is how it used to be. To be honest, chat, I'm not sure. Jake in particular, you might be a good one to talk about. How is the McLaren here at Bathurst? Is it one of those cars that's kind of super volatile and extremely deadly? Because I know that's how the old McLaren used to be back when I drove it.
Yeah, and if we want to point out here, we can hit tab to see those ballasts to see just how good it is. But Quinn Smith, though, trying to get to the inside side of, I guess, the cutting, otherwise known as Siberia. If you're Australian, the number 5 car trying to get back into 5th place. He's right alongside. He gets through. He's back in 6th, rather. The 7th place car, Chernikov on his outside line. Not the overtake yet as they make contact with the BMW on the outside. Nearly a pit maneuver as the BMW forced to back off. And through goes Michael Forney, the Fear Nothing Moto car, getting almost 2 positions, but he's got to back out. He's going to lose both in this section after getting them both.
That was almost brilliant, but it seems that it's actually been a bit of a disaster. That's allowed Kevin Blanchette alongside. I thought that both of those positions were going to be easily taken, but no, in fact, it's actually resulted in the dropping of a place. The Lexus, the opportunistic driver of Kevin Blanchette, takes the position there up into 9th. Now, one thing about Kevin Blanchette, and this is certainly something to not count out, this is a man who in the 12 hours of Bathurst, about a year and a half ago at this point, maybe even a little bit longer for TRACKILICIOUS, ended up finishing on the podium in the Jaguar here at Bathurst. So if there's a mountain master, it is Kevin Blanchette.
Yeah, and one of those other guys who I want to mention who's also not in a BMW, but in a large car as well as Chernikov, goes a bit sideways there. He needs to tap that BMW just a little bit in the most wanted livery. He taps the Lexus again. He's sideways. He just can't keep it straight. The 72 car facing the wrong way, and we'll hope he doesn't do it as the hot pink McLaren did.
No, he's definitely being safe here and waiting, but that is going to cost him massively. I mean, it'll be down to the stewards on that one for review, but that might have been a bit of a reap what you sow incident, unfortunately.
Yeah, Chernikov, obviously, not to rag on it, but has had a bit of a history with those accidents and really, really needs to clean it up. He's got the pace. He does have the pace. He just really needs to just keep his car straight and out of the other panels of the others. But unfortunately, we'll move on there as we see the Argentine driver. I haven't seen this. Lud Flores. I haven't seen him in the series yet. I'm not sure if they're a first-time entry or not, but this is an unfamiliar car to me, Mike.
And Lud Flores here down the back straight now, trying to put the pressure on to Miles in the Ford Mustang, the black and gold befitting a champion, but it hasn't been the full story, that's for sure. Paul Miles going backwards for right now. In fact, he has, stayed even. I thought he dropped positions where he started. He started in 14th, remains in 14th. The rest of the field around him, though, is nothing but gainers. Lud Flores up 1 position, looking to make that one a second sooner rather than later. And up the road, Christopher Tones up 4 positions, but our biggest gainer here tonight is actually Jules Flint, up 5 positions from P21 up into P16 for the time being.
The Frenchman hosting the Olympics right now and hoping for the gold medal tonight. It's pretty far off, but you've got 5 hours and 50 minutes, and it is mountain things. If it starts raining, anything can happen. A back marker could definitely get into a front marker, and we would have some different sections here, but Flores is going to have a bit of an opportunity into turn 2 here. That Argentine just needs to get every ounce of pace out of this Lamborghini, but it's not really possible to beat a Mustang in a straight line, especially downhill.
Yeah, it is an absolute rocket ship and a half. However, when you get out of shape like that, that might open up doors in which you weren't expecting. Lud Flores, though, doesn't find a Lamborghini-sized gap to fit alongside. He does on the outside of the Audi cutting. However, there's not much of a move to have there. You're going to be running out of track pretty quickly and just losing all your momentum. And as you begin the ascent up the mountain now, you're going to be going up about 520-odd feet. 571 feet, my apologies, which is just about 2 American football fields in terms of elevation change. Flores has to get off the throttle there. That was a little bit close.
Yeah, and he goes from the top of the end zone down towards Skyline there. That would be the highest point in the track right now. Lud Flores is just trying to go. You hear that bellowing of the V10 Lamborghini, but you also hear that deep tone of the naturally aspirated Coyote engine in front of them. It is quite interesting to see the differences in these cars, as Sandman mentions. It is the reverse 296. Fast on the straights and sucks on the corners, and the 296 is the exact opposite. And this game looks amazing. It does look amazing. I do have to say it is one of my favorite looking sims, just in terms of, not really, it's obviously not an art style, but they do the textures very, very well.
Yes, they do. I also just realized that I have 2 chats up. Let's change that. Forgot to make that one invisible. That's okay. Either way, You gotta love technical difficulties. We do it live here at TRACKILICIOUS, folks, and you always gotta have at least one technical difficulty. But yes, this is one of those simulators that when you watch it in a YouTube thumbnail or you hover over it to see what's going on and you're watching, you're like, oh, GT World, hey, this is some GT racing, some actual live, real-life racing. And then you look at it, wait a second, is this a simulator? And sometimes you still can't even tell until you fully click on the video and have to look at it for a good couple minutes. That is just what Assetto Corsa and Kunos have done here in the Assetto Corsa Competizione game. Extremely realistic with their simulation and with their car sounds as well. Jägerkaru, he's also got some realistic overtakes there, but Spady Bud, you could tell he's not too much of a fighter in this moment. He's just about survival and making it down to the end right now just to live another day.
Spady Bud DNFing at the 2-hour mark at Spa, but also I think Jägerkaru is technically their teammate in some form. I don't really know how the Mad Fox Sim Racing team works, but they're all on different teams, but they're all in the same voice call, and I assume they'd be working together here, just trying to get through the 6 hours here. It's very impressive at the mountain to get through that, Mike. And how about we get a weather check? I think 12 minutes into this race, I think it's look what's on the horizon.
Not looking too bad. We're looking optimum and cloudy. Certainly not ideal, but it certainly could be worse. But that cloudiness can certainly turn into rain before you know it. We got 6 hours of timing here, and we only know 30 minutes into the future when it comes to weather.
Yeah, and that's the weird part about this game that I also think is weird. Or, yeah, smart, yeah. But on the other end of it, it's just like you get so little time, you get 30 minutes. And the one thing about iRacing that I think is the only thing that is better than ACC is the actual radar you can get to see where if it's going to rain or not. And you kind of have to guess from point to point, and sometimes you get the wrong guess from your spotter. I think that is pretty cool, adds an element of realism to it. But I think during a sim like this, if the spotter was wrong, I'd be pretty mad. But yeah, I think the radar feature is kind of the only thing this game is really, really missing. But obviously we hope for the fans, obviously, in this game, hope that it stays cool and stays dry. But Mike, I just can't see a Bathurst endurance race without it getting absurdly wet for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, that's Bathurst for you, baby. It's either going to be extremely hot or unpredictable as all can be, and we are going to be seeing potentially a little bit of both. Who knows, to be honest. It could clear up. It could get a lot wetter. And do they have city races in this game like luxury island races? Unfortunately, there is not many street tracks. The track that we're on right now, however, is technically a street track. This is as Carson mentioned on the top of the broadcast, actual public roads that are available to drive year-round when there isn't a race going on here. So this actually might be the closest to what you're describing in terms of a quote-unquote street circuit.
Yeah, in terms of how forgiving it is, it definitely feels like it. It has got the characteristics of a street circuit for about more than half the track. As you can see, they're right pulling up to the wall, you get every single lap. That's the one thing that ACC doesn't have. It does kind of stink, is you would like to add a street circuit or two in there just to see, really to test your mettle of the drivers there. Is you've got a podium spot for Fear Nothing Moto Car. They're chased down by that hot pink machine. Where has the third place starter Quinn Smith gone? I believe he was right on the tail of this, and he's just disappeared into the nighttime.
Quinn? He started in 7th.
Oh, wait. Who's,
We're looking, Gabriel Felipe. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's Gabriel Felipe currently. Let's take a look 20 seconds in the past to see what is unfolded here. It's been more than 20 seconds. Gabriel Felipe, this is our championship leader, folks.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. They really, really do need to keep themselves in podium contention to keep themselves in the race for this watch. And the championship win here, obviously the winners of this do get a watch, but they also compete in the actual Community World Challenge. This is just the road to it. These are all qualifiers for a bigger event, but obviously not great for Gabriel Felipe. A bit of a drag strip there. As you see, they're getting beat by 2 McLarens in a straight line. This is not good for that car, and Pranav Kalevala showing up on time as usual. Very good for his team.
Yes, indeed, and there was Daryl Young getting by. We also had a full onboard lap for Daryl Young from Stream Espresso. We will get to that, I assure you. In the time being, we are going to keep an eye on the rest of the action, though. While we still have that luxury, I assure you we will have plenty of time to get that onboard lap with the next 5 hours and 45 minutes. I'd imagine there is going to be some gaps folding. Also, Pranav Kalevala, congratulations, by the way, on your recent endeavors. The man has graduated university, a very, very difficult feat that he has put a lot of work into over the years. So congratulations, Mr. Prawn, and may the world take you into very successful places, as I'm sure it will.
Yeah, and obviously, if we want to jump towards the Visceral Esports car and talk about them, they're a very successful team. And Pranav Kalevala, one of the co-owners there, one of the owners there, the 44 machine, very British, very fast. Another very British car who's very fast. Dyer there going down Skyline, really chasing that Fear Nothing Moto car, but it just seems that the car ahead is just a little bit better. And
we're about to see a scare here is what I think. Yes, we are. There's the back end getting all sorts of loose and whoa, unsettling the car there. Dropped. I just saw it about a second fall off at the top of the mountain there, and that was very, very close. So already the Wild Things Racing pushing the limits a little bit above and beyond maybe what they're looking for.
Yeah, this is the lower car, actually, of this team group there. We saw the other car get into a little bit of an accident, you know, facing backwards and reversing down Skyline. This is the lower team. They currently sit 7th in the standings, but to be honest with you, Mike, I think what they want to do right now is they want to prove to their, I guess, older brother team or older sister car that they're the better car here. They've yet to make a mistake tonight, and we'll have to see if they can. The 24 machine just hawking down the 270 there, the 230, right? I can read numbers. The 230, yep. And the British machine is looking for a victory over Norway.
Yes, he is, and hasn't found it just yet. Also, Potts Weaver with stop go 30 made a pit stop and got a penalty on that. Also, Gabriel Felipe, second stop has already been made, and we are just about 20 minutes into this race. Certainly not where they wanted to find themselves right now. And I don't know, Carson, if you can go back and maybe find a replay of initially what happened to Gabriel Felipe and give us a description. That'd be nice. I'm not sure if that's possible, but either way, Rue Paper Scissors joining us here tonight. Welcome, Rue. And Logan, I also agree, to be completely honest. I think that would be very entertaining.
Yeah, and I am attempting to do it right now, so we'll get a Gabriel Felipe report on that in there. They've obviously dumped into the bits. They really, I'm curious if they're still repairing damage. Right now, they're still, I think, in the last place. I don't know if they've just not made their place up yet, but that car is, it looks just based on how we saw that rear end, that rear bumper, that car is torn up. That carbon fiber torn and a lot of it to shreds. Definitely be replacing as much as they can on that car. We'll have to see what their pace looks like in the end, if they can salvage a podium position.
And Prawn here pointing out the Wild Things team principal of Denise Pope. She also makes deliveries. I love this car. This car is so nice looking. The Wild Things. It's what a style. So shout out there to Denise.
Obviously,
this
I'm not
battle,
sure if it's an homage. You go.
Oh, sorry. This battle I don't think is going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So we're going to be looking a little bit further down the field.
Yeah, I think it's an homage. I don't know if it's an homage quite to it, but the Wild Thing song appears in my head whenever I think of that, so I'm curious to see if that is related at all.
Did I get it wrong, Steven? I feel like I got that right. Zane Blisket finding a move here. It's a little bit of Porsche on Porsche violence for P15. A drag race down to the chase. Who's going to have the advantage? The inside line will be have on the initial entry here to Yules, but then once we reach the real meat and potatoes of the corner, it is going to be Zane Blisket's advantage. Down into it now and late enough on the brakes. The Mad Fox Sim Racing takes the position with both hands.
Mike, I'm looking for a Gabriel Felipe update on you. I don't know where the car is gone. But they're yet to leave the pits. They are very damaged right now, so we'll have to I'll give you an update. I'll still look for that right now.
Indeed, while that's happening, Yules Flint has just taken advantage of Zane Blisket as he's made a mistake. It is a back and forth battle right now for P15 or 15, and neither one of these drivers really want to be wasting time. So that's why I think you see just neither of them wanting to go all out right now and trying to outbrake the next driver. They just want to stay with each other, have a nice little slipstream partner, and you'll be able to make some good progress in this race. Maybe catch the back bumper of Lud Flores, who's having a bit of a scrap himself with Paul Miles for P13.
Yep, it looks like Gabriel Felipe got disconnected temporarily, and while he was lagging, he just he slammed into a wall, not on their own accord. That really stinks. We've had, obviously, lag be a massive problem with the ACC races so far, but got a little bent out of shape. I assume was lagging, was disappearing off track temporarily, and when he came back and reappeared, his car was 4 feet deep into the wall, unfortunately, towards Skyline.
That's gutting. You know, you hate to have a race lost like that. It's not over yet. There's still plenty of time, but Gabriel Felipe down a lap. on recovery mode right now, and I would imagine they're not going to retire. They still need every single point for this championship if they want a chance on winning the custom AWI International Watch come the end of this championship. It's only 3 races in this championship, so every single point matters.
Yeah, and I also don't think it's entirely fair to say that the same thing, not the same thing, obviously, but that Visceral Esports stealth car, they know what the mountain can bring, and with it back markers. It does bring, and it can be very, very dangerous and can result in Sam Gaskell potentially getting into an incident with a back marker, and that's really all they can hope for at this point. They don't have much hope, and they're down more than 1 lap at this point. They've really got to get it going. They've really got to try and put this car as much into gear as it can, because I know it hurts in the sense of it hurts to drive. The car is definitely scrapped a little bit because they were riding along just unwillingly while there was disconnected. They were picking up damage while the car was not even in the game. What it appears, and that's very, very unfortunate. But what I have to say is the mountain giveth, and the mountain does take it away, but I don't know if it's really giveth yet for Gabriel Felipe yet.
No, not here tonight. Spa was a much more giving race, unfortunately, and hopefully they can recover from here and make up a good haul of points. It's still not over yet by any stretch of the imagination, but it is going to be a lot more work come the next race.
Yeah, and Gabriel Felipe and Renato Nause, obviously the 2 pilots of that cars, and they do an excellent job. That other section is, oh my goodness, that Wild Things Racing car is really chasing down. Yeah, oh my gosh, it's all been out of shape as the Fear Nothing Moto car right into the side of Skyline, narrowly missing that hot pink car, and they are sideways, and they pick up who's driving that? That's Quinn Smith, who goes right into the back end there. That is a hitch and a drag on that Mercedes or that BMW there. They're gonna get chased down by that Italian very, very quickly. We'll jump on a replay very quickly on board with Quinn Smith.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a terrifying prospect, and I actually think I've messed up the replay. How have I messed the replay up?
Yes, we're doing part of the onboard lap. Quinn Smith. See him going up through Skyline. He's witnessing the battle.
That's Vincenzo.
Is that Vincenzo?
Why did that? I don't know why my replay broke so bad there. That was odd. Okay, either way, we're back live.
TV, folks.
We're not back live yet. Why are we not back live yet?
Are we not?
No, we're still in the replay.
Wait, we still might have it. He's not at Skyline yet.
We don't. We're about to flop over. It's gonna. I don't know what just happened. Yeah, I don't know why the replay just did what it did. You gotta love live TV, folks.
Gotta love ACC TV. Screw live TV. That's not even our fault on that one.
Yeah.
Obviously, Quinn Smith picking up some big damage. Gonna take their first pit stop of the night. Unfortunately, it's 23 minutes in. You've obviously got pretty long stint timers here. Let me not obligatory check a piece of paper. 70-minute stint timers. You have to come in at some point during that time and get rid of your things. We saw Sam Gaskell and that Visceral Team Esports struggle even more, had a potential P2, but unfortunately missed their stint timer. Zach Doron just didn't notice that he had to pit.
Yeah, that is not ideal, to say the least, getting a penalty like that. It's a very avoidable penalty, and having to pit early like this is going to be pretty detrimental for the long term. You might have to pick up 1 additional stop here at Bathurst, which the Bathurst pit time, to be fair, isn't the worst on the planet. However, it's not the greatest either. If you do go in here for a set of tires, you're looking at about a 54-second time down pit lane, and if you have some repairs to boot, it's going to be a little bit longer. Just going to put you down pretty much a lap, to be completely honest, or more or less 44% of your lap, about half of it. It's just not ideal. It's a long recovery drive ahead for a lot of these drivers. But hey, I guess the one advantage is if everybody in this race crashes, which is totally possible, then everybody will have to take a repair. So the game is on.
Yeah, we mentioned that overall there's a 55% chance that it doesn't stay dry the entire time. And, or rather, 65% chance it doesn't stay dry the entire time. It's going to be really, really scary for a lot of these drivers if they can't make it through. And honestly, I think if it starts raining, Mike, we might have a winner who would not be winning otherwise if it wasn't wet.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be completely up in the air at that point. You could tell me that any one of these drivers would win it, and I would believe you, because the wet here at Bathurst is just a different animal. Going down the mountain in the worst conditions imaginable is one of the most difficult. I mean, that makes the most difficult track here at ACC into the even more most difficult track. I mean, it doesn't, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It just becomes ridiculously tough. And Chrono there almost overcooks the chase, but manages to keep it on circuit. Chris Tones, however, he's not so lucky.
Yeah, I mean, it is the Mustang there. You're going to pick up some dirt, and unfortunately for Chronotis, it's not really going to affect the 4 gazillion ton machine with a massive V8 in front. That front engine car will be hawking him down in the straight through Hell's Corner, who, depending on get a better run, it won't even matter if he gets to the straight. peeks towards the inside, tries to psych out Chronotis, but it's just going to hurt their run. But, oh no, speaking of hurt their run, Chronotis, a bit of a rallycross move there. That high-vis car jumping in, just going over those sides. I think it's the Crazy Rabbits racing car, the way it was going up and down. Wow. Okay, cameraman. Woo!
Position done. Chris Tones gets by even though you couldn't see it because the cameraman had no idea what the heck was going on there for a second. That was, you gotta love it. Either way, we have a livery deep dive and a full onboard lap. We'll take the deep dive first, as it is a little bit quicker. Let's take a look at our leader, the Visceral Esports Stealth Machine. Oh, wait, hold on. Now we'll take a look. Wait, hold on. Once we come around this bend and get onto the straight, now we'll take a look. That way my camera doesn't glitch. Okay. Very low key.
Yeah, it's the stealth car, Mike. It's very low key. Of course, it's a stealth car.
Well, I mean, I had to say it though. The camera's still very broken because you gotta love Bathurst.
Yeah.
Visceral logo on it.
By going on a straight, yeah.
And the Asetek Sim Sport logo on the back being the sponsor. Brilliant. I love the carbon fiber-ish kind of the pattern. I don't even know what you would describe that as, but it's a very kind of exotic pattern. I like it.
Yeah, it's like a nice hexagon grid there on the top of the car. It's super cool. Prawn has shown me a lot of his liveries. They're all very stylized, and I don't even know how you would come up with them. For the person that did come up with them, I don't know who came up with them, but they are very, very stylized and very, very nice. All of Visceral Esports, I guess, pride themselves on looking good while they do it. And Sam Gasco looking good on track and off track, no matter what, with how good this car looks. But his British brother there, the Daryl Young machine, not actually brothers, just from the same country, so close enough, chasing down that Porsche in front of him. The 119 car gets through relatively easy towards the cutting, and he'll be alone like it is Siberia. That blue flag going up, because he's a back marker. I did not realize that truly, but just got through a front marker there pretty easily as he gets all bent out of shape. Oh my goodness.
Zane's gonna be a little upset there, saying, man, I let you by with no issue, and now look what you've done. You're holding me up, maybe I want to get by you again. But no, Zane Blisket, he knows his place right now. It's all about knowing who you're racing and knowing who and when to make moves on, and right now, this isn't the time for Zane. He's up a lap. Yes, he is technically the front marker in this scenario. However, it doesn't really matter. If Daryl Young has the pace, he's already made a pit stop, spent 100 seconds stationary, by the way, so I'm assuming there was a large repair that went on for that Wild Things. This was the car that was reversing down the skyline, but we will go fully on board for a lap with him.
Yeah, I mean, it requires some serious, I don't know if it's what I would call courage to go down Bathurst backwards, but they got through Skyline, they flipped it around right at the bottom of Skyline, went over the metal grates backwards, which they went airborne for a few because they were pushing it so hard backwards. I won't keep reiterating how insane that was, but they got the car through with no extra damage picked up than rather the accident they had there. Almost a bit of an unsafe rejoin, but as they head up the mountain, things are looking pretty safe for Daryl Young here as he nearly touches the wall. Fast in that left-hand corner. You can see just how close the margins here at Panorama. That Blight Brew wall getting a voice full of it as he heads towards Skyline. The bane of his earlier race, but by himself should be a bit easier.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you watch the onboard, there's so much commitment had from Daryl Young. He seems to be fully well-practiced on this track and just splitting hairs when it comes to getting by the wall. He's approaching another front marker. You can tell he has got the hurry up on. Last lap was a 2:04.5, a little bit off the pace, but his fastest lap a 2:02.4. And how important is qualifying in a 24-hour race? Asked Steven Tomazic. That's a great question. It depends, is the honest answer. And in terms of this track, quite important, but not the most important. In terms of other tracks like Spa, maybe not as important. It really depends on how easy it is to overtake and if overtaking is going to put you in a dangerous situation. That's the thing with Bathurst, is while yes, overtaking can be easy on certain parts of the track, if you're stuck behind somebody for a part of a lap, you're not getting by on the mountain, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It does not matter how hard you try unless you end up shunting them, which tends to happen every now and then.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to marquee about how just insane GT racing is at this track, there is actually multi-class racing that goes on here. Like, there is a GT4 on the same track as a GT3 at Bathurst. With how thin this circuit is, for American fans who don't quite understand how thin this is, if you remember watching the Detroit IndyCar race this year, it's slightly wider. And you have GT4's cars that are going entirely different paces throughout the entire track. I have no idea how they do it, and a lot of the times they don't do it. Obviously, the BMW smashing in the back of the Ginetta, riding the wall last year here was quite a pretty marquee sign of how careful you have to be going up the mountain and how much you just have to really keep well aware of how you've seen it throughout the other sections.
Yeah, certainly. And on that multi-class note, in case you were curious, we had some fun fact redemptions earlier. Why don't we throw one out there right now, because this is a good segue for it. The first ever race hosted at Bathurst was a multi-class race, in case you were curious. Now you might ask, Mike, what were the classes back then? How were there different classes? Well, let me tell you, they had not just cars racing on circuit, but they also had motorcycles racing on circuit at the same time. The first race was a car and motorcycle race, 125 up to 500cc bikes, and the cars, you have Australian tourist trophies, you have cars ranging from modified sports cars down to Nobles, to MGs, Rileys, and Bugattis, all taking part in the first ever race here at Bathurst, back, by the way, in April 16th, 1938.
Yeah, and I don't know if you could ever convince me to ride a 500cc bicycle in 1930 with cars on track, but I think the long story short is that, no, I wouldn't do that. I don't think I'd ever want to think of that being involved now with a MotoGP car and a BMW M4 on track and how poorly that would go. But I think I can't even think of how bad that would go so quickly.
I don't know who thought it was a good idea. Uh-oh. Speaking of good ideas, well, rather lack thereof, Jägerkaru, he has found himself stranded in the grass. That was a bit rude. I apologize, Karu. Didn't mean it that way. Let's see. It's an unforced error that has spun them around, and I'm assuming too much curb usage or too deep, and it is the latter this time. His best Sum 41 impression. He is in too deep.
Yeah, but too much curb usage, or rather, oh my gosh, I did the exact same thing you did. No curb usage, went a bit wide, then too much throttle usage on his way back to track, and just spun it. Only loses 2 positions there. The 920 car has 5 hours and 27 minutes of racing action if you're keen on tuning in. See where Jägerkaru finds up and where else everybody else tunes in. You've got a lot of racing ahead of you and a lot more fun experiences ahead of you. We've got, I think, quite the scorcher here at Bathurst in the sense of everybody's car is going to be on fire rather than the sun torching you instead.
Yeah, and it is, don't worry though, because if your car does catch on fire, the rain might put it out a little bit later, but we don't know just yet. We will certainly find out. We'll check the weather at the top of each hour. That's probably the best bet, I would imagine, just once every hour. Get a little glance to see if there's any predictions on the weather, but as it stands, I'm not seeing too much changes in the clouds. Maybe off in the distance it might be getting a little bit darker, but we'll certainly see.
Yeah, from the pass box here, it just seems like a general overcast. It's pretty dark out, darker on some sections of the track, not as much as others. But the forecast there, I don't have a weather app, and I've only got, my weather app actually only tells me the next 30 minutes, Mike, and it's super unfortunate about that. But we'll check at the top of every hour, like you mentioned. Or we could just not check at all and just, it starts raining. We'll have to see on that other section there. But Jägerkaru in the 920 car doing an excellent job in that recovery drive. But ahead of them, Flores, who I believe is up 8 positions now in 12th.
Yeah, Florida is actually up 4 positions from 16th at the moment, but making up some ground is Paul Miles ahead, who's up 3 positions behind. Jules Flint up 8 positions, the biggest gainer tied for it. Rally Dutch, no, I take that back. Chris Tones, I lied. Chris Tones up 9 positions, actually the biggest gainer out of all here on the struggle bus.
Yeah, anything but the struggle bus so far, and it's been very similar. I think to their spa race, they had a very poor qualifying effort compared to their race pace, and they're running faster than they even did in quali right now. And then they got into some accidents, and did not go so well from there, so we'll have to see if the struggle bus can keep it clean. It'll be a lot easier at Spa than it will be here, so we'll have to see as he heads through that Neon Green Pro Ultimate section. I have no idea what that sponsor is. Pretty Australian if you ask me, but I don't know. You know, I love Australian tracks, and this is obviously, I think, a lot of people's favorite to watch, not to drive. Really not to drive.
That's the case for me. I am abysmal at driving this track. However, I love nothing more than watching it. There's so much variety that happens over the years in either real-life racing or sim racing. The real-life racing, I gotta say, obviously, anything can happen at Bathurst, and it normally does, from anywhere from an echidna crossing the road to a kangaroo hopping across the track to a tree falling down in the corners coming up here and blocking the track for multiple hours.
Multiple hours? What tree fell on track that they couldn't...
Right here. Right here, right at the end of the Forest Elbow, back in the early 2000s, I think. A tree fell down. It was late 90s, early 2000s. I can't remember. And then ended up blocking the circuit, and they ended up having to park it all the way up, down, basically all the way up the hill. They had to park just the cars and red flag the race while the tree cutting team came out and dealt with the tree that fell on the circuit. It was a large Gumby tree or whatever the heck those things are called.
Yeah, those trees are a bit of an issue there, I would assume. I don't know how a tree falls. I just don't know.
If a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound?
I mean, it made a sound, and it was in front of a bunch of people. I would have to imagine people knew it fell down because there was no Lamborghini smashing into it about 200 miles per hour on the exit there. So I think, luckily, they realized the tree was there, Mike.
But did it make a sound? These are questions that the world may never know. Either way.
I think I do. But...
What is the story behind the name of Forest Elbow? I actually legitimately forgot to write that one in my fun facts. However, I can do it off of memory somewhat, but I don't remember the guy's name fully. It's something Forest, and he broke his elbow on a motorcycle a long time ago, or ended up damaging severely his elbow, and they ended up naming it after him. That I think is, wow. That's the machine gun, by the way, the machine gun headlights of the 992.
Yeah,
nice little flash.
Getting flashed by a 992 in the rain and the dark is truly a horrific experience. It is, I don't know how that is regulated and allowed, to be honest with you. I don't know how, when I am driving, how I could ever be allowed, the guy behind me could ever be allowed to literally blind me. Like, literally just, like, there's other flashing where it's, like, off and on, and, like, no, the Porsche, you're blind for, like, a good 2 seconds while it flashes in your eyeballs. It's brighter than other cars in real life, first off. It's the brightest light on track.
It's not even close. Yeah. It's insane how much
brighter
brighter it is.
They have 4 high beams in that car in each light. Sorry, 4 high beams in each light for a total of 8 high beams, flashing at less than like a millisecond between in your rearview mirror. That can only be so much fun during the 12 hours of Bathurst while it's raining. Luckily, we've only got 6 for Zane Bliskett, who I guess can attack people when it starts raining. Truly is, oh my gosh, unsettled at a Forest Elbow, but he keeps his arms all together. The 996 car is going to keep it straight on the straight.
That was very close. The entry into that corner was severely overcooked, and somehow he kept his elbows clean and away from the wall. That was a little bit dicey, dancing with death, but thankfully gets away with it for the time being. Lud Flores up ahead here, the Argentine in the Iron Lynx. Still not making any ground. Paul Miles, though, has found the back of Dean Stefani in P10.
Yeah, Paul Miles, obviously in that livery, rather Dean Stefani in that livery, I apologize. This is a tribute to the only American Ferrari ever to drive the blue color. It was white and blue. Obviously, earlier this year at Miami, people were hoping that the blue on the Ferrari looked a little bit more like this car here. It's the, I believe it ran someplace, I think it was at Road America, the only time a Ferrari has ever run in the non-red color. Dean Stefani honoring that machine.
Yeah, lovely livery. I actually really like that as well. Much better than the, never mind. Pay no mind to the man in front of the curtain. Chris Tones.
We all nod in silence.
Chris Tones 1 second off the back of Professor Chronotis. And on to the brakes, down the hill once again. This is going to be the routine for the next 5.5 hours, basically, and these drivers need to settle in and find their rhythm. That's really the point right now, is stay alive just for each lap. The mountain sector is where the most damage is going to happen on your race. Everything else, well, it's pretty much flat out and maybe even a little bit relaxing here at Bathurst.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those tracks that I think you could do a 24-hour on, just based on logically how long the straights are on. But I don't think I would ever want to do Skyline 24 hours straight by myself. I think I would actually need like a podcast or like a group of people like trying to distract me from the fact I'm going down Skyline, which if you are familiar with Skyline, it's not very good to be distracted. But one man who was on a man on a mission, anything but not focusing. Bliskett, the 996 car, unsettled out of Forest Elbow earlier. Seems to have gotten a pretty good exit, or a little bit worse of an exit, I'd say, rather than Flint ahead. That Porsche going to have to use the tailwind there to try and stay down as he machine gun fires in the back end there with those bright lights. Headed towards the right-hander here. It's really quick, flat out, the 36 car. Definitely going to be slowing that if he notices the car on his inside, but Zane Bliskett, the game of chicken is lost for him as he goes into the braking zone behind.
Respect for Zane on that one. He definitely could have went for that move, and it could have ended in disaster, or it could have worked. But he just says, no, I'm not going to play the game. I have enough time. I have the pace. I can make it happen safely. I'm not going to risk it. And quite frankly, I think that's a very smart decision, a very high-level IQ decision from Zane Bliskett. He says that I will fight this another day.
Yeah, he took a look at his AWI International timing watch and was like, I think I can do this another time. And a bit of a following of the lines there, that Porsche unsettled as well as he was chasing Flint. Flint went over a curb quite heavily, and fortunately Bliskett followed, didn't get the overtake there. But both of these drivers chasing that Lamborghini ahead, Burakovsky, or rather Flores, under a bit of threat here eventually with that 20 seconds. That was 30 earlier in the 12th place spot.
Yeah, and keeping him honest, up the hill now, into the Audi cutting. Not many overtaking opportunities going to be arising after this. Zane will have to be patient, wait for another time here, and try to dispatch the even machinery. That's one of the problems, though, is this is the same car, and trying to gain any advantage is all down to driver's skill alone. Yes, there's small differences in setup, but at the end of the day, it really is going to be about getting the car rotated and placing it in the proper position to launch yourself and get the overtake done at the end of the cutting, presumably, or the end of Quarry Bend, one of the two.
Yeah, and Flint just looks like he's got better lines going up the mountain, but down the mountain, it's kind of seen the opposite. Jaeger Karu is all over that back bumper, and what it is, or what it isn't, he's very upset, it seems, with Flint there. He's letting him know, I'm behind you, and I'm quicker down the mountain, but the problem is with Karu, is he's not quicker through the mountain. He has to get faster in this section here, and he's alongside now, but he's going to have to back off. No, he's not. That was a camera trick on me. Unfortunately, they've got a McLaren ahead, and I think that Porsche is going to try and use it to the best of his advantage, but looks like Zane Bliskett is here and through, depending on what we see at the cutting.
Yeah, that was a little bit cheeky, actually. So Jaeger Karu and Zane Bliskett being teammates. You can see Jaeger Karu placing his car on the left-hand side of the track there, giving Zane Bliskett, his teammate, the slipstream. But him himself not getting a slipstream. What has happened at the top of the mountain is Sam Gaskell has been involved with a back marker. And the Rally Dutchy, I think, in the 621 has been involved as well. Let's see. Did it work? Yes, it worked, thankfully.
So we've got a traditional Bathurst incident here, I have to say. It's a back marker unsettled. Gaskell barely avoids it. And what I don't think he avoided is a code brown there. That would have set me over the edge there, the 44 car. Down Skyline and barely makes it through. Amazing reaction time from the Brit to keep it all right.
Yeah, that was very, very close and thoroughly testing the structural fortitude of those racing trousers. Come pit in, he's going to need a new set. There's no doubt there. Andy Borcher's behind 10 seconds off the back, 9 seconds ahead of Brogdon Dreyer. It seems that we might have been right on the prediction. Sam Gaskell at the front here. It might be a bit of a one-bull race.
Yeah, and what the problem is just back markers, and we saw that with Rally Dutchy there. Anytime, any place, Bathurst can immediately go from a clean racing track to there is a pile up that I do not see, and I'm currently flooring it down Skyline. It's just one of those situations where Bathurst is a dangerous track, and it is one that can go from safe to very unsafe in a matter of very few seconds. And obviously, it's always unsafe when you're about 3 feet from the wall at all times, or less, honestly, 3 inches from the wall at all times. But we'll have to see. Andy Borcher's just kind of preying on the guy in front of him's downfall for now. The Brit Sam Gaskell almost lost there.
You know, there was a quote, Carson. I was commentating for Williams and watching Darren McCormack on the race, and he got a podium at the end of the day, and on the podium interview, he made a comment, and I really, really liked that comment, and he said, here tonight, at the level that we race at, that's the thing, is these drivers extremely talented that are behind the wheel here. These are the best of the best in ACC. We race for millimeters, though. We don't race for inches here, and that's what we're looking at. So when you see these drivers, you can see just how close they're getting to the wall time and time and time again, lap after lap for 6 hours. That's the difference between the average driver and these esports drivers out there, is just their sheer commitment to their lap times.
Yeah, and in sheer commitment comes hundreds of practice laps beforehand, where you know exactly where your margins are. You know where that car is going to be planted and how it's going to react to each dip and curve of panorama. And that's one of those things, is Andreas Borcher's is Bergen trucking, if you will, king of the mountain in German. The number 30 car is absolutely rapid around here. And Sam Gaskell, I mean, just a bit faster in that Lamborghini. And what Borcher's is going to need is, I guess, a Hail Mary here. He's going to need to either pick up the pace massively when Ollie Raza gets back in the car, which is what happened last time at Spa, but we'll just have to see who can come out on top. And Sam Gaskell, he's got a 10 lead move right now, or a 10-second lead right now.
And behind that, Bogdan Dreyer is currently 20 seconds off of the lead, but has Vincenzo Senatore very close behind. The BMW kind of fell off the back early on, had a very poor start. However, since then has made up 2 positions, and the pace 201.8 to a 202.7, an entire second to lap quicker. I think we might see a new podium sitter come the next few laps.
Yeah, and Dyer obviously, of course, is running fast, but he's not running as fast as the sister car, who's also running a 201. But as you saw, had to reverse down the mountain, as we mentioned earlier. That that 4th place BMW is going to be hawking down this McLaren, I think, pretty soon. Seems like downhill is where they get the most speed, and I would have to guess that's true. The BMW is a very heavy car and a very low to the ground car that is going to be rolling like a rock down after Skyline.
By the way, an update on our previous second place sitter, Gabriel Felipe. They are currently, I think, getting close to getting back to the lead lap. In fact, you can see Sam Gaskell is ahead still of Gabriel Felipe. Still a bit of ways to go. However, fastest lap of the servers are being set by the 888.
And yeah, as you notice, Riley Dushy has a drive-through. Should mention that it is live stewarded this time. Typically, Trackalicious leagues are not live stewarded, but this is one of them. It seems Riley Dushy may have gotten a drive-through for something earlier, or perhaps another penalty on the other end of track limits. But it is worth mentioning that this is live stewarded.
I'm assuming speeding in pit lane would be my assumption. They've already made a pit stop. It could be a stop go 30, or it could be a drive-through penalty if they go. I think it's like there's a 2.5 mile an hour limit or something that you don't get a penalty, and then if you hit the penalty limit, if you're just like 2.5 miles an hour over, you get a drive-through, and then if you're egregiously over, you get a stop go 30.
Oh. Okay.
So you can get a drive-through penalty for speeding in pit lane if it isn't the most egregious penalty on the planet. I don't really know how the in-game stewards determine it, to be completely honest, but I think it is down to your entry speed when you come in.
Yeah, and if you're curious about that live stewarding, it's a bit of a weird one. It's kind of like when a shoe drops. Every hour on the top of the hour, I believe if it's like Spa, the penalties will all drop at once at the 5 hour mark. So we've got 13 minutes till some drivers will be getting a little bit of an extension on their pit stops here. On that note, we've got about 10 minutes or 20 minutes left in a lot of these drivers' stint times here. And Riley Dutchy going to serve that drive-through, get rid of that stint time very, very quickly here. That number 20th place car is going to chase the helicam that was just apparently crashed into the pit lane there. We just got back up. The 621 going to do their quick drive-through here, potentially, as they swerve left and right, keeping those tires warm.
Fair enough, I guess. It's not going to do much at that speed, but it is, I mean, honestly, it's not going to do anything. You should just drive through the pit lane and not lose the time that is required. You're just going to be losing time there. There we go. Rally gets the hint, and, oh, never mind. Okay, pay no mind to that. Not recommended, chat. Either way, isn't going to be too much of a hindrance, but it isn't going to be ideal for Jaeger. The problem is, you mentioned their stint timer, and yes, it does reset the stint timer. However, it does not reset your fuel, and that's going to be typically the limiting factor for the stints, is how much fuel is in the car. If you, well, have no liters of fuel, you're not going to be able to drive, so it's ideal to refuel when needed.
Yeah, and obviously refueling can come into a massive strategy. As we saw last week, if anybody remembers, Professor Chronotis did an excellent job with Neil Kerbal as well, who's not there, unfortunately, tonight. They've had to run a sub for the Trackalicious team there, but really, really excellent stuff. They had 120 liters at one stop. Then the next stop in the final lap of the race, they only took like 10 to 20, had a very short pit stop, and ended up in 11th and beat 2 cars because their pit stop was just ended up being shorter as they got so much time on that 120 liter section there. But the stint timer is it's not optional. But also, speaking of that, we should probably talk about tire limits, Mike.
Oh yeah, great idea. That's one thing I often forget about here. At the Community World Challenge, we have a very, very unique addition into these championships that I think is one of the best additions in any championship for endurance racing. There are 4 limited sets of tires for the entire weekend. So you have to basically make your rubber, I mean, it's, what's the, oh no, I forgot the David Croft analogy. It's like having a jar of sweets. You know, you don't want to spend all of your sweets at one go, because if you do, then you're not going to have any sweets later. You need to save them over the course of a stint, and that way you can have sweets whenever you want. You know, I think that's the best way of describing it.
Yeah, 4 limits of dries, by the way. If it starts raining, all that goes out the window, because it's just a hope and a prayer at that point, especially at Panorama. It won't really matter what the tires are doing, because you're going to be sliding across the track anyway if it is flooded. And we'll just kind of, one thing I do hope is that if it does rain, I really hope we don't get a flooded track, because then you're just going to see drivers essentially at the pit limiter at some sections of the track trying their best not to hydroplane down Skyline.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to that level of weather. I hope not, at least. But I definitely would like to see a little bit of rainfall. It makes things a bit spicy. That was just how close these drivers get, Carson. I know it's a bit scary at times, but this is the commitment level that they have. You can see both drivers pushing the limits. Brogan Dyer maybe pushing a little bit harder, to be honest. He almost makes contact with the wall, and we've seen mistakes happen here at Skyline, and that's the place that they're going to happen. You know, early on through McPhillamy and into those sectors into Reed Park, you can make mistakes. It is possible to overcook it into the wall, but if you're over driving on any part of this track at top of Skyline, that is certainly the place you do not want to be doing that.
Yeah, and you might think that it's safer on the mountain than you think about it. Oh, as the turn they're approaching here, this little turn complex is quite the dangerous one. You either go through it really slow and hit the curb and fly over it, kind of like you're enjoying a quick rallycross moment there, but as you head down to just a very quick right-hander, which if you go side by side and do it, will result in your death and the death of the person next to you. This section right here can do the same, as you see a car go a little bit wide. Some dirt picked up for the Wild Things Racing as that BMW, bit of a bump draft nearly. They have to go backwards. Mike, did he make contact with the back end of that McLaren there?
No, I didn't see, at least I didn't see contact, to be honest. I don't think he made contact there. You would have seen the McLaren back end step out a little bit. But regardless, Vincenzo is aggressive, and he is posturing to make an overtake happen into the first corner. It's not going to make it work. And now down towards Quarry Bend, you're looking for the slipstream and the long run down. You want to make that overtake happen before you get to the braking zone, and ideally you want to be on the inside. So you want to park it on the right-hand side of the track. If you are Brogdon, he does exactly that, forcing the BMW to the outside. He has to go the long way around if he wants to make that overtake. Bit of a wiggle for the McLaren, but that shouldn't make too much of a difference. And Vincenzo, maybe a little bit unhappy there, but regardless, that's put him under pressure now from Kevin Blanchette.
Yeah, those quarter panels, I was watching from a different angle, those quarter panels at the back end of the McLaren and the front end of the BMW made a bit of contact, and that's why you see him got massively unsettled. That back end banged against the wall briefly there. And now he's gone from pressuring for third to under pressure from Kevin Blanchette, who's been a rapid pace driver so far. 585 Canadian machine. Crazy Rabbits are jumping at the opportunity here to get a podium, and they might end up with it towards Skyline. They're the fastest of the three right now.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier before he had made up the positions, but Kevin Blanchette is a driver to keep an eye on. When he gets put into these weird cars, when he's put onto Bathurst, something just clicks. It doesn't matter what car he's driving. Again, he is finished after 12 hours on the podium with a Jaguar. Out of all of the cars on this planet, he is podiumed with a Jaguar after 12 hours at Bathurst. The man knows this track. He knows the mountain like the back of his hand, and he knows the Lexus too. So this is going to be a massive advantage going into for the Crazy Rabbits car, and 5 positions gained thus far. There's a potential for more on the cards, and even a podium. I'm not sure the race win is on. It'd be quite the ass just looking at lap times alone. Need to beat Sam Gaskell, who's lapping at a 2:01.4. Nobody is really matching that but Andy Borchers and Gabriel Felipe. Kevin Blanchette, though, certainly is flying.
Yeah, I would definitely say the only real way that they can beat him is through a miracle, and through a miracle of these dark color cloud above us suddenly pouring rain down upon us, as we have a nice clean dry track for the next 30 minutes, much to the spectators' chagrin there. The 585 car will be without the assistance of rain for the win here, but really good spot for a podium either way. He's chasing that BMW now close to the back bumper of the hot pink car ahead, but he's got some hot pink of a different shade. I'd say more of a pastel behind.
Okay. Fair enough. That's a color that I'm not too familiar with, to be honest.
Pastel pink?
You know, I always thought pastels were like the things that you drew with.
Yeah. But it's like if you drew with a pastel like crayon that was pink, it would look like the front of that bumper.
Chat, can you confirm nor deny this?
Any color theory experts in chat?
I haven't used a pastel since elementary school, so I'm just not the expert on this front.
Yeah, I think we definitely have someone that understands pastel pink in this chat, just based on the amount of weird topics that we do know a lot on here at TRACKILICIOUS. Maybe color theory is not one of them. Maybe some chaos theory if anybody's into theoretical physics here. But I think that's one of the things that we have to see here is chaos theory might be taking a massive play in tonight's race here, as Vince is really trying to chase down that back bumper of the McLaren, but really can't seem to get the pace that he had a few laps before, and I'm wondering if he sustained any major damage to that back end of the quarter panel. We mentioned the BMW. Is it, Mike, is it one of those cars that steps out a bit if you take too much damage to one part of the car?
No, typically not. The BMW is an absolute rock most of the time. It is probably the most beginner-friendly car, maybe, if you are into the kind of front-engined side of things. I personally am not a fan of the BMW. It is a very understeery, a very, again, planted. It's an extremely planted car that is never going to throw you around unless you are very, very rude to it. So it's an easy machine to drive and easy to learn, hard to master, I think is the BMW's kind of forte. So if you are newer to the game and looking to drive, I would say the BMW is a great choice for the GT3 cars if you are trying to find one and haven't quite found your mustard just yet.
And Adam Strange asks, Coke or Pepsi? Mike, I'm going to let you answer first.
If I have to choose, I guess I'll choose Coke, but to be completely honest, I don't really care. I will take either one, and I will be perfectly happy with either one of them. I'm not going to complain. But it's a Coke. It better be a Coke Zero or a Pepsi Zero. That's all I got to say.
I'm going to say Pepsi just for Fanta.
That's fair.
I'm a big Fanta guy, so I'll pretend like that wasn't that was the question, that I'm like Coke or Pepsi products, because I'm just gonna go with Fanta either way. I will throw your Coke that you give me into the wall and pick up my delicious orange soda.
That's fair. I like Sprite though, so Sprite is better than Sierra Mist. So I'll go Coke on that side.
Fair. I don't think that's fair, Vinny. Vinny, I don't think that's fair.
Oh.
Mandatory.
Car did your 1 hour. There you go. It was a painful one, but that's all right. You got it done. You're still alive. And there's, I'm assuming, quite a bit of learning that was done on that one. It's a seasonal thing for Steven. Coke hits different in the winter, and Pepsi hits different in the summer. Honestly, Steven, that makes sense to me. I know some people might be thinking, what the heck are you talking about? They do just hit slightly different, though. Like, I mean, it's a different, you know, it's different strokes for different folks at the end of the day. But if I have to pick a Pepsi or a Coke, again, I don't really care. I mean, I'll do the blind taste test. I can tell the difference. Don't get me wrong. I can tell Pepsi Zero from Pepsi Normal to Pepsi Max, but they're all decent. They're all just sugary beverages at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, aspartame beverages, I would guess, for some of them, but I don't know. It's quite interesting here, but speaking of quite interesting, I think we might have a move on our hands here. That BMW is caught right up to the back end of that hot pink McLaren, and despite the Coke or Pepsi debate going on, these two have remained racing, obviously. Hunting for that podium spot. That hot pink Wild Things Racing is just managing to stay ahead. They're hoping for a good result for the team, but that Need for Speed Most Wanted livery behind is chasing them down instead of the cops chasing him down.
Fair enough. And also oh my goodness, a little bit out of shape there goes Brogan Dreyer, but now to the outside. It's going to be covered off to the in for the Audi cutting. I don't see any way the BMW is going to get around, and he has to go nip and tuck. Needs to be careful though. Kevin Blanchette rearing for any opportunity that he can. Vincenzo kind of needs to dial it back at this stage. I'd like to see these three drivers work together. I don't think we're going to see that happen, which is good for us, to be completely honest, because it's more entertainment that way. However, if I was strategically saying, if I'm the team principal of these drivers and in their ears whispering, I would say, guys, quit the battling. Don't worry about it right now. Try to catch up to Andy. We have 20 seconds back right now, and things like that can happen. Kevin Blanchette makes a mistake. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. That wasn't a terrible mistake. He did basically perfectly, but regardless, that's a track cut penalty. That's one track cut penalty guaranteed added there to the cards. You pick up 4 of those, and you're going to be taking a unscheduled trip down pit lane for a nice 20-odd second penalty. What, 25-second penalty?
Yeah, just about
19.
And
19.
Yeah, Kevin Blanchette just kind of saw his mistake was coming, floored it down Skyline, jumped over the graders, broke at the right time, and I guess that's making enough mistakes to know where your braking zone is going to be if you don't turn at all. Kevin Blanchette, a really, really good driver, of course, and a lot of experience at Bathurst, and quite interesting on that other end to see just kind of how he knows his lines better, and knows his lines while he's going downhill, jumping over graders. Skyline's off section is unforgiving, to say the least, if you're going a bit too fast.
Yeah, it certainly is. And now down to the first corner. Is the opportunity going to open up for the BMW? The inside isn't covered, but no, it's just going to be a little bit too far back right now. Try to slingshot yourself, though, onto the mountain straight and maybe gain an advantage. Let's see if we hop onto the front splitter. You can see we are gaining, but the inside, again, covered off. The Wild Things Racing knows how to defend here, but is this futile? Is this a worthwhile effort to defend this position? And in my opinion, no, I don't think it is. And this is why this is going to be Vincenzo taking full advantage there. The Wild Things Racing gets forced into a mistake, and it looks like it might not just be one position. It's no positions. He holds on. My goodness, the switchback of dreams, though, as Brogan Dreyer gets overtaken. Vincenzo Sentore, opportunistic as ever. A clip of the wall there from Kevin Blanchette, but my goodness, Carson, what racing that was.
Okay, so I have never seen quite the send like that through Audi cutting, and he just, he cut right through, Mike, to be honest with you. He looked like highway traffic trying to get past a slow car on the other end. McLaren gets all unsettled, headed towards the skyline, maybe a bit rattled by the display that he just got put on in front of them. Not Wild Things Racing cars racing for their position as a team, and obviously they've ended up 7th, and they're trying to beat their own team here. They're the lower team of the Wild Things Racing cars, and I think this means a lot to them. A podium finish while your sister car doesn't even get towards the top 10 would be very, very big for these guys, and they really want that position. You saw it there, but seemed a bit futile. But now I think Kevin Blanchette might have a good go at it. Pastel pink, hot pink. We still need a word from Chad on that if anybody is knowing of color theory.
Is this pastel pink, chat? We need to know. Also, apologies. I'll apologize when the ad break's done. I don't know why the ad break started. I didn't even get a warning on that one. Normally they warn me when that's going to happen. Oh, and into pit lane. There we go.
Smart decision.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Very much a smart decision here to get the pit stop done. Get out of traffic and try to get a fresh set of boots on. Go set a quicker lap than these two drivers and take that position back off of, well, not... no overtake, but off the off-track position, I suppose, and just try to put it into the absolute maximum gear that you can and get that position done. But again, I'd like to see the battling cease. Cameraman, hello. Okay, thank you. I'd like to see the battling cease between these three drivers just so they can maybe gain to the back of the front runners. But right now, they are, it doesn't seem like they have any interest whatsoever in making that happen. Andy Borscher's in, and Michael Formato in, Brogan Dreyer in, and now coming out of pit lane.
Yeah, that car, I'm curious to see their strategy for the night. Ali Raza now piloting that machine. The number 30 driver was quicker than his teammate at Spa. Not quite sure what it'll be on the other end. Yeah, the cameraman maybe just shoveling candy in his mouth, enjoying his unlimited sweets on the sideline there, as he does not have a limited set of tires or sweets. He just, not really paying attention, it seems.
No, the cameraman's actually useless. Like, what the heck is going on with him right now? It's insane. I've never seen a cameraman be this useless in any ACC stream before. It's ridiculous. I mean, minus, like, Red Bull Ring. That's probably the only track that's even worse.
Yeah, and it does suck when the cameras suck, but normally they don't. Normally they're quite all right here at Bathurst, as you see the Quinn Smith. Beautiful camera there, zooms out at the perfect time, so you get the entire section there. But the guy coming up, I don't know what happens, but he probably needs to be off the payroll very, very soon.
No, we'll go over to Helicam just to avoid the issues.
You look on the right there, that orange marker, that's where he is.
Are they doing driver swaps? Yes, they are. So there are 70-minute stint timers. The drivers have to pit after or before that time, and then the stint timer will be reset. And there are 2 drivers per team, typically, for the most part. I'm not sure if all of them have 2. Some might have 3, or no, I think it's the maximum teams of 2, if I'm not mistaken. So it is up to 2 teammates on each team. And they will be swapping back and forth for the 6 hours. And I'm not sure there's a stint timer. I think there is a stint timer, but I think it's, what, 5 hours? I think that just both drivers have to participate. You can have a driver drive most of the race.
No, that's not even the thing, is you can literally have a driver drive for 5 seconds as long as both drivers are ending up in the car at some point during the races. Are we excited for the Olympics? I'm excited for rugby sevens for men's and women's, but literally nothing else, to be honest with you. I'm not much of an Olympics watcher. I'm more of a Winter Olympics guy just because I like watching the hockey, but that's kind of it for me.
I'm excited for the powerlifting and the wrestling. That's what I want to see.
Yeah,
but
everybody's
you
got
know,
their own sports, I think, with that.
go America, but like realistically, let's go for the silver. I mean, we're gonna try for the gold in wrestling, but like, come on. Uh-oh. Who was that? That was Christopher Tones in the struggle bus. Was that a disconnect? Did the server just...
I think that was the server.
That was me, maybe. That might have been me.
No, because mine just went.
Uh-oh. ACC, not like this.
Not like this, ACC. Not like this.
Hopefully none of the drivers experienced that, and that was just on our end.
My game crashed, so...
It's okay.
Well,
don't worry. Carson has a cursed copy of Assetto Corsa Competizione, so that's not out of the normal, to be completely honest, folks. Carson's game crashing is within regulation as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, if my game crashes, obviously you saw at the start of Spa, I'll point it out, the elephant in the room. We tried to do the grid walk, and instantly the game crashed upon hitting the button to do the grid walk, so,
Brutal.
Oh, man. Brutal.
And could I theory swap with my dog for 5 seconds? Huh?
If your dog has a registered SimGrid account, yes, in theory, your dog, if he is Airbud and the Airbud of racing, you could do a stint with your dog for 5 seconds. But the problem is at Panorama, he would have to get around the entire track in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So
Good
it's more
luck.
like a 55-second with your dog. Like if you had your dog in your lap and had both arms on the wheel, I feel like, yeah, you could do it. You could do a stint with your dog. Your dog seems cool. That's also a big part of Stream Assessor. That is a pretty cool dog if he can do that.
That would be sweet if a dog could do that. I mean, I know there are dogs that ride skateboards, but come on, a dog driving a GT car, that would be next level.
I think that'd be more than next level. I think like the next level from skateboards is like a dog riding a bike, Mike.
Into pit lane. A few more drivers make their stop. 70-minute stint timers, so every driver does need to come in. Well, now, basically. So we're down to the wire here, and Sam Gaskell has no choice but to come in on... technically, he can come in next lap if he wants. But I would like to see him come in this lap just to make sure. Flash of the headlights there. I think he recognizes on camera, and he's out another one. Okay. He says, I technically have mathematically enough time to make it around in my stint timer. Honestly, he's pretty good. He's got a minute. He has a minute to spare, so he'll be fine. But this is what we're talking about earlier with stint timers and maximizing it to the absolute limit. This might save them a pit stop later on. And if that does, that's going to be another 45 plus seconds saved in the long term to add on to their already lead of this race. So everything is looking sunshine right now for Sam Gaskell, but he just needs to keep it within the pit limiter. That'll be the most important thing on the entries. Hopefully, he practiced his pit entries.
Yeah, not to mention that they also ended up not getting second place last race because they screwed up the stint timer. That was their problem last race. They did the exact same thing and forgot there was a stint timer and we're going to just plan to go to the end of the race. They put enough fuel in the car to do so. And they had to take literally 2 drive-thrus because they didn't need tires. They didn't have an extra pair of tires. They were double stinting. And I think that's also something we got to talk about. With only 4 sets of tires, a lot of these drivers are going to be on a lot of different rubber situations.
Yeah, and to be honest, when it comes to that strategy, I'd imagine all of the drivers are going to be on a fresh set of rubber at the start, but I could be wrong. That's the thing, is because you have your qualifying tires too. You need to keep that in mind. But early on, I think that most of the drivers would have went for the fresh set of rubber to make up as much ground as possible. Beyond that, into the second stint, you might throw on your old set, you might throw on your quali set, you might throw on a new set. It really is up in the air for that one. You might double stint your tires. I think that is what the leaders are going to do. I would expect the leaders to double stint their tires. That way you just save time. You don't need to change your tires every single stop. Then you double stint them for once, and then you double stint them again. And then by the end, you have 2 sets of tires that you're going to be using for your 2 final stints to gain as much time as you want. That makes sense to me. However, we'll see.
Yeah, and it's obviously different with the limit, but at Panorama, you typically don't see double stints too much. Normally, in most endurance races, the 12-hour, I know, is one of those races where you don't... It's not that you get unlimited tires, it's that you do get a little extra because it is Panorama, and they don't really want you to be running on old rubber through probably the most dangerous track on the entire GT schedule. And, yeah, I mean, there's reasons for that. But, I mean, here, obviously, there's no real danger except your fingers, which, yeah, you can let go of the wheel. We believe in you. And one of those drivers who will not be letting go of the wheel, who has been charging towards the front, doing everything he can. Ali Raza, I'm curious to see how he compares to Andy Borchers, the German, now swapping out for the Canadian.
Yep, fastest lap from Andy was a 2:01.2. Can Ollie beat that? It is certainly possible. We will see. Only time will tell for the BMW driver. This is his out lap, of course, so this lap time is going to be abysmal, which is to be expected.
Or Gasco, I think Ollie Raza's
what happened?
Second lap.
Chase Wright is crabbing. You can see there's a trail of rubber being left behind from his right-hand side, so his steering column is broken, more than likely. Just off of initial glance. Something has gone severely awry for this Lamborghini.
These Fuchsia cars, I mean, what happened at Spa, they want to forget about as soon as possible, and this is not, I guess it's a good way to do it, is continue the misery, but these cars had as a team, Fuchsia Competition had 3 drive-thrus, 5 pit stops related to damage at Spa. That's 8 extra stops for that car, that team. That is much better than that, and they know they're much better than that. And I feel very, very bad. It's been a stroke of bad luck for them. I'm not sure what happened to Jace right there, but I believe 4 other drivers got penalties for getting into incidents with them throughout the other section last race, and I think that tells you all you need to know about their luck. Is it's pretty bad. And at Panorama, it's looking pretty bad for Jace Wright, but it's one crash. You just got to stay there a little bit extra longer. We mentioned it's a 54-second pit stop. Probably just going to be an extra lap, and it sucks for Jace Wright, but you just got to put your head down and keep digging in that V10 Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's all you really can do. Make it to the checkered flag and hope for the best and hope for the worst for everybody else, to be honest. And, you know, it sounds grim, but it is unfortunately true when you're in a situation like that, and that car definitely looked rough. And yeah, maybe a puncture. It's definitely on the cards, but I think there was more than a puncture going on as well. It was, yeah, broken steering column, puncture, damaged carbon fiber, radiator busted, leaking all over, fluids on track. Okay, maybe it's not quite that realistic, but still, definitely would have been if that was the case. Jace never wrong right. Has my support. You love to hear it. Unfortunately, he got it wrong on this last lap.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. Obviously, I don't know, maybe it was another stroke of bad luck and just getting involved with another car somewhere and just getting slightly tapped in the wrong spot, which at Panorama, any sort of getting uneven can result in adjacent right getting into quite an accident there. Adjacent right. I'm loving the nicknames, chat. They're doing well.
Keep them up. Keep them up. We're happy to have you here, chat. Welcome along, everybody. We're at the top of the, well, I missed it already, but 1 hour in already, just about a little over, for the SRO Community World Challenge, the road to the CWC. The winners of this championship, not only do they win a custom AWI International watch, they also win a ticket to the SRO Community World Challenge, which allows them to race alongside all of the different drivers that have qualified from all 10 championships. Certainly is a title to have.
Yeah, and on those qualifying notes, is it just one team that goes, or what is the...
I'm glad that you asked me, Carson, because I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know if really anybody does.
I think it might be top 3. That's what it was last time, to be fair. It was top, so the last time it was top 3, and then it was the top 2 in the GT4 category. But it's also, last time it wasn't the SRO Community World Challenge, it was the road to the grand finals. So it's a little bit different. You know, it makes things nice and easy for us commentators, and welcome as well to Bathurst. Apologies on the mispronunciation. That name is very difficult for me, but it doesn't seem that hard to pronounce.
Speaking of welcome and winners, I'm going to take a quick welcome to Pranav Kalavala, the team principal of your car, that's in not technically first place right now, but it's, oh, actually, yes, in first place as he exits the pits right now. As I have to take a quick moment here, Mike, as you catch up with Pranav Kalavala really quickly. I'm going to have
Sounds
to be right back.
Good. No issues there. As we go on board here, we have the likes of Sam Gaskell behind the wheel. Prawn, first off, how's it going so far on this this lovely Saturday?
All is good, all is well. We're chilling right now, all of our boys. We are in a VC with a bunch of our friends, having a good time. It's a fantastic day to be alive.
I'd love to hear it. Prawn, freshly graduated from uni, out there watching your team dominate. I gotta say, it's probably all smiles for the time being, but it almost wasn't there briefly at the top of the mountain. Why don't you talk us through that little moment that Sam almost got into, but thankfully managed to avoid with lightning speed reactions?
It's just one of those things. Bathurst is an unassuming track, and, you know, if you make even the smallest of mistakes, it has the biggest of consequences. Luckily, Sam kept it in one piece. We only have like, what, 2.5 seconds of damage from our first stint. We're keeping it relatively smooth and clean for Bathurst standards. And we're just, you know, plugging away. Because any race around Bathurst, even like a 30-minute one, feels long. 6 hours is brutal. And it will take everything out of a driver.
And on that note, taking everything out of a driver, well, you have 2 drivers on your team, Zach Doran as well. Now, I'm not sure how much strategy you want to divulge for the other drivers or the other teams out there, but what are the plans for putting Zach behind the wheel here?
Essentially, what will happen is Zach will be racing most likely 3 stints in the middle of the race, and then at the final sort of stint, I think Sam is going to be heading back in and finishing off strong for us. Zach seems to be equidistant in terms of pace, in terms of practice that we've done. So we should be holding our lead, if not improving on it by a significant margin.
Well, you love to see that, absolutely. And in terms of Sam Gaskell leading right now, the pit strategy, you guys were pushing it down to the wire in the previous race. I'm assuming we're not going to be seeing such a liberal use of stint time in this race versus Spa-Francorchamps.
We're going to be playing it very, very safe because we do not want a repeat of last week. And especially in a championship that is as close as this. You know, any mistake we make, and Ali Raza and Andy Borchers is going to be hot on our heels, and we do not want that level of pressure. So we're just keeping it consistent, sticking to our markers, ensuring that the car is as safe and as secure as it possibly can be. And yeah, just move across with things. I mean, TRACKILICIOUS have done a brilliant job of making sure that the competition is tight. So it's of utter importance that our guys, you know, stick to the program, ensure that, you know, everything is as good as possible.
That makes sense. And on that, we'll have one more question before you let you go here, Prawn. Obviously, early on, we saw that disconnect from the Vacuum ORT team. Now, that is absolutely gutting to see at any time. However, for you, it might not be the most gutting sight in the world. That puts them down at the bottom of the scoring charts currently. And if the checkered flag was to fall right now, which, well, it isn't, there's still 4 hours and 42 minutes left, you would take the lead of this championship heading into the final race. Now, how confident would that bring your team?
It would give us a hell of a lot of focus, a lot of confidence as well. I think it's always unfortunate when you see a fellow competitor disconnect, because I mean, Gabriel Felipe and Wilson Fernandez, I mean, we all know them. You know, they're TRACKILICIOUS regulars. They compete like in a wide range of championships that TRACKILICIOUS has to offer, and they always bring the heat. So it was really unfortunate. I mean, our first reaction to Gabriel disconnecting was, the race isn't going to be as interesting anymore, because they would always push us and always keep us honest. And that's something that we really value, because keeping a team honest like that, especially when you're up at the top, keeps you sharp and keeps you at the head of your game. And that's something that is really, really important, especially when you go to qualify and then compete in the SRO Community World Challenge.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And it's, you know, I like to hear you say that as well, because it's not all a cutthroat community out here. We're not just hoping for everybody to have failures at the end of the day. You want a good race, you want a clean championship, and you want it to be entertaining and fun. And as you mentioned, just keeping your drivers honest, that can be a strategy in itself, just to keep your drivers awake at certain times for these long endurance races. But Prawn, best of luck. We'll let you go here at this stage, unless Carson, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
No, as just a general reminder of, Prawn, you're not out of the woods yet. I know you, the last time you were interviewed here live, your driver immediately got a stop-go 30 right out of the gate afterwards. So hopefully you're not a bad luck charm this time. But I do want to remind everybody, we've got 4 hours and 40 minutes left. This race, not quite over.
Well, I'll be heading straight back into VC so that doesn't happen. Last week I was fairly busy, so I wasn't able to. But you know, we'll figure it out. Either way, you guys are doing an amazing job with broadcasting. Thank you so much once again for bringing such amazing entertainment to Trackalicious. You guys are the legends of the community, and I hope that, you know, this continues on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prawn, and good luck in the rest of your race.
Thank you, fellas. Take care.
You too. Pranav Kalevala.
Keep him humble.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree. But that's Pranav Kalevala, everybody, the current team principal of the car that you are seeing on your screen, the Visceral Esports Stealth number 44. He is managing these two drivers out there, and what a challenge that must be. Managing drivers is not an easy thing, especially when it comes to esports drivers.
Yeah, and Prawn, obviously, as I do joke that you have to keep him humble, is one of the most humble and carefree guys that you can ever meet, and his drivers love him. They very much appreciate his presence around the track and around the grid, and definitely a good guy to have around. Definitely a guy I'd want as my team principal if I could drive.
Fair enough.
I'm very good at it.
Would cats or dogs, or would dogs or cats make better drivers? I think dogs would make a better driver because they have a less attention span. Now, I know that sounds counterproductive, right? But I think that a cat just doesn't care. A dog would be very excited about everything that they're doing constantly, which is what a driver needs. You don't want that I don't care mentality. It doesn't help. I don't think a cat would make a good racing driver.
And then I oppose to you Kimi Räikkönen.
Kimi Räikkönen...
Cat Räikkönen?
I mean...
Kimi Räikkönen was a great driver, right?
Yeah, but he's not a feline.
That's true, but would a cat be like Kimi Räikkönen? You don't know that. You've never seen a cat drive, Mike, have you?
No, but I don't think he would be like Kimi Räikkönen, because Kimi didn't care. Cats don't care in a different way. Kimi just legitimately didn't care about anything.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I don't know. I feel like cats would be like maybe more like an Oscar Piastri, where they're very focused all the time. They're very relaxed on it, and I don't know. Yes, Stream Espresso with the exact same point. It's slightly delayed for them, but yeah, Oscar Piastri is basically a human cat. That is the joke on Twitter. That is the entire referred to as the Twitter community. That's
the only driver that I've ever seen to apologize, not just after getting a win, but after getting their first win ever. They apologized. What a guy. Also, it's next, just jumping out of the 627 car, and it has handed over to Kuziterakov. The 627 machine running in 4th position right now, has a blue flag ahead of them in Rally Dutchy. Also, my mom's in chat. Hi, Mom.
Mike Nause mom. That's pretty. Oh yeah, Rally Dutchy really bent out of shape. I think that was intentional based on their steering input there. Their car is very damaged, and doesn't really go well for them, unfortunately. When you're going down Skyline with a BMW and equal machinery that is much quicker in pace, and doesn't have a drag on the front of it that prevents you from going forward as fast as you would like.
Yeah, certainly. And one thing I'm noticing here, Carson, is one of the things that I feared is unfortunately coming into reality right now. The drivers are having a wonderful time on track, but all of them are all by themselves.
Oh, no.
They're dealing with closest gap that we have on track right now is about 2.1 seconds. So we're in that maintenance phase of an endurance race. And this is when things tend to slow down a little bit. And, you know, all in all, the action will resume soon enough come the pit phase and everybody getting it done. But we are on such different strategies right now. And actually, speaking of pit phase, Kuziterakov hasn't stopped. That's going to be a penalty. Headed their way, I think.
Wait,
no, they have...
Because it... Yeah, I was going to say, because they should have already gotten it at this point.
No, I don't think they have. I don't see a pit stop for Kuziterakov.
Do we think the disconnect may have happened? Do you think that your little thing, because HGTV, I know sometimes does that disconnect thing where it's like that brief second we had where it wasn't connected? I don't know. Maybe.
I don't think so. I think that they've been out for 1 hour and 23 minutes, though. But I think they would have got a penalty already.
Then why would they be in 4th? Right?
I agree. Because they haven't pit. So they would
No,
be
but they were in 4th already. They were in this position already. like
They were in
before they
6th, but yeah, I
would
don't
have
know.
moved up, wouldn't they? Because
I hope it's a bug.
Blanchett is so far ahead. Blanchett is
It might
24
be.
seconds ahead. How did that happen?
Yeah, that's a
Right?
good point. Yeah, I think it's a bug. I think it's a
We
bug
hit it
right
around
now.
20 minutes ago.
Perfect. Okay,
Yeah,
then
I
it's just a
one of the
bug.
drivers in chat. I was like, there's no way they wouldn't be winning if that was the
Oh, that's right. They just said they pit. They literally
Yeah.
just came in chat and said that they pit. That's what started this whole conversation. Of course.
Ooh.
Okay. Quinn Smith has found the back bumper of Michael Formato in the Fear Nothing Moto McLaren. And that was very quick. I'm not sure if there was a mistake from Michael that allowed Quinn to catch up that rapidly. However, if it is going to be that much of a pace difference, I think Quinn is about to slingshot himself around. He takes the alternate line of Forest Elbow, gets onto the accelerator, and is going to look to out-drag race the McLaren. However, there's a bit of a gap currently between the two.
Yeah, I know those Fear Nothing moto cars have had a bit of a rough time up towards the top of the mountain. Michael Formato, not particularly challenged so far, but his teammate went down the grid in just rather getting unsettled at the skyline in the wrong spot, having to wait. The 227 car just trying to keep it together, going through a turn very reminiscent of mine shaft, now slowing down for this left-hander, right-hander. I think it's only a matter of time before Quinn Smith is putting pressure on that bumper and getting past.
Prawn
What?
arguing with my mother? All right, that's all right, Prawn. You trying to come back into Discord and throw some fighting words? We can throw hands. That's fine.
That was not...
Mike has the
Quinn
DDR
Smith.
world record since 1999. Yes, Quinn Smith does get by. That was a fairly easy overtake. Not
Yeah.
much to be found there. And Michael, I do not think is going to be able to respond. The pace difference is a little bit too much at this stage. And actually, one thing I'm noticing here, and this is the main difference and why there's such a pace difference, Michael Formato is double stinting his tires. He ended up taking the same set of boots from the last stint. Quinn Smith on fresh rubber. Anybody that is just joining us, first off, welcome. There is 4 limited tire sets in this session, so the drivers cannot take a new set of boots every single pit stop. They have to be very conservative with their rubber. And again, it's like the Sweet Star analogy. You can't spend all your sweets in one place.
Yeah, and a question from chat, how good is Mike at Dance Dance Revolution? I don't think Mike would be good at Dance Dance Revolution. I actually think I would wipe the floor with you. I used to play Dance Dance Revolution every single day as a kid.
Then yeah, you're probably right.
But
I'm not much of a
to
dancer.
Pranav Kalevala, what I want you to do on Google right now, I want you to search up all-time gold medals in the Olympics, and I want you to go scroll over to that Wikipedia page and take a click mouse 1 on that page and look who's at the top, and look at the gap to Great Britain, my friend.
Fair enough, fair enough. We are going to be going Team USA all the way, but yes.
Very
Absolutely roasted.
Yeah,
USA on top. Yeah, Prawn, get out of here, you British scum. You pond scum. No, okay, I'm getting a bit rude at this point. That's maybe a bit yeah.
Yeah, obviously the Olympics going on right now. Fun, interesting fact. Esports just got approved for the Olympics. Not sim racing at all, but esports just approved for the Olympics next summer around I don't know, but can you imagine having to be in the same ceremony as there's like a guy who's like a Mario Kart Olympic plays with like the basketball team?
Call of Duty professional alongside the World Basketball Championship team. Yeah, that might not. Look, I'm pro a sim racing Olympics of some extent, but having Olympics or sim racing in the Olympics, I don't get it.
I mean, you could do it. I just feel like it'd be better if you did it from home. I just think like it's on like a different time. Like there's no Olympics this year, so let's do the esports Olympics every year that there's no Olympics because there's that gap year in between the two, right? I don't know.
How much doping are we gonna see in the esports scene versus? Oh wait, did I say that out loud? Anyways. It's not the proper response, Carson.
Caffeine. Caffeine, of course, actually welcomed during the Olympics, believe it or not.
One of the many substances allowed in the Olympics, unfortunately.
Such as water?
Yeah, water's one of them. Yeah, that's another one.
Food in general. But yeah, we've got yeah, that's a really good way of putting it, Mark and chat. I'm very pro esports as well, but I just don't like the esports being a part of the Olympics, as rather being separate of the Olympics. Because I think maybe they should just run their own thing in the months, like I mentioned, off. I don't know. It just seems
Yeah, I always thought that if you were an Olympian, you were an athlete. And
sim racers aren't athletes, Mike?
No. Quite frankly, some sim racers are athletes. I won't deny. I'm not going to, not say all sim racers aren't athletes, but just because you're a sim racer does not make you an athlete.
Yeah. So it's a lot of strain, but I wouldn't say it's as much strain as, like, I don't know, Olympic skateboarding. That's pretty metal. I saw their bus broke down. If you've ever seen that, the Olympic skateboarding bus broke down, and they did the most skateboarder thing ever and just skated to the arena that they were playing. And I thought that was pretty good. But the Olympics have been pretty interesting so far. I saw the opening ceremony. Something of beauty is Quinn Smith. Scheduled stop, yes, because he had damage earlier, so he's got to take his stint timer a bit oddly. He's going to be before everybody else. Bit of an undercut, but not the kind of one you want to see, because there was an extra stop tagged on there. He's got on his second stop now, but nobody's really on there. Some people are on their third, honestly, but most people aren't even on their second.
Yeah, and that'll definitely affect him long term when we come down to the final stop. Right now, it's not going to make too much of a difference, but long term is where they will be hurting, unfortunately, and trying to make up some time. Going to strap on presumably a new set of boots, but maybe not. Again, double stinting is probably the option at this point. Just trying to survive, make it through your stints, and get to the end with a fresh set of rubber that you can end up wringing the neck of all the way down to the very wire, which is going to be necessary for Quinn Smith. They have a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, and I'm curious. There is one option, and it is definitely one of those options where you have to pray that there is rain in the second half of the race. You can single stint all your tires and hope that at the second half of the race in the last 2 hours it's pouring or raining the entire time to the point where you have that pace advantage because you used up all your dry tires on the best pace that you can. But I think that'd be a bit of a desperation send and only going to be something that we would see if somebody is right out of the top 3 trying to get to the Community World Challenge right at the end of the series. But I don't think it's time for a Hail Mary yet, obviously, and I don't think even this race will be time for a Hail Mary. I think it'll all come next month at the 24-hour of Nürburgring circuit.
Yeah, the Nordschleife, the big boy track of the century. I mean, you are correct, but yeah. The biggest circuit in all of history in terms of it, so it's going to be quite the exciting one, and one to close the championship down, and the winner of that might just win themselves an AWI International watch. Right now, though, Carl Big, he is trying to dispatch Professor Kronotis' team. Mason Perchalski is behind the wheel right now, and he's looking to, well, survive right now. Carl Big last time around a 202.8 compared to a 203.4. I think Mason should probably just hand this one over and use the Mustang as a little bit of a tow.
Yeah, and I think that's the best thing you can do, but Mason is obviously one of those drivers who will, in 6th place, not surrender to anybody behind him. Carl Big, though, should be through soon, goodness me, on that other section. That bright green, Ferrari going to get chased down by that massive V8 for a long time. There's some sad V8 noises in chat, but let alone Merc fans, you've got your cousin in chat right now, the American one, who's doing pretty good work right now. 7th place right now for Carl Big, the highest of all Fords on the field.
Yeah, isn't this a German car, technically? Like, in its entirety? The Coyote 5.4 liter engine, isn't this a German engine? So we do have a little bit of German representation. Obviously, we have the Porsches out there, the Lamborghinis as well, but which, Lamborghini 50-50, but still.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, the entirety of the interior of most Lamborghinis, like the Huracan, the actual road version, legitimately there is still Audi logos on some of the items in that car, in the dashboard and stuff, so it's collaborative. The automotive industry is collaborative. I'm going to use the same parts because they look as good, because it's in an Audi that looks like a nice Audi. But Spady, but unfortunately DNFing. Have a good night, Spady. Hopefully you can get through the next one, but valiant effort at the 1 hour 30 mark. Mark the death of the Galaxy car, unfortunately.
Mom, I hate to break it to you, but the athletes can't win no matter where they're from. There's only one athlete that's going to win each one. Sorry, I got to be that guy.
I don't have any American things in my room other than the JFK thing. So
I have a Boeing 787. That's kind of American. That's the most American thing I have, though. That's accessible.
I've got Apple phone. That's
Made in America. Made in America, folks.
Made in America. Of course. Assembled in America.
Oh yeah, Carson, you're the most American thing in the room. That's true.
That's true. That's very true. I'm from the Midwest. I've got no accent from the Midwest, so that would make me more American. But unfortunately, I've beat it out of myself to be a commentator properly, and I've had to learn how to say words like Wisconsin, not Wisconsin. Wisconsin. Dude, it makes more sense to me like that. I don't. Wisconsin. Like, it's so hard.
I got me some water. You know, I got some water down here and
something like Winnebago.
That's my line. Can't be stealing that.
Hey man, that's your line. Hey Mike, we came up with that line. I was there when we
To be fair, I stole that line from somebody else, so that's, I guess, you know, the way that it goes.
Well,
but hey, it's, you know, creative interpretation, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely creative because that line is not related at all to the terms you use it as. If you'd like for Mike to drop the Lake Winnebago line, stay tuned for the extra 4 hours, 25 minutes. It might happen, folks.
You know, it might just happen right now. I gotta say, David Grains, he is, well, never mind. He's gonna make this happen. He has caught the, he's caught the walleye, it seems, and he is gonna make this one, yeah, he's gonna butcher that up and throw it right into the cooler immediately. That is gonna be job done and dusted, and David Grains moving forward right now. He's made 2 pit stops to his name and is back out on track with a brand new set of rubber. See, that's one thing I wonder. Do drivers remember that there's only 4 sets of tires? I certainly hope they do. If there are drivers forgetting about stint timers, then there very well may be drivers forgetting about the tires.
Yeah, I think, but again, maybe some drivers are, again, maybe planning on rain and not too opposed to maybe double stinting their tires later on and just putting an old set back on and strapping them to go and being ready to do so. As yeah, I mean, it's excuse me, it's quite the interesting plan you can make here, because you really can be a little bit more, I guess, advantageous for the tires if you're going to gamble on rain. If you know you're not going to do well without the rain, you can gamble on it and just kind of pray and get to the end of the 6 hours limping or on wets. So it'll be an interesting section throughout this other section. What is my favorite Olivia Rodrigo song?
Trader.
That's an Olivia Rodrigo song.
Trader's pretty good.
That's not my favorite.
It's like one of the only ones I know, to be fair. At least off memory.
Good For You or Vampire is probably mine. That's really like mainstream and generic, but I'm not a massive Olivia Rodrigo listener, but it's in the playlist, I have to say. Some of it's in the playlist.
And do I still have the Alex and Logan thing? Yeah, I do. I don't use it here at TRACKILICIOUS for multiple reasons, but yeah, I mainly because I use my green screen as a transparent, so I don't have the... Despite what you may think, the shelves behind me in those streams are not real. They are all green screened in, and so they're not actually... Yeah, that isn't what my background looks like. I wish it was. I wish I had a nice bookshelf behind me like that was
one day
professional looking. One day.
One day at the TRACKILICIOUS studio in LA. When we get there, we'll have the wonderful TRACKILICIOUS studio in LA, but... Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got so many drivers out here tonight. Grains obviously took a bit of a tumble towards the top of Skyline. Did a really, really good job. That 230 machine just kind of did the best they could, but, you know, not much they could do. The other section, and I apologize if you were hearing bumps and banging. They are actually building a house next to me, and they decided to start today, of all days. And, of course, obviously they didn't know that it was Mount Panorama time for me, and... Kuja Terakov doing a good job as well on the 627 car with Kevin Blanchett, the 585 on the bonnet of them, chasing up the hill. .585 Kevin Blanchett, I do have to say, on that podium spot right now has been just rapid. I mean, there's not much else you can say about it other than they've been up so many positions, and they've been king of the mountain so far, I'd say, Bergen Trucking, if you will. As Ollie Raza actually looks like he's shortening that gap, folks. Sam Gaskell was 15 seconds ahead at the start of the stint. Ollie Raza is 6.9 behind now. That delta has rapidly changed from the car ahead. I don't know what's going on, as it looks like Sam Gaskell's best lap recently on this stint has been 2:02.8, 2:845. Is Ali Raza is almost a full second faster, Mike. He's been chasing down Sam Gaskell. That gap shortened from 15 to 7 full seconds at this point. I have no idea. I don't know what's going on here.
It is potentially game on as we check it out. Let's see, Ali Raza slowly closing it down, and that lap time for Ali, an entire second a lap quicker on the previous stints. So it's game on here. Ali Raza has really got the hammer down at this stage and may smell some blood in the water.
Yeah, and obviously Ali Raza is a smart enough driver to realize that he's just going to push and race his own race. And that's one of the best things that I think we mentioned a lot on stream is it's the most important thing you can do at this point, as Kronotus clearly has gotten out of the car. Brachowski is driving, we mentioned that earlier, but welcome Kronotus, as he did send it so far, not too damaged. I think he had a bit of an unsettling, I'm going to point out there. Where was that perfect stint? It'll be there soon. Kronotus, obviously a great driver. Helps set this whole thing up, obviously. He does so much for the Tracklicious community, and always I love shouting him out. But another staff member, Ali Raza, doing a great job, really chased him down now. Now that gap is just 6 seconds. What is going on with Sam Gaskell?
Definitely something is going on right now, and what that actually is new tires. It's the difference between new rubber and old rubber. We're on a different strategy right now. Ali Raza going for the aggressive double change of tires early on, so that's going to be 2 of his sets of tires already add into the used bin. So to come next in Sam Gaskell, when he decides to take a new set, if he does, he's going to be gaining time. So this is a long-term play for Sam Gaskell, and it is going to come to benefit him at the end of this race. And I think Ali going for the more aggressive strategy, trying to go for the shorter-term payoffs. We'll see if it works.
Yeah, and what Ali Raza is going to kind of pray for is the rain. And if he can use these new tires up and get all the fresh pace out of those new tires and not really have to ever be on really old rubbers, the second he sees that timer and the second he looks into the paces, he sees any rain in that other section, he will be delighted, I have to say, because Ali Raza will be hunting down that pace right now. He's going to be only a few seconds out and will likely on this stint at some point pass. If they still got 30 to 40 minutes on some of these stint timers, quite the amazing section here for Ali Raza as he just prays for the rain.
Yes, he will be, and hopefully that'll come into play for him sooner rather than later if this strategy is going to pay off. And that will maximally pay off as well. If it does come in for the rain, he is going to be benefiting a ton. Brand new rubber all the way through, and then fresh sets in the wet as well. There are limited tire stints in the rain, but you should be able to double, triple stint your tires without really even noticing, to be honest. The wet weather obviously is going to allow you to more or less be a bit safer.
Yeah, and that's if it comes. And that's kind of the big point of it here is Kevin Blanchette. In third place, another one of those drivers that would really, really benefit is, yes, wet tires are unlimited, but also if you don't need to change your wet tires, there's no point in doing so. As Blanchette getting, real tight with Rally Dutchy. Oh my goodness. And that's when you see things like that, how I wonder, how in the heck do you get GT3s and GT4s on this track at the same time? That has to be the genuinely scariest thing I've seen in my life. And, you know, we're going to keep it all neat and tidy, and of course, Mike.
Did I fall out of a...
I forgot what I was going to say.
You're nuts. You're crazy in the coconut, Stream Espresso. That's all I know. I don't know. I did not fall out of a coconut tree. Can't say that I have.
I was going to ask you a question, and I totally forgot. I said Mike, and then I was like...
I thought you were about to read the chat message out.
No, I wasn't. I didn't even see that message.
Is it bad if you double stint the tires and the other guys don't have to? Oh, it's bad if you double stint the tires and the other guys don't have to. Yes, exactly.
Mike, what I was going to ask you is, do you know of a place in the Great Lakes area that I could potentially do and practice something like this on track?
I do happen to know of a wonderful place, in fact, that if you are in the Greater Lakes area, somewhere, in fact, around Michigan, then you might just be in luck. If you're debating and been wondering, man, I've been wanting to go to a track day, I have a nice car that I've been wanting to push to the limits, but within a very safe confines and willing to learn, and in a nice group with a bunch of people that are trying to push each other as well and just have fun at the end of the day, then look no further, because Trackalicious, we offer track days as well as sim racing. As I scrounge to get the links pulled up in time and the ad read.
Sorry.
We are still kind of working on it, but regardless, we have, of course, upcoming on the 3rd and the 4th, it is Gingerman Raceway, and that is going to be soon as ever, and super fun. Highly recommend checking it out. Again, trackalicious.com/upnext if you're looking for getting involved in a track day, meeting Eric, having some fun at a again at the expense of just some good time. Maybe Carson as well will be there potentially. You are going, roster, guaranteed. Guys. Lovely, guaranteed. That is confirmed. I didn't want to throw you under the bus, but sounds good. You can go and see Carson, you can go see Eric, and potentially see the Trackalicious Miata and just have a good time. And that's going to be again over at Gingerman Raceways, August 3rd/4th on the weekend. Definitely add it to your calendar.
Yeah, and if it's something that you're very far from, obviously stinks, but more track days in the future. Make sure you check out in the community and all the announcements we post in the !Discord if you're curious on how to get involved with Trackalicious off the track as well. But if you're curious on to get on the track a little bit virtually, SimGrid also is the place to do that. Sorry to put Mike on the spot there. I love forcing him to make chat messages there, but
honestly, now's a pretty good time now that you mention it, though. We can talk a little bit about the calendar that we have here at Trackalicious and all of the events that we have going on. We got a little bit of a lull in action for the time. So let's take a look here. We have the GT4 Rookies. That's going to be coming up not tomorrow, but Monday. That'll be up next at Zandvoort. And this is still, again, a championship open to anybody. Any of these championships are still open for signups, and we highly encourage you to join, especially if you are newer to sim racing and looking to potentially jump yourself into the more challenging side of the events and get into league racing side of get a community developed as well. Have some friends out on track and improve your pace. The Rookie League is definitely the place to start with the GT4 Open as well later on in the night. That'll give you the opportunity to race with some of the more competitive drivers as well as some of the rookies on track. We, of course, as well have our Street Stock Championship that I think has come to a close as of this Thursday, but I assure you there will be more iRacing in the future. We also have the Superlight Formula for iRacing as well, and Syntho Drive resuming very, very soon. That's going to be this next Wednesday. Syntho Drive will be back. And also the West Coast Wednesday Championship ending relatively soon, but coming up next is going to be Bathurst, the track that you're watching right now, on the 31st of Wednesday. Also, the Road to the Community World Challenge up next, Nordschleife. That is going to be August 24th. Definitely recommend adding that one to your calendars, as well as the GT3 Championship every Sunday for the rest here till August 4th. We are going to be here. Next up, Spa-Francorchamps, and I cannot wait. Of course, big thank you as well to all of our wonderful Patreon names. All of their names are on screen right now. Absolute legends. Thank you so much to everybody that does support us here at Trackalicious. However you do decide to do so, be it on Patreon, be it on donations, Twitch, hitting that follow button in general does more than you could ever imagine. So thank you guys so much for making what we do here possible. And of course, as well, I have to address thank you so much to everybody that has donated to the Dying PC Fund. It has been the most successful. Again, I cannot believe the generosity out of the community. You guys are the best community that we could ever ask for, and there are just so many kind people and kind folks out there, and the ones that have given, again, thank you so much. Forever feel in debt, honestly. It's thank you.
Yeah, it's the best sim racing community in the world, and I'm not biased at all in that section. It's just everybody here is extremely kind in the sense of it's like I've never been more welcome to us in terms of hospitality to a league, and I'm so thankful to be here. And all you guys have done here for me and helped through and supported the streams. It means a lot to me, and it means a lot to Mike that you guys stick around here and watch the streams. As somehow you guys stick around for such long times, 2-hour, 3-hour streams, and you guys were there the entire time. I don't get it personally. I don't know how you would watch me, of all people. And Mike, I can understand that one a lot more. But,
I can't.
Thank you very, very much.
No,
thank
you guys
very
are
much
absolute
for sticking
legends.
around, guys. Yeah.
But on to it, though. Back to the action. Ollie Raza, 2 seconds off the lead. So
yeah,
we have we have a large development now. Ollie Raza finally has caught the back, but again, this is different strategies at play right now, and it's going to come down to weather. Long term, this is going to be a favoring strategy if it does rain for Ollie. However, if it doesn't rain at all during the session, Sam Gaskell is going to not just walk away, he is going to be on a full-on Olympic sprint come the next few stints, and he'll be leaving Ollie in the dust.
Yeah, a little bit of a Noah Lyles pace there for Ollie Raza right now on those new tires. As, to be honest with you, both of the 30 and the 44 car, hoping that they were the 777 right now. The jackpot will be all headed in the rain throughout this other section. Ollie Raza might double stint these tires. I assume he will double stint these tires. And we'll obviously have to see. Both of these stint timers are coming to a close. It should be within the next 30 minutes that they all take their stop. So we'll obviously have to see what they do on this section. But honestly, I'm liking Ollie's strategy right now. I mean, probability-wise, there's more of a chance of it raining than it isn't. It's, I believe it's 65 to 35. Yeah. It's mixed weather is 45, dry entirely is 35, and then full wet, which obviously we did not roll on, is 10%.
Yeah, and hopefully it rains. Again, I'm still hoping to see some wet weather. I'd love to see these drivers get some a little bit more challenge in their lives. Obviously, Bathurst isn't tough enough. You have to have it just a little bit tougher.
Yeah, I mean, for guys like this, it isn't tough enough, genuinely. They are that good. And it's slightly concerning how good these people are. I don't know how you spend so much time doing this, rather than getting better at it, because to be honest, if I spent this much time doing it, I'd look a little bit like how many drivers in the field right now? 28th. There's only 25 in the field right now. I would find a way to get 2 other cars on track to beat me. It is so difficult to be good at sim racing, and these guys know the margins, and they do it all with their eyes and hands. No need of, or feel really, of the car below them. And that's one of the most impressive parts about this, is the car is not easy to feel in just your hands, but these guys know exactly what their car is going to respond to. They're also with a little bit of a push there, but he's now just under a second away from Sam Gaskell ahead.
Yeah, Ollie Raza, he have as well. You mentioned that's a great point in terms of car feeling, and these drivers, obviously, being a sim racer, you don't have the full-on experience, the full-on immersion of vibrations, unless you have, I guess, a butt kicker or something along those lines. You don't got the full vibrations going on through all of the, through everything, and that kind of gives you the sense of feel, gives you the feel for the road, the bumps, the layouts, the just the energy that's going through the car in general. You don't quite feel that, and that's something that Ollie Raza is used to. He's a real-life racing, karting driver, and has been for a very long time, so he's somebody that knows how to feel a car, regardless if it's with his butt, regardless with his hands or his left foot. He'll make it work.
Yeah, and I don't want to put that out there as a caution on the other end. That was wrong driver. I thought that was the third place of Kevin Blanchette, but Kevin Blanchette remains on the lead lap, remains quite all right. Everybody down to 10th on the lead lap, by the way, if you were curious, or rather the third on the lead lap, by the way, and everybody else behind as Ollie Raza tries and sends it on the outside. Sam Gaskell still defending very difficultly. That V10 engine throttles it and puts it right back on the racing line, not letting Ollie Raza through without a fight.
No, I actually thought Sam was just going to let that happen, but to be honest, they don't really need to. They have a 35-second gap built up to Kevin Blanchette. They kind of have a little bit of playroom right now. They can have some fun with each other, and as long as they don't end it all and put it into the wall, that's going to be the most important factor right now. But Ollie, he's going to want to play it careful. He doesn't want to risk everything, but the thing is, you have to make hay while the sun is out, and if you have that new set of tires, you need to use every bit of rubber while you can. If you're stuck behind the guy on old rubber, then your entire advantage has just been nullified. It's been completely made irrelevant, and even if the rain does come later on, it's not going to matter because Sam has driven it defensively enough to, well, put himself in the position to win. However, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Ollie Raza is going to dispatch Sam. It's just going to be a matter of when at this point, not if. This time around, though, a little bit too much of a gap. It's just going to be about getting in that slipstream, closing it up, and potentially making it happen into Quarry Bend like we saw in the previous lap.
Yeah, and Ollie Raza, I mean, he's going to be faster. He has to be faster here. He really is going for the gamble on those tires right now and hoping for rain, but rain can't save you if you can't get past the guy you're supposed to right now. Sam Gaskell with, I think, going to be one heck of a defense here. He's not going to let him by on a turn. There is no way Ollie Raza is going to get let by on a turn, as I thought he was about to do it right there. But
I thought it was too.
Sam Gaskell is going to, I was like, no way, dude. Like, of course, dude, right now. But British car in the 44, something familiar in the victory lane for a lot of people at the other end. But Hell's Corner staves him off just a little bit longer. Ollie Raza with a pretty big gap so far right there. That's 0.5, not quite, or I can't read, 0.4. It's the number 30 car. I don't think he's going to have a good enough run to get there, Mike.
Not this time around, at least. It's going to have to be another, well, 3.6 miles of waiting, pretty much. It's going to get a bit frustrating, or 3.8, excuse me. It's going to get frustrating for Ali. Every advantage that he has right now is currently being thrown away, and he knows it. He knows he has to get by sooner rather than later, because this is going to be affecting him very much long term if he can't get this done.
And Mike, as you approach the 4-hour mark, let's take a little look at Ali Raza's strategy. What's the weather looking like in New South Wales, Australia? No rain just yet. All overcast for the next 30 minutes. We'll check again at the 3-hour mark. But Ali Raza not looking too good on that strategy, but I believe it's a long term. You've still got 4 more hours, or rather 3.5 more hours, where it could end up rolling the rain there. And Ali Raza in the 30 car will be hoping for just that as he chases the 44. He really needs to get by soon and now, but it looks like Sam Gaskell has found new life in those tires, is really pushing it now.
Yeah, he really has. That's a much better line, though, for Ali Raza. He's going to get a good launch, but you can already see the gap is just too much. It doesn't matter how good of an exit you get. You'll close up here, sure, but Ali isn't going to have the opportunity to make the overtake into the chase, and this is getting more and more difficult as every lap that goes by.
Yeah, Ali Raza has just been really, really quick, obviously, throughout the other sections. And throughout other races, he's a 7-time TRACKILICIOUS champion, with driving with the 4-time TRACKILICIOUS champion, making up for 11-time champions in this car overall, as he looks towards the inside line here, towards the final pit start straight, but he's not going to have an opportunity here. Sam Gaskell going to park it right on the racing line. All he has to maybe try and find a way through Hell's Corner, as he's got one heck of a run here, the 30 Canadian, looking for what he can do here, but Hell's Corner, he'll be stuck on the pitchfork there, nothing he can do.
Yeah, he just needs to prioritize the exit, really. This is going to be pretty decent for him. This should be the position, in my opinion, done here. Now, it's obviously going to be down to Sam Gaskell in the braking zone. That's a bit of a hip check there as we go down the start-finish straight. You never love to see straight line contact. Ali, though, as we approach the braking zone, is fully ahead. However, the inside line isn't his just yet, but there you can see, laid onto the brakes. An attempt there for the defense from Sam Gaskell. He almost overcooks it into the barrier. You got to be careful there. But Ali Raza gets by.
Sure. We're going to replay that on the rear wing of Ali Raza. I just kind of want to see what happened. I don't think he was fully ahead, Mike, as
it didn't work.
I think the replays. No replay.
Why didn't it work?
Why didn't it work?
I don't know, to be honest, why it didn't work.
Either way, I'm not quite sure he was fully passed in the long side there. Ali Raza, it seems Sam Gaskell, I mean, he flashed him right after that.
It worked now.
That works. Well, let's take a look at that segment just a bit, but
we're not going to see it.
Sam Gaskell. Yeah, Sam Gaskell flashed him right at the end there. I think he wasn't alongside, and he just cut to the inside. And Ali Raza, with a bit of a cheeky move there, forced Sam Gaskell to slam on the brakes and have to avoid him instead of taking that racing line. That wasn't great for Sam. Wasn't great for Ali, and the Canadian and the Brit will be back at it again. That is not going to be great for either driver right there. The last thing you want to do is make the other one angry in a situation like this. Obviously, both these drivers are cool and collected and know that mistakes happen. And that obviously was not intentional at all. As Sam Gaskell just going to have to chase for now. Try and keep the life in those tires as he can until the end of his stint. He's got about 20 minutes, or rather 20 to 40 minutes left, because he pitted it. Yeah, 20 to 40 minutes left in those cars. Is Ali Raza going to be in earlier than him? We'll have to see where those stint timers end up, and where the miracle of rain blesses us down in Australia here tonight.
Yep, and Ali Raza, he's got about 15 minutes before he needs to make his stop. Sam Gaskell has about 20 to his name before they need to make theirs. So Ali able to go a little bit shorter this time, Sam longer. Is that going to play the role? Potentially, but more than likely, no. I think the tire difference and when you choose to pull the trigger on that is going to be the more important factor for strategy. Another song recommendation, listen to Replay by Lady Gaga if you need a replay. I'm not sure I could do that without getting hit by a copyright infringement. However, I would love to if I could.
If you were to follow my Twitch, we could do that, but I don't stream ever. So, not ever. 2 Wednesdays, guys. Not this Wednesday, next Wednesday. We've got
you can announce it if you want. You can announce it if you want.
I don't know. Are we official on that?
I've already made it official as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, okay.
Eric can just accept it as far as I know. So
speaking of Eric, we can jump on his race right now. His mandatory screen time. He's in the car of the struggle bus, but I'll be on the struggle bus, not this Wednesday, next Wednesday, in the finality of the Wednesday West Coast Series, 11 p.m. Eastern Time. I will be driving in a full racing suit with smoke machines around me. We'll be doing that. We'll be live streaming that. You'll have a camera on me from this stream. We'll also be streaming it live on my Twitch, Carson Kass. No spaces, just my name, no capitals either. So
No cap.
if you want to go check that out, we're gonna drive in a full race suit for the entirety of the 45-minute Wednesday West Coast race. At I believe it's I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't know what it is, but come check it out. We're going to have a lot of fun, and we're going to make some silly mistakes and some silly plays out there. We'll get live driver interviews. It's going to be quite the fun time. I recommend tuning in and enjoying it. But 2 Wednesdays, that's going to be one of the thank yous, as well as Mike's computer building stream, which I can't wait for.
That I can wait for, to be honest, chat. I don't think you guys have any idea how useless I am when it comes to building a computer. I know nothing about hardware. I don't understand any of the things that are going to be happening with it. And what is the Carson Sag? Let's give Carson a little shout out right now.
I just okay. You can also
there.
I just said hello.
But that'll give you a shout out.
Either or.
Yeah, but we're going to be doing the thank you. It's the, basically, this is the sort of follower goal stream, as we've hit like 3 follower goals since I had my last follower goal, and we've been lazy, so we're just going to do this as the follower goal stream, kind of. So thank you guys so much for getting us to where we're at. We're currently 66 followers away from 2,300. However, we hit 2,200 not too long ago, and 2,100, so this is sort of the thank you for everybody. We're going to have Carson in a race suit with a helmet and, again, smoke machines, and that'll be not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday at TRACKILICIOUS on Twitch, and we will be over at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, Brands Hatch, one of my first personal favorite circuits. I'll be driving the Lexus to the best of my abilities. We're just gonna hope it goes well. I can't promise entertainment on the actual track, but I can promise entertainment from my room and an open window, and the fact that I'm not gonna be sleeping in my room that night. Whew.
Okay, well, again, I apologize for the ad breaks. Why am I not getting warned of these ad breaks? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, obviously, we apologize in 1 minute when the people who are watching without ads, unfortunately, have to be going back. But they're really not missing much, unfortunately. I mean, closest battle right now, it's less than a second, but Zane Blisket, Zane Blisket being chased by Curtis Rustin and David Granz behind, but Jace Wright is, no, I was wrong. It's Zane Blisket being chased with a back marker in between them, Jace Wright.
Yeah. And Jace being a bit of a thorn in the side right now of David. However, this is going to be Jace wanting to get the hurry up on. Technically, he is on a previous lap, and he's only 2 positions back as well. That's going to be a bit of a... You never want to be in that situation if you are Jace right now. Obviously, we've seen the issues that he's run into earlier on in the race, and it was... a bit of damage, to say the least. That was a whole lot of damage, some might say. And there he gets by, and so does David Grains. Takes full advantage. Zane Blisket says, I wanted to let the front marker go. However, it costs him, and now Zane, well, in the slipstream. Maybe this is what he wanted, to be honest.
In a Porsche, not so sure. That's your kind of only real disadvantage, is when you have to drive in a straight line. This car excels in the turns, and the McLaren does as well, but I wouldn't really want to give a free position away to the guy behind me, and he's going to be gaining now as Zane Blisket gives him a flash, trying to get any mistake out of the Fear Nothing moto car that he can. But Zane Blisket, watching the rear bumper here, Grains is not too happy with Jace Wright. He's been flashing him for quite some time now, not too happy with the back marker, I guess, being in front of him. I think he's settled, realizing that he actually has more pace. But Jace Wright will keep running, trying to keep that car on the lead lap or get it back to the lead lap, as there's only 3 cars on the lead lap right now.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. But, some people can make the argument there that Jace Wright was impeding David Grains, and I'm sure David is going to be coming on the radio and saying that he was being impeded. However, there wasn't much that Jace could do. He still had a car that was in front of him in Zane Blisket. Would I call that impeding? No, I don't think I would. At this stage, though, I think you, as Jace Wright, have to let him go. You can't keep this fight up because there is going to be a penalty heading the way, and that's exactly what he does. I think that was perfect play from Jace Wright. He did everything that he was supposed to do, and yes, David might be a little upset, but let's be honest, the drivers, they are always a little bit more impatient than they need to be in each situation, and I think that's probably what has happened here. David, though, he gets by without too much issue and without losing too much time.
Yeah, Grains obviously at the start of the field earlier. I'm not quite sure what happened to him. He's down in 13th, but Jace Wright, 16th place car, it has a lot of pace, and it's obviously you can't go past Chase Wright as well you can in like F1 or something, where you have to give that position up as soon as you can. You have to slow yourself down. Chase Wright doesn't have to do that. It's entirely different from F1. GT racing is its own animal in that sense, and I like it a lot better in GT racing, to be honest with you.
You know, it just depends. You know, it's different racing at the end of the day, in my opinion. Formula One, I like that rule, to be honest. I think that moving away within the first 2 marshal posts has its advantages. I think that there's a very good argument for that even being applied into GT racing, to be completely honest. However, we don't apply that into GT racing. Therefore, it doesn't matter. There's no, you do not have to get out of the way within the first 2 marshal posts. You have to get out of your way at the earliest convenience if you are impeding the driver behind. It's basically just a warning to let you know that there is a faster driver approaching.
Yeah, and again, if you're faster than that driver, again, that's not impeding at all. If you quicker than him, it happens, and adrenaline gets the best of a lot of people. Adam Strange.
That was... I don't think he insulted Lewis, by the way. Let me just go out and say, I'm not sure he just was being a... Yeah, he was just being a child, to be honest. Like, I don't think Lewis was insulted. I think Lewis just kind of laughed at him like, bro, I gave you a compliment. Like, what are you on about?
Yeah, and it's a tough thing because these people, obviously, I would not be particularly happy if I was Lando in that situation. And to each their own, obviously, he's apologized for all of those since that incident happened. I think that didn't get really televised enough as Lando apologized. Gaskell. Or Zach Doran, they pitted. Okay, Zach Doran now in the car instead of Sam Gaskell, the American, taking over across the Atlantic from the British driver. Will be sitting in third and piloting the machine. They pit really early.
I don't think they did. I think they're on time. They were on just a little bit of an off stint, or they were a little off pace, or off of the stint timer from the other drivers. We're about to see everybody come into pit lane. So within the next 7 minutes, we're about to see Ollie Raza come in. Within the next 10 minutes, we're going to see Kevin Blanchett come in, and Kuzuterikov, as well as Carl Big, as well as Mason Prochowski. Everybody is down to the wire for their stint times here. So I think that was a scheduled stop from Zach Doran. And we do have the additional information that Zach is potentially going to be triple stinting here. So that'll be an interesting one as well.
Interesting. I'm curious about that. Zach Doran had 1 stint at the Spa race, and he was the one that unfortunately made the mistake at the end that cost them P2, which, if Gabriel Felipe can find that pace, find himself back to P3, that might cost them in the end. But Zach Doran, for now, sits in third place where he was initially, but...
I hate to break it to you, Carson, and I forgot to mention this about an hour ago, but Gabriel Felipe and Renato Dornales have disconnected from the session, and that was over an hour ago they disconnected. That was my bad for not informing everybody, to be honest. I realized that, I just forgot to say it.
Fair enough. So it's a 2-horse race now, I assume, at the top of the championship.
Yeah,
that kind of changes a lot of things, actually. But,
it changes everything, to be completely honest, because our championship leader is out of the championship, basically, is what has what has happened, which again, I'm not sure why they DNF'd. They had the opportunity. In fact, they were almost back on the lead lap, but they ended up, I'm not sure if they disconnected again or if they just threw in the towel and called it quits because they were so far behind. I'm not sure.
I think the flashing kept happening and they were like, we can't do this, because I was tuned in with that car. I mean, they were in the pits disappearing when they weren't moving the car, and they got back on the track and it was fine for a few laps, and they had another minor accident, and I think they just gave up after that point, and I understand. But after that accident, coming out of the pits, and speaking of accident, ahead of Zach Doran, that's Spady Bud, who said he was throwing in the towel, who's actually not throwing in the towel. He's actually unfortunately thrown himself into the wall twice there as he heads down towards Skyline, and that Ferrari will be limping back to the pits maybe a bit early for an unscheduled stop.
Yeah, that was gutting. And after a few laps after they DC'd, I passed them facing the wrong way. Oh, that's right. We saw that. Yeah. We did see that. So yeah, that probably also played a role into it, and they ended up retiring, which is just gutting. Absolutely gutting for the Brazilian team. I mean, for such a competitive team, having to get thrown to the wire like that is just terrible.
Sorry, that was not what I was laughing at. I apologize. As yeah, I was not about to pull a Family Guy skit onto Mike there.
That would be pretty based.
Suck. That would be pretty based. I don't think I would call you an accident though. I don't know why
I would hope not.
I don't know why I would. Looks like Ali Raza, he's back out on the lead lap, or Andy Borchers rather, is back out right in front of Zach Doran. They'll be on cold tires, or rather, no, not cold tires. They'll be on used tires. The fresh tires, the Lamborghini behind will be chasing them down. Andy Borchers will keep this car and legally impede the Lamborghini as long as he can. I'm not sure if he's on new tires as well, though.
So Zach more than likely had an absolutely stellar pit stop. Ali Raza, not quite the same story, actually was stationary for 38 seconds to the 32 seconds of Zach Doran. Not sure what happened there, but certainly, did they take tires again? I would be shocked if they took tires again.
Mike, what I'm hearing right now is this team, they want that win, and what they're going to do for it is gamble. And they're really gambling on this rain right now. Should they have taken new tires, they want this first place. And potentially they believe that they can hold them off and hold that Lamborghini off on older tires if they can get enough pace and enough immediate distance. But as it goes right now, they're under serious pressure. That V10 kicking and screaming behind them as they go down the mountain.
We know that Sam Gaskell and Zach Doran are quicker in terms. Well, we know, at least I should say, we know Sam Gaskell is quicker than Andy when it comes to even tire wear. Sam Gaskell was able to extend his gap over 10 seconds over Andy Borchers in the first stint. So we know the pace is there. Now we don't know what Zach can unfold though. Zach is obviously has made mistakes in the past. It's not something to be taken lightly. It's certainly definitely something to keep in mind. I'm not saying he's going to do it again, as they are professional drivers. It's the Visceral Esports team, after all. They know what they're doing, and hopefully there is no more mistakes. But we'll see. It's going to be a battle of the ages right now, and I'm honestly not sure if Andy is on old tires or new tires. Again, I think they had a mistake in their pit stop, and I just don't know what their strategy is right now.
Yeah, and there's obviously the option that maybe they took more fuel. Maybe they're going for that strategy. Last time it didn't end up working. They might be taking some from the sister team, TRACKILICIOUS C team. They got an extra 5 positions out of taking an extra 120 liters and then having a 5-second stop. Honestly, I think they're going for the ultimate rain gamble right now with another pair of tires. But
I think they are too. I think
we'll have to see.
I think they're gambling for the rain, and if the rain doesn't fall, they're done. Like this is a gamble and a half. They are going to plummet like a rock at the end of these stints if the rain doesn't fall. If it stays dry the whole session, they're going to be hurting. Their tires are going to be down to the wire. For anyone just joining us, there are 4 limited tire stints throughout the entirety of the dry session. So if these drivers do decide to pit more than 4 times and take tires, they will eventually be having to reuse their rubber at some point in time. They can do it whenever they want. They can do it in the first 2 stints. They can do it in the last 2 stints. They can do it over the course of 2 stints in the middle of the race. It doesn't matter when they do it. They just have to do it, though.
Yeah, and a bit of an update on the third place car, or we're the third place car. Carl Big in third place right now, but Kevin Blanchett is pitted. Jose Guzman has got behind the wheel of that Crazy Rabbits racing machine. They will continue on trying to get their first podium of the series and, looking for a contender spot now that there's an open slot right at the end. 4th place right now belongs to them, and right now they sit in 3rd, set to make it to the Community World Challenge as long as we're going by last year's standards. So might be more teams headed, might be less teams headed. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and Carlos as well. Jose not taking part in this one, but of course they are the Guzman brothers, both of them in the Crazy Rabbits, so it does make things very, very confusing. You love to see it.
Yeah, it says, okay, well, I was entirely wrong. It is Jose Guzman.
Wait, what?
I think that it is Carlos Guzman.
Okay.
I think that swap has happened very late because it was Jose Guzman last night on the SimGrid rating, and I'm looking at it now. Now it is Carlos Guzman, so maybe not as much preparation, but he's as good as his brother in the Lexus. Everything should be quite all right for the Crazy Rabbits racing team, and P3 looking like a very, very big possibility right now. That's all that they really need to do, I think, to contend. But speaking of not being able to contend, Zach Doran is not able to get past Ali Raza, or rather Andy Borchers right now, is King of the Mountain, defends New South Wales with quite tenacious defense.
Yeah, and he's going to need to keep it up for a long while. It seems that since Zach Doran has put on the new tires, he is much quicker, and it's going to be down to Andy just to hold on as long as he possibly can. As Jake Wells in chat has mentioned, I think that they're just trying to stay ahead. If they are ahead, then the team behind can't pass. I don't know about that. I still think that I think Zach Doran can make an overtake happen sooner rather than later if he is going to be lucky enough. It's going to take a mistake, I think, from Andy, but it's certainly possible. And again, the gamble for the wet. Andy Borchers and Ali Raza almost certainly are rolling the dice, betting it all on black right now, and hoping it does not come up red.
Yeah, some people hit the slot machine and they get 777s. They're hoping for 3 rain emojis on that little gambling machine right there. It's going to take casino-like luck at this point, I think, for these guys to try and find their way to, I guess, what would be a jackpot, and that'd be a win through this section here. Andy Borchers, the number 30 car. They're in second place. They don't really need to take this risk as much unless they're looking for the watch, and obviously that's a very, very big gain, but they're going to make the Community World Challenge, I think, either way, as long as they finish in the podium spot. Tonight is, ooh, no, McCullough into the wall. The owner of Fear Nothing Moto slams into the wall, and Myers having to back off, unable to capitalize on it as they head to the high vis section.
Tyler made that overtake happen, actually, but that was a little bit of an ambitious overtake that cost him some maybe long-term pace. With behind him, Antonio Myers looking for any form of weaknesses. This is a Fuchsia competition driver that I'm not too familiar with. Must be one of the newer drivers in the Fuchsia team, but has been dispatched here on lap number 64 to the likes of Tyler McCullough, who, again, a little bit of a mistake made, but it seems like not too much damage to be had, and it shouldn't affect them too much, but the McLaren is one of those delicate beasts that you hit it the wrong way and the car just suddenly becomes undrivable. That doesn't seem to be the case, though, for Tyler.
Yeah, and probably the most American overtake I've ever seen in the American car and the American team from Tyler McCullough, but I think that one's going to seriously cost him. That McLaren, obviously very fragile as we head to the Brit driving the American car very briefly. Carl Big, unfortunately, 5th place. Going to be pitting. I think he's going to swap out drivers right here. As I try and look at the other section because my light is in the perfect way to block only 5th place. As, man, do I love this setup.
As it stands, Eric Kassian, by the way, up 9 positions into pit lane, making their scheduled round of stops right now. Looking at it, the stint time, we are going to be seeing Antonio Myers come into pit lane, presumably not this lap, but the next lap, as they've already passed pit lane, so that's already sold, and it will have to be on the next lap no matter what. Antonio Myers at 1 hour and 5 minutes into his stint. It'd be a little bit risky to stay out one more, though it is mathematically possible. Eric is finishing his stint timer. He came in all the way at 1 hour and 8 minutes. Jason Wright at 1 hour and 3 minutes. But up at the front, everybody pretty much in their running order besides Mason Prochowski, who still needs to make their stop.
You're allowed to go over your stint timer as long as you pit on the lap your stint timer extends, correct?
As long as you make it to the white line before 70 minutes. If you cross the white line before 70 minutes, you're good. If you don't, you're not. So that is, yeah, it is that cut and dry.
I thought it had to be the end of the lap where it expires, but nope. You got to gamble, and you can't gamble at all. You have to probably be a little bit more smart about it. I don't think a lap is going to make too much difference for this Lamborghini. Excuse me, honestly, that McLaren look a lot slower in the corners, and you're going to watch your Myers just catch up right through the section here. As I think McCullough has picked up probably some damage and smashing into that Audi branding on the wall.
Yeah, definitely getting a new sponsorship and not a welcome one, unfortunately, for Tyler, but it isn't quite affected him as much as I would have thought last time around. Both these drivers dead identical times, a 2 minute 4.4. So both of them down to tens of thousandths of a second's difference. In fact, milliseconds of difference. 2 of them, 2 milliseconds.
And Stream Espresso, to answer your question, I don't I don't think Cinderella deserved that. Is probably the right response from somebody who's never seen that movie.
I am not sure on that one. And Jake pointing out that as long as Andy doesn't make a mistake in Forest Elbow, the Lambo's speed most likely won't be enough to get the job done. That makes sense, but the Lambo is going to be better in the brakes and might be able to send it into the chase. It is going to be a good battle, and it continues to be. As it stands, the second separating the two of them. So right now, I'm still favoring the strategy for Zach Doran, to be completely honest. It is going to be, again, just purely a gamble. In terms of long-term strategy, Zach Doran has it covered. They are good to win this race to the end if it stays dry. And if it rains, they still have a very good chance of making the overtake happen on track against Andy Borchers. So I really like the position that the 44 has put themselves in. I think that this is a massive gamble from Andy and Ali. However, they started, a little bit further back. They started in third and ended up dropping down early on and had to make up the ground. So, is this going to work at the end? It very well might. It's going to come down, though, just to that gamble.
Yeah, I admire it. I think it's a really good, just generally strategy overall. I think that's the right thing to do. If you can't play to win on track in terms of pace, you play to win, and the only way you know how to is it's getting pace and extracting pace any which way you can and gambling for the only which way that you think you can win the race. Because honestly, I think that's what they're going to do right now. They think they can get second with worn tires. They think they have the pace for second with worn tires. But if they're going to go for the win, they're going to gamble it all the way. And I think they'll end up at the very worst in third or second place.
I don't see how third place can catch up right now. Just to be completely honest. Yes, we have a lot of time left, and yes, the rain might fall, and that could play a variable. However, Carlos Guzman, dang near 48 seconds off the back of Zach Doran here on lap 67.
And I think
astonishing pace difference.
Yeah, and I think for Guzman, the only saving grace is either rain falling down or I guess a back marker falling down and somehow blocking it and getting both the BMW and the Lamborghini is really all he can really hope for, which honestly completely realistic. And with how Panorama has gone at Trackalicious races, is there's been to say the least, if you remember the last time that the rookies in the Open were there, there's been some blockage, and there can be some mistakes that can really, really affect everybody as we look towards the culprit right behind Paul Miles right now.
And Jake loving the strategy from the likes of Ali Raza and Andy Borchers. I gotta say, it's different. I don't know how to feel about it right now. We'll certainly see by the end of it, because it's either gonna make them look like a hero or a zero. I don't think there's any in between. They might, if things don't work out for them, they very well might fall off the podium. It is completely it's 100% a possibility in my opinion. But if it does work, if it rains, they put themselves in a stellar situation. And that's another conversation, I guess, is how does the setup go for these cars? Did they set themselves up for a dry race, or did they set themselves up for a potentially interchanging race? I doubt anybody strapped a full wet setup on. That would be ridiculous if you were to do that. But it wouldn't surprise me if somebody had compromised their setup just to make it a little bit looser in the dry potentially, but a little bit more planted in the wet. You never know. Or vice versa.
Yeah, and that's one of those tough situations. Is it's how do you approach this car? You look at the percentages of what time that it might rain and how it might rain. And right now, it looks like Borchers are absolutely on the other section, and Pranav, with literally what I was about to say, back markers have been the kryptonite of that team. And you can see it right now as they keep going off. As they go off, Zach Doran wide at Skyline manages to keep it together. The American. Bit of gamer line for the 44 machine as they managed to keep it just all right, but that Visceral Esports stealth team is gonna need to fly on the radar and on track. I think so far is gonna be their main point. Pranav needs to get in that chat and tell him to calm down.
Yeah, they can't afford too many of those because they're currently in a battle for the championship lead. Whoever wins this race between these two will take the lead of the championship. There is potential denying that. Hang on, I need to, now that I've looked at the actuals, right. Am I correct?
Well, because the gap between these two cars is, I believe, about 4 points, and I think
there's 6 points on offer.
It's 6 points, yeah. It's 6 points on offer, so I think 100% either they extend the lead or no, because Visceral's behind. So yeah,
they
so
can take the lead by 2 points. Visceral can take the lead of the championship by 2 points if they win this race. So whoever wins this race will take the lead of the championship.
And that might guarantee if Ali Raza and Andy Borchers can get that, that'll put an 8-point lead where 100% as long as they finish ahead of that Lamborghini, no matter where they are in the field, they can have a little bit of gaps where they can finish. Mike, what if we have a tie? Because that's very possible. If Andy Borchers finishes
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Third,
that's not a question for me.
Because what I'm going to tell you is Gabriel Felipe, I'm not too surprised they'll be back next week. We'll have to see if these guys can keep on pace, but Andy Borchers, I think maybe knowing that this might be their best opportunity to win this championship.
Oh, 100%. They're going to be going all out for this right now, and that's why they're so gambling on the strategy. Is it's you know, roll the dice, see what happens, and worst case scenario, you come out with a P2, and you're going to be losing, or not losing. You're going to be behind in the championship by 2 points, which is a complete margin that you can make up. So it is it's a gamble, but it's a long-term, somewhat safe gamble, and oh my goodness, that is a big one from Jake Terrell. The car looks okay, but I can assure you that is not a showroom-ready Lamborghini.
Let's jump on board, see if it really is okay in a moment here, but we'll take a little bit of replay before that. It did work. It worked!
It worked.
On the other end, ooh, unsettled at the curb, head on into the wall towards Skyline. You could say pretty good look at that branding there, and
the wheel's not that straight.
Bit off.
Doesn't look too off.
There.
Actually, it's... How the heck did that car survive? It doesn't even look like it took a hit. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, you can
what?
I mean, maybe you take equal damage to both the front and the left side, and it balances out. And definitely looks like it took a pretty light hit on that front bumper. Wow. What the...
I'm shocked at how well this car... I mean, they must have hit the wall with a good amount of sideways momentum, because the car looks like it barely even noticed.
Yeah, I want you to drive into a wall at 70 miles an hour and tell me that that's what your car looks like afterwards, because it won't. But
exactly.
The Boosted Competition car definitely, I think, will lose some pace out of that. That was a big enough hit for something on the inside to roll out as cupcakes over brownies. Oh my gosh, Jake Wells. That is... Stream Espresso asking in chat. Or rather, not Stream Espresso, Adam Strange asking in chat. What's better, cupcakes or brownies? How could you say that? Like, I don't even...
You know,
hurts
Carson.
my heart, man.
You know, Carson.
You're not about to tell me this, right? You're not about to say this to me.
I think I am about to say what I think you're about to say, and that I think the cupcakes are superior. Why are cupcakes superior, you might ask? Well, I'll answer that for you. Because you can have a cupcake brownie. So you can just have a brownie in a cupcake, if that works. I mean, a chocolate cupcake is basically a brownie. And you can say otherwise. You can say what you want, Carson. Say, oh, they're not the same. They're not the same. They're close enough. They are close enough. Therefore, the cupcake is superior.
I'm just gonna say the Brookie ice cream sundae with the brownie on the bottom warmed up, and that's all I'm gonna say. Those two beat out any dessert ever. Brownies are my personal favorite dessert. That is my favorite dessert of all time, and I don't even know how you could say that. Funfetti cupcakes are golden. What? What is a funfetti cupcake?
I don't know.
I
don't know what a funfetti cupcake is.
You are telling me that a cupcake is better is lying to my face, Mike.
No, cupcakes are better. Especially like, so here's the thing, right? And you might ask, oh, chocolate cupcake or vanilla cupcake? Vanilla cupcake without the frosting. Controversial opinion.
I think Mike should have to retire. I don't think Mike should be allowed to make opinions.
I don't like frosting. I don't like frosting.
What, do you like eating bread with sugar on it?
Yes, I love that.
That's not a cupcake.
My favorite donut. My favorite donut is the plain donuts.
What you're eating is shortcake. That's what it is.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. That's fine by me. My favorite donut is the plain donuts, not like the glazed donuts. The literal bread with like the sweet bread, basically the donut that nobody eats, and there are always a ton of them left over. So it's just more for me.
That's fine, but that's not a cupcake. That's a shortcake.
No, it's not a cupcake, but they're the same. They're the same taste, though.
That's fair, but like that's not.
Retire while I'm ahead. Dang. That's all right. Jake and I can go get cupcakes together, and we'll be happy.
Sergeant Finn, by the way, I would rather meet Oscar Piastri 100%, but I'm also a massive Oscar Piastri fan, and I don't really mind Pat Award. Is you're lying about funfetti cupcakes? How do you not know what they are? Dude, I live in the Midwest. Like, I eat a hot dog, and that's kind of my dessert at this point. What you know about Portillo's, guys?
Okay, to be fair,
Portillo's.
I have Googled funfetti cupcakes. They're like the cupcakes that have sprinkles inside the bread. So, like...
Okay, I have no idea what that is, so I'm going to look it up, too.
They're, these are very similar to the protein bars that I eat, actually. Which
yeah. I know what you're talking about. This is like the, I don't know, but I used to have, like, some of these at lunch. No, I still don't.
No, I knew what a funfetti cupcake is. I just didn't know that's what they were called. Funfetti cupcakes are bomb. Absolutely amazing. Better than a brownie. In fact,
You're sitting and telling this to me in my face. Like, that's so sad. Like, I just can't. I can't put.
Now I'm telling it to you in your face, Carson.
Get away
It's
from me,
better.
man.
Funfetti cupcakes are better. There, I said it in his face,
They're
chat.
not. No, they're not.
We've derailed on this 6 hour, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's a gap less than a second other than what we're watching right now, and it's increasing away from Torres. To be honest with you, I hate that place. What did we ask? Wait, there was a question I missed because I clipped it.
Great donut, bro.
Portillo's sucks, dude. Jake Wells, we gotta
Carson
ban this
is
guy.
officially. Carson is just like leaving at this point. He's not coming back.
We gotta ban this guy. I cannot even believe. Have you like ever eaten there? I refuse to believe you've eaten there. Is kind of my general opinion on that. Anyway, oh my gosh.
Missed the triangle/pyramid shape ice juices from elementary school. Yes, yes, those little squeeze pops, dude. Those things are freaking great and have
I think we can agree on
way
that
too
one,
much sugar.
The sprinkles in the frosting and it's perfect. Yeah, I think that's how sprinkles work, Jake.
No, but frosting. See, the thing is I would rather have less frosting than more. I don't like frosting, especially vanilla frosting. It's just not great in my opinion. Too sweet. Part of the reason I don't like brownies. Too sweet. You know, just too rich. Or rich, I guess, is more the term to look for, I suppose. But
yeah.
They're just too rich for me. I don't really like the when you have to like, you know, pucker your lips because you ate a brownie. It's just not. It's not my thing.
What brownies are you eating? Are they like filled with
a regular brownie?
Like,
a regular brownie. They're just too rich. I just don't like rich food. I don't like that. The brownies are too rich for me.
I don't either. I just don't know.
Damn, Mike, how can one person be so wrong?
That's crazy.
It's so true.
Oh man.
We do have a fun fact redemption.
Twice. Yeah, we did do a fun fact redemption. Do you want me to here?
You got one? If you got one, you can go ahead and send one.
I got one of yours if you want to.
I kind of want to throw one out there real quick. We got time, so I'll go for a little bit of a longer one right now. Why don't we talk a little bit about some of the wildlife that has been seen at Bathurst over the years? This is one of those tracks that is incredible for more than one reason. We mentioned it at the top of the broadcast. There have been trees that have fallen on the circuit. There have been kangaroos. There have been wallabies. There have been birds of various species, including magpies and cockatoos. There have been snakes. There have been gonas, which are large lizards, by the way, and a unique wildlife encounter to Bathurst. And, of course, some opossums that are out there as well. If you get down into the night session, you better be watching the road because there are some possums that are going to be crossing it. You are in the middle of absolutely nowhere here in New South Wales Bathurst.
Yeah, they won't just be playing dead if they end up on track, and so will your radiator. That's happened a lot, actually. That's happened more than one time. Radiators ending up in a certain driver in the McLaren. I can't remember who, but they hit an opossum and it literally DNF'd them. Like it perfect storm, unfortunately. A lot of wildlife here and a lot of large wildlife here that is not really what you want to see. Not quite like a Singapore, but yeah.
Everyone's seen the famous commentary of watching the kangaroo descend down the hill of Bathurst. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that one. I know what you're talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. No, the brilliant commentary of the kangaroo hopping down the hill, and then he cut the track right here where we were right in the spot that the kangaroo was taking the racing line for the most part, but decided to cut the track and then did exactly what Spady Butt has done and faced the wrong way. What the heck?
Oh, he's got it right instantly. We cut back. Let's take a little look on this replay, Mike.
Might have been an assist.
Got into the leader.
Yeah, that was Andy Borchers right there. And Zach Doran has closed a gap as a result.
That's not what Spady wanted to do there. That is tough for Andy Borchers. Let's take a quick look at the bodywork of that car. I'm not so sure it's too perfect right now for that silver car ahead.
You know, Jake, that's a good question. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Zach. I know this wasn't part of the question, but I'm going to answer it anyways. I put my left sock on first, and then I put my right shoe on first.
You put socks on the other shoe?
What?
Or other foot? Or you
yeah,
just
of
like
course.
You put on your left
you go
sock,
left.
right
you
shoe?
go left sock, right sock, and then from the right sock, since you have your foot already primed, you put your right shoe on, and then you put your left shoe on. It's just the most efficient way of putting your shoes on.
My father works out of state, and in the apartment out of state, he has a chair in that apartment that he uses only to put his socks and shoes on. That is the only use for the entire chair. It's all it does. He sits there and he sits down, he puts both socks on, he goes, both shoes, and then he gets up and he goes. But yeah.
Shout out to Carson's dad if you are watching this from the Cigar Lounge. Shout out to the Cigar Lounge as well.
Hopefully they've got it on the stream there. I don't know if anything interesting is happening in the Olympics, but they don't strike me as the type to watch the Olympics, to be honest with you, unless it's basketball, but that doesn't start for another week, I think.
This is an on-track overtake. Kuzi Terekov gets overtaken by Tyler McCullough. Not much of a battle ensuing.
Different strategies there. McCullough is on fresher tires, and Terekov is double stinting his. So, happens, unfortunately, but any two drivers you can make teammates? That is a really good question.
I'm assuming we're talking like any modern-day driver. I'm assuming they have to be current, right? They can't be past.
I feel like we can do past. I feel like that's fair.
I feel like that adds too many variables, because now I'm just like, all right, who am I putting Sebastian Vettel with?
That's a good point. I mean, I feel like that adds less variables, right? Because then it's
I guess that's fair.
It's one person. I don't know.
Current or past, okay. But I mean current. Okay, we'll do current then. We'll do current if that's what you meant. I would like to see Sergio Perez teammates with Sergio Perez. That's what I want to see.
Force India and current Red Bull, or
I just want to see Papa Perez. I want to see Papa
guy.
Perez. That's all. Out on track doing some Formula One driving. I bet he could handle a Formula One car.
Oh man,
dude can handle an e-tron like nobody's business. So.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah,
you forgot that Carlos Sainz's dad is a racing driver? Yeah. I'd love to see both Carlos Sainz on a team. I think that'd be cool. Wait, did I say Carlos Sainz? No, wait, Perez. Oh, I said Perez.
Sergio Perez.
Oh,
Perez.
Whoopsies.
Did you mean Carlos Sainz and Carlos Sainz?
Did you mean Carlos Sainz? Yes, I did mean Carlos Sainz. That is, I went for the...
Sergio Perez has a child.
My
I didn't
bad.
know if it was named that.
My bad.
Confused. I was like, oh, that's the name of his kid.
I meant to say Carlos Sainz. That's my fault.
That's entirely fair, but I guess that does count as a current driver, yeah. So,
two current drivers, in fact.
Two current drivers. Well, not in F1, but...
No, but two current drivers.
I don't know. Do we have to decide the racing series, too? Or is that just F1?
I mean, I went for Formula One and Dakar Rally, so the world's your oyster as far as I'm concerned.
That's a good point. I'm assuming it's Formula One, too, because it's just two drivers. So, I'm going to go... Favorite childhood driver, Lewis Hamilton, and favorite current driver, Oscar Piastri. I'll just do that, make that pretty easy. I was a big Lewis Hamilton fan when I was a kid. I was heartbroken, obviously, when he left, but I understand why he left, even as a kid. I was like, yeah, fair enough.
In any racing series, but in F1. Yeah, I like that. That's a fun one. I actually really, that's kind of fun.
Oh, Kyle Larson, Oscar Piastri. I think Kyle Larson would, I want him in an F1 car one day, but it'll never, ever happen, but it'd be awesome.
Yuki and Lewis would be hilarious, by the way.
That would be really funny. I actually think it'd be really good. But Kyle Larson, they mentioned, I don't know if they're doing it, but McLaren mentioned giving him a test in their car when the summer break had started. So they mentioned that in May. Maybe it'll happen. Hopefully it'll happen. Maybe Kyle Larson's putting some serious pace down, but I think that's a lot of ifs, to be honest with you.
A lot of Formula One teams promise a lot of things, and most of those promises do not come true.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Zach Brown. He was like literally for fun. So if it's in the McLaren schedule, I think maybe he'll be allowed to drive the last year's car. To be honest with you, but yeah, I don't know. Kyle Larson's a very, very good driver, and I think one of the best drivers in the world. I think that was kind of evident by his IndyCar performance, that literally he probably would have been top 3 in that race if he could figure out how to manage a rolling restart in IndyCar. But other than that, I think he's one of the best drivers in the world, and I think severely underrated just because he's a NASCAR driver, to be real with you.
Yeah, that's fair. And as Adam says, never trust a Formula One team unless it's Williams. then yes. It's the one that you can.
The Formula One teams have quite the track record, but I think that's just racing. Yeah, you got to promise things, but with only 2 spots on the team, you see it happen a lot in other sports too. I mean, it just that there's more spots in the team, so it happens a little less, right?
Yeah, and Logan Sargent fanboy, I agree. As much as I hate to agree, I unfortunately do.
Hey, might be back at Prema. Just Prema's new IndyCar team.
Yeah, I mean it is a completely real option, to be completely honest. So definitely see a long career. Yeah, I mean definitely see a long career for Logan Sargent in motor racing. Ripley and Lawson's Red Bull dream, so true. By the way, let me just say this before we continue the Formula One conversation. No discussions about today's Formula One qualifying or practice. Nothing about the Spa weekend. We can talk whatever in the past. I'm fine with that. But let's not talk about Spa. I know nobody has yet, but let's keep it that way.
Yeah, and Lawson's obviously one of those guys where you try and figure it out with him. But I just think for him, it's the best thing on to do a career. You're 21 right now, and you're probably extremely talented. I go to Stake Sauber right now. I go, give me that dang contract. I'm going to go prove myself to the rest of the teams and someone on the grid with a better car, or if Audi has a good enough car, they'll offer him and go on the other section. So, I don't know.
Yeah,
I just think Liam Lawson is going to rot his career away kind of if he stays there.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely could see it. He needs to get something done here sooner rather than later, and yeah, we'll see. But if he has music career, dude, Logan Sargent in the music career would be sick. Like listening, I feel like he'd be a good rapper. I don't know, maybe not.
I do not. He's a good podcaster, and I think just based on that, I don't think I love Logan Sargent. Does not have the fluidity and I guess poeticism of a rapper. But Jake Wells, me when I lie moment.
Fair enough. You know, one thing I wanted to mention here, Kuzya Terekov, I don't know why ACC TV has picked Kuzya and the 627 team to be the team that just is broken in terms of how it gets displayed. Currently, his last stop, Kuzya Terekov, negative 13 seconds.
Picked up a lot of time there, Mike.
Impressive. I don't know how they managed. In fact, they didn't manage that. I can already tell you that. But ACC TV seems to think that they were stopped for negative 13 and a half seconds.
Hey, we didn't catch it on stream. Maybe they teleported, Mike. Maybe they did. There's no real way we can tell them. So, maybe they did. Making time.
Yeah, but like I say, they also had the bug where they weren't displaying their first pit stop, and I don't know what is going on with their team.
I'm happy as long as they remain on track. We've had some issues like the Speedstar Golden Lamborghini last time that just got disconnected, and Gabriel Felipe and Renato Jordalis' internet essentially eliminating them from this championship. It's just not what you want to see in that sense, but unfortunately it happens, and there's no insurance for ACC being ACC, so we just have to continue on, and unfortunately there comes a lot of luck with the skill, even on track and off track.
Yeah, and I'm now just looking at the weather to see if because somebody did X-rays for weather. Chrono, if you're still in chat, how does that work? Is that a live update, or is that what it was going into the session? I'd like to know that. Welcome back, Spady. We did unfortunately see you facing the incorrect direction on your stint.
More than once, unfortunately, as well. Longer than he lasted at Spa. I don't know if that's like mean to say, but you did a really good job for the first like hour. And you know what? That was better. You lasted longer without an incident than you did at Spa. And you know what? We can only look at improvements. Only look at improvements.
Yep. Indeed. And I'm just trying to also find an update if there was anything on Gabriel Felipe, and it doesn't seem like there has been any update on the Vacuum Racing team. The Brazilians are disconnected and MIA, which is just gutting to see, unfortunate. Again, the championship leaders out in a manner like that, you never want to see that. Also, Albert, welcome, I should say. I don't think I mentioned that. Welcome, Albert Trengisi in chat.
Yeah, I mean, it's just tough. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like you get you get dealt the wrong hand, and a lot of the time with racing, even in real life, it's kind of like your engine broke down, your internet router broke down on that end, and that's the limitations you get in that certain sense. But really, really good pace from Gabriel Felipe and Renato Dornales, and maybe if they manage a P1, they can scrounge together Community World Challenge appearance. But honestly, at this point, I think it's eliminated. It's going to be what will likely be a P26 or P27 for that car. And we'll just hope that they make it back next week and compete, even though that they might be eliminated.
Yeah. Or mathematically eliminated, but yeah.
Yeah.
Which is still not the case, because technically Ollie Raz and Andy Borchers could have a DNF, and then what if there was a three-way tie for the lead? Then I do not envy anybody at TRACKILICIOUS that has to decide that one.
And speaking of massive championship battles, not to plug another series while we're on one, Sunday night has gotten one of the most interesting series right now, and you can jump onto. Is Quinn Smith driving first off?
No, not right now.
The pilot of that car? Okay, either way, Quinn Smith currently leading the championship right now for Sunday GT3, but he's got a drop round that he's going to have to use tomorrow night, and it'll be interesting. Make sure you tune into that. The fate of the championship will be decided at Spa, and the fate of who rather gets to go to the Adriatic and compete for the final championship. Alex Sargisian currently pilots the car that Quinn Smith resides in the pit right now, but the number 5 car currently riding in 10th after some damage and a bit of an odd pit stop. They're going to go halfway through everyone else's stint with how their pits have been going and where their timing is on that. But Quinn Smith, he'll have to pick up the pieces next week at the Adriatic, but tomorrow night, Spa. Make sure you check that on the Sunday night GT3 session. We've got quite the race coming up.
Indeed we do, and that is a championship again on Sunday night, 8:30 Eastern time, 5:30 Pacific. Definitely one to add to your calendars or sign up for if you are interested. Also, Jake Wells saying that he wants to go to a buffet for dinner. Now, Carson, I don't know what your take is on buffets. In fact, hold that thought, because maybe we have potential development here. Tyler McCullough, who has that damage on the McLaren. We already know that.
Oh.
And that's actually, I think that was intentional. I think Carlos Guzman let that one by, is what we saw right there. But now Kuzi Terekov is in the conversation as well. We'll go back and take a quick replay of that. I just want to make sure there wasn't contact. I think that was a completely intentional move out of the way. And we're about to see Carlos Guzman.
Ooh.
Oh, there was contact. No, never mind. My mistake.
Yes. I mean, that's one of those things. Guzman gets unsettled, pulls over that right side, and he's slowing down, trying to get control of the car. And if you're nothing moto car, just kind of airplaned into the back of him there. That's not. I think that's poor situational awareness, followed by I don't know how you didn't go down that inside line. That's not even the racing line you're taking, and you're just kind of following the guy in front of you's bumper, and that's going to result in what happens there. Damage from McCullough in that podium spot, and I think that might give him a little more than he's already had involved with Guzman at this point. So we'll have to see if they can do it. But Terekov chasing Guzman. It looks like Guzman is kind of running away, though.
Yeah, I almost wonder if that was Guzman going deep intentionally to try to maybe let it by, and then there was some monkey see, monkey do, and a miscommunication. I'm not sure fully what happened, but what I do know is that Paul Miles has unfortunately been to the top of the hill and allowed Christopher Tones by and onto the back bumper of Professor Chronotis. Let's go back and see if there was any contact involved here. Looks like, though, there wasn't. I think this is going to be a completely unforced error. No, excuse me, side by side. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I messed up. All right. You love to see it. Hashtag blame Mike. I think there was contact, though. Looked like there was.
It's the PC. It's the PC, Mike. It's the PC.
No, that one was definitely just a skill issue. I'll be the first one to admit that.
Yeah, and we've still got a position to battle here. Is Bliska going to let them by? He is a back marker. Tones trying to get on the outside line. It's going to be Professor Chronotis defending the inside. Towards Siberia, as it's called in Australia, but it'll be anything but alone. As the other section, Chronotis going to get a good run. Now Blitzkit just going to have to sit and watch. Be like, hey, man, like you mentioned earlier, I just let you by. Why aren't we picking up the pace right now?
As Bliskin on a previous lap, though, he isn't going to be the one to determine this fight. He just kind of has to sit and watch right now and respect the battle that's going on. Christopher Tones to the inside of Hell Corner. Not going to find the daylight. Gonna have to try again. And all three drivers getting out of shape through Hell Corner. That is, again, the monkey see, monkey do. Definitely playing a role there in Chronotis. He is going to be sweating like a cow in a burger joint.
Yeah, welcome, Wilson. Very sorry to hear that, guys. I just hope you come back next month if you would like to participate. Obviously, I understand if you don't, but sucks. Happens. It's like if your car exploded, but just very sorry about that, guys. Yeah. It's like your router instead, but Professor Chronotis really doing his best to keep this Mustang behind. Ooh.
That was Zane Blisket overcooking it severely into the Audi cutting and hitting the wall. Not too much harm or foul to be had. Zane Blisket has quite the comfortable window ahead and behind him. However, that was still some unwelcome damage that is going to make that Porsche very lively, and he's going to have to live with that for another 40 minutes before he comes into pit lane if he wants to do the scheduled stop at the 70-minute stint timer.
Yeah, and ahead of them, obviously, you're still watching Tones and Chronotis as Chronotis tries to fend off his boss's team. Chronotis tries to fend off his boss team. Tones and Kassian have had an excellent race so far, up a bunch of positions, all the way up to 6, and honestly, podium position is in the works if they can find their way through some rain. Hopefully here as we head towards the 3-hour mark, we are... For a lot of these drivers, I feel like are just hoping for rain at this point. Variability going to be really their only saving grace with trying to get up and make them up more positions. But as it stands, you see right there, 30 more minutes dry.
Yep, no rain on the horizon, unfortunately. And that is going to start to make Ollie Raza and Andy Borchers very, very nervous because they're running out of tires. There's 4 sets of tires to be used. At this point, we know they've taken 3 sets of tires so far in this race. So every single stop they've come in and they have changed, or they've taken 3 in total. Does that mean that they've used their qualifying tires? Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure on that front. However, it is... It needs to start raining quick, or Ollie Raza and Andy Borchers are going to be struggling maybe just about as much as Zane Blisket is in the background.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess you could say, yes, I mean, the perfect storm for them would be take another set of tires or double stint the ones you're currently on, and then the rain comes next time around when you're towards the next stint. And you don't have to go too far out of your strategy to get those rain tires. You run on the wet track for a little while until it gets truly undrivable, where you're losing pace. You get back in the pits, and that could be the win for them. But the perfect storm really isn't their mark now. They want it to happen right at about the two-hour mark, I think, is going to be the optimal, I guess, pace strategy for them in terms of that. But honestly, at this point, they want rain at any time so they can just get any sections. Oh, my goodness. That was one unsettled struggle bus, my friends, and the kids are back rolling around.
Oh, man, and it looks like it's going to continue. That's that dirty air playing a role right now. The Ford Mustang seems like it has a little bit of damage already on it. The aero wash from the Ferrari 296 not going to be helping the Ford with the traction whatsoever. And as you mentioned there, you say that by the 2-hour mark, Ollie Raza, it better be raining for them. Well, I think there is no choice. Their strategy is just going to fall off a cliff if it doesn't rain by the 2 hours. So it's, again, this is either going to be a hero or a zero move, and I don't think there's really any in between for the number 30 BMW.
Yeah, you know, you could be a child in the back of this Mustang right now, as it is the struggle. That's quite the elementary theme I would describe all over it. And, you know, I don't know if there's kids in the car, but I feel like it'd add extra downforce if you had, like, a full elementary school bus full of children on that thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, jeez. Yeah. So, update from Zane Blisket. Zane Blisket has put qualifying pads on, or rather sprint race pads in an endurance race. Yeah, make sure that you change your brake pads over to brake pads 2, everybody, because it is yeah, those are the endurance brakes that you have, and they are going to last you a lot longer. Yeah,
Karu, I would good point by Prawn there. He needs to switch his pads. Or that would be, honestly, just dangerous driving. But speaking of dangerous driving, a dangerous move towards turn 2. Tones trying to get around, but he can't find his way around Chronotis. Another defense for the high vis Ferrari there. Ford versus Ferrari, and Ferrari comes out on top for now. But this battle is not over by any means.
Yeah, certainly not. And on that point, yeah, exactly, Jake. You can take your brakes in pit lane, but it is going to cost you time. However, it's not going to cost you as much time as it will be when you slam into the wall and total your Porsche. So I'd highly recommend for Zane's sake that he goes out there and throws on a new set of pad 2s. Even with 3 hours left, you still want to throw on a set of pad 2.
Mike, did you miss that?
I mean, okay. I saw the minor unsettling. Is that what you're saying?
Went sideways, Mike.
I mean, you know, fair enough. I might have missed that.
Man. Kids in the back, man. Oh, man.
Forgot to check. That's always what happens. You know, there's always one thing in the endurance race. You check all of your boxes. You cross all your T's. You dot all your I's. Yet you forgot one at the end of the day, and it's one of the most important ones. And that is that's endurance racing, folks. It is one that can give a lot, and it's one that can take away if you're not careful. But this is one of those learning things that you make the mistake one time, and you never do that again. And Zane Blisket has learned a valuable lesson in this session. Always have brake pads, too, in an endurance race.
Yeah. I mean, they're technically a little bit worse, but they last, the entire endurance race. And
significantly longer.
Yeah, that's the main problem there is your brakes are fading and currently on fire. As you see, most of these drivers aren't going to have the glowing red rims on the side of them, and he definitely has probably since hour mark 130. And those brakes are probably about to explode. I've never seen brake failure in ACC. I don't know if it's possible, but if there was a time, I think it would be now on those ones for Card or for Blisket.
Yeah, honestly, that's a good question. I don't know if there's brake failure either. I don't think I've ever seen that before, minus like a, technical failure on the physical brake pedals themselves. But
Watching me drive.
Yeah. Mike, do you think that Ice Spice will survive the flop of an album? I don't know. Probably not. They're old, aren't they?
No.
No?
I know. And
they're not the Spice Girls, then, is what I'm assuming.
No, they're not the Spice Girls, Mike. Entirely different. So far off, but
then I
understand.
I just assumed
orange
that.
hair lady. The orange hair lady.
Oh. Okay. Got you.
You know who
I don't know who
right?
she is. No, I don't know. I'm looking at a picture right now, but no, I don't know who she is, so.
Okay. I mean, Logan, yeah. Honestly, yeah, because the only good songs in that album were the ones she already released as singles, like months and years beforehand, so I think it's alright. I don't even think I listened to the full one. I couldn't listen to the full one. I'm not an Ice Spice fan, but I think she'll recover. She's too popular. She's too big to fail, I think, at this point with that section, as she will get many, many more chances. And fun fact about her brother is a 4-star quarterback out of the state of New York who is currently being recruited, has offers from Alabama, Georgia, and many other Power 5 schools.
There we go. Fun fact from Carson there.
Yeah.
See, Jake also has no idea who Ice Spice is. See, I'm not alone, but also Mike is showing his age a little, hating brownies, and now not knowing Ice Spice. Bro, I'm 24.
What's that? What's that Simpsons joke? Old man yells at cloud.
That's Jake, to be fair. That's Jake Wells in a nutshell. Old man yells at cloud. That's every stream I've ever seen from him.
I don't think Jake Wells is even that old, man. I think we're all calling each other old when we're...
Jake Wells is a young 13-year-old driver. I don't know what you're talking about.
Spruce and he's the future of Trackalicious. He's going to be the first ever driver. He's going to be the first ever driver to win the World Driver Championship in Formula 1 because he's only 13 and this good, guys. Keep that in mind.
Exactly. The boy wonder.
Don't look at his Twitch page.
Look, he might be a 13-year-old with a beard, okay, and a wife, and potentially kids,
and a job,
and a job as a trucker,
yeah.
But he is still the 13-year-old Jake Wells. We all know that. He's sprightly, Wells, he's lively, he's got the spunk, the moxie.
God, dude. I don't think those words have left my mouth, Mike. I think that one is definitely a.
Moxie's a good word. Like, that is one that we do not use enough in this day and age anymore. You got the moxie, kid. You know what you're saying?
Oh, yeah. Dude. Yeah. Hello, downtime clip. We post a lot of these clips. Some are a bit more serious than the others. ! Instagram, right? Is that,
yeah, Instagram or both. It's both, to be honest. You can do either one, but
fair enough.
I have covered all my bases on that front because I know I can't spell Instagram consistently, so I just want to do Insta. Well, I can spell it in my head, but typing, it's another thing.
Yeah, I mean, every time I stream, I get made fun of for how I type because I get like stage fright when I'm streaming on Discord, and I manage to misspell a word 45 times. That's like 3 letters.
That's why
I'll write.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off there. My bad.
No, you're good. I was gonna say I don't even have more to say. That's why I get bullied every time by Mike, Eric, And Neil is one who also likes to make fun of me for it.
I can't. I have no right to bully on that front because I type Discrod every
do.
single time.
You still
Sometimes.
do.
Sometimes.
Last night it happened, guys. This is recent. This is not like an old thing. Mike still bullies me, guys. I'm being bullied by Mike Nause.
I know who Sabrina Carpenter is. I don't know who Ashley Sienna or Renee Rapp is.
I know both, but Sabrina Carpenter's really the only one in my music taste. Or all three, sorry. No. There's nothing wrong with your streams. It's just that you're
No, it's just that
man.
you yell at clouds.
You're also old, but also 13, I think.
Hey, Carson said it, not me, Jake.
I don't know, what am
Bro, just call him old. How insensitive.
He's
You
a
just
young
called
old
Jake
man.
Wells old.
He's a young, old 13-year-old man.
Yep.
I just contradicted myself twice, so I think I'm good. I think I came out as neutral on that one.
Anyways, 3 hours have elapsed. We are about halfway through the endurance race here tonight, and this is one of the only battles on track. Kevin Blanchette also in a fight with Carl Big. We are going to stick with this fight for right now. We'll tune into that at the end here to see if anything does happen. It seems like Chris Tones to the outside. He'll turn to the inside if he can wait long enough. Professor Kronos a little out of shape and deep. The switchback now into the right-hander, but no, the struggle bus continues that trend of struggling into Murray's to the outside, but there isn't going to be much daylight found. Presumably, Professor Kronos should be able to hold that off with ease. Carl Big did get by Kevin Blanchette in the Audi cutting out of all places, too. Very aggressive move, I would have assumed, but regardless, the result is same, and Kevin Blanchette is getting left in the dust.
Yeah, I was watching that battle. Blanchette let him go by. He's on fresh tires and just trying to warm him up, so let the car that hasn't pitted yet go by. Blanchette back in the car after Carlos Guzman did a great job with it, kept him in podium contending spot. They will be contending for the podium as they sit 11th now, actually. Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at the times right now. They'll be in that section there, as I actually am noticing they're quite far down from these drivers right here. What happened to Guzman and Blanchette?
Oh, it looks like a pit
damage.
stop. Yeah, well, there's
Damage,
also
right?
another pit stop. They have
long
made
was
3 stops compared to the 2 stops of Christopher Tones. So they are Kevin Blanchette 11 minutes out on track, and Christopher Tones 43 minutes out on track. So they're just on different strategies currently.
Yeah, I'm curious. Did he take any damage? Oh my god, random ag break moment. But did you take any damage? Did you take any repair rather of that damage in the pit?
Looks like it, yeah. 86 seconds remain stationary. That definitely would have been damage picked up.
Okay, so they get throttled right out of the contention for the podium, unfortunately. A bit of a recovery drive halfway through this race is... I don't even know why the ad brakes are doing that. That is, again, another apology.
I've never seen that.
To apologize in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we will. And again, I've never seen the fact that they just pop the ads up randomly without warning me. Normally, they give me an option to snooze the ads, so that's obnoxious. But to be fair, it is what it is. But I'd like to warn people at least that there's an ad break coming up. It is what it is. And also, Adam Strange asking me if I know who Beyonce is. Look there. Look-a there now. Look-a there now. Look-a there. Does that answer your question?
A good reply. I think that was... Yeah. Anyway, apologies to those who got the ad break. We had no, we get no warnings right now for whatever reason. Can't snooze it. No warnings. They get very angry at us apparently, but everybody.
Twitch is just like, you guys are not running enough ads. We're forcing you to run ads now, and you don't even get a choice.
If you'd like to watch TRACKILICIOUS ad-free, big bottom right of your screen, big button right there. If you've got Prime, you're not using it. Sub with Prime. That's also a very, very good, very, very good section to do it through there. Prime is a great service. You have Twitch Turbo, I think is what it's called.
Nailed it.
You also can watch without whatever it's called, without any ads. So yeah, make sure you sub to TRACKILICIOUS if you would like to watch ad-free. Your support is obviously optional, but it is very, very welcome. We mentioned how good the support has been around here, and we cannot thank you for that enough. But if you don't sub, unfortunately, you're going to get unsuspecting ad that clocks you like a car sideways that you don't expect at Skyline.
Yep, unfortunately, that's just how this stream is going to go, it seems, because Twitch is being rude. And Adam, what did you do? What did you do? I don't know. What did you do? Don't drag my name. Don't drag my name through the mud.
You asked the Beyonce thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't ask it. I said it.
Did Strange ask it?
Yeah,
No,
didn't
Logan
Adam-
Sargent fan asked.
Oh,
you.
Logan Sargent asked. Oh, my bad. Well, regardless, I still answered the question.
Yeah. Just think Adam Strange was slightly confused, so I understand. It says, yeah, Provolone's driving right now. I forgot about that. I think it's the first time he's been out there for quite some time, no? I don't think he was with Potts Weaver last time. I don't remember Provolone being too active in a recent series, correct?
I don't. In regards to which series? This series or?
Like I don't know, the weekly ones.
Oh no, Provolone. He's around the block. I think you're right though. I think he has dialed back slightly in some of the championships as of late, but he's still around from time to time. The Stinky Cheese fans are always in numbers, and I'm sure we'll be seeing them joining at some point as Jason Provolone has taken the reins of the McLaren. Currently though, P last for the number 13. That's not to say they started there. It's just that we've lost quite a few drivers, to be honest, up to this point. We're over halfway through. We started with 9? And we're down to 15, 28?
Yeah, 28.
And we're down to 15.
13. 13 drivers, number of the car, have in 15th. Still beating 13 cars, which, you know what? Honestly, I'll take that. Whether you realize it or not, it's going to show up on the standings, and 15th is going to net you right about in the 30 points range. I don't actually know. I'm an expert, obviously. But, I only know 1 through 10 because that's all that really matters to me in the grand scheme of things. With Jason Provolone is going to get that Potts team up towards the top, and unfortunately, anybody really who did not top 7 almost is really going to have a really tough time unless it starts raining and chaos ensues, getting anywhere close to qualifying for the SRO Community World Challenge.
Yeah, and as the session goes on, in my opinion, the rain's looking less likely. I think the clouds are almost clearing up a little bit, but as I say that, who knows? Maybe that'll be the fortune that we need to forecast some rain into existence here. Got to jinx it into existence.
Yeah, as Logan Sargent, fanboy, Carson is someone from the Midwest. Which coast is the better coast? Never learned how to count because I'm number 1. Carson probably. Absolutely not. I stink. But on the other end, I'm gonna live on the East Coast in literally 20 days, but I'm a West Coast guy. I enjoy, I guess, the mountains and the Pacific Northwest specifically is one of my favorite places to be on planet Earth. Idaho is actually, weirdly enough, northern Idaho is where I would like to live in the middle of nowhere, if anywhere. It is a sleeper state, to be honest with you, right at the foot of the top of the Rockies, and right by the Pacific Northwest, the beautiful forests of Washington. So underrated place, but the East Coast is excellent, and I like both coasts better than the Midwest, to be honest with you, Logan Sargent fanboy.
Yeah. I like the East Coast more as somebody who is from the West Coast, but maybe that's just because I'm used to everything here and just tired of everything over here for the most part. Also, just the lack of racing on the West Coast is the problem. That's just like where I'm at, is nobody likes racing on the West Coast, and it just is what it is. Sucks.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm not even a West Coast guy as much as I actually just like all the states not on the coast of the West Coast. So probably the East Coast, actually, now that I think about it. Because
I'm sure,
I like Utah, Idaho, and Nevada are my 3 favorite states out there, and Arizona.
If you come to Washington, you're going to like Washington. The hiking here is too good to not like. Yeah, the hiking here is just too good to not like. It's just the people in the city.
I did not say
sucks.
I love Lima, Ohio. I've never said that in my life, but maybe I do love Lima, Ohio. I can't judge a book by its cover, but I can judge Ohio by its cover. And the fact that I've been there, it's I've read a little into that book. I'm good. I'm good for now.
And Tone's getting a little wiggly. He is getting extremely wiggly time and time again. I wonder if he's getting to the overdriving state right now where he's pushing into a gear that does not exist and needs to just dial it back a percentage at this point. Getting close, though, to pit stops, and that might be why. We still have 20 minutes, though, before Chris Tones has to come in for his stop. So plenty of rubber still to burn.
Yeah, and is he double sending his tires right now, do you think? Or...
hard to tell, but he took a repair, so I'm assuming no. Okay. 41 second stationary, more than likely is not going to. But also, Sonoma, okay, come on, Sauger. You've named the two tracks on the West Coast. Congratulations. And yes, they're great. Don't get me wrong. They are great tracks, but they are the only two.
Is Long Beach in Florida?
That's a good question. California? I think it's in California.
Okay, well, that's the other one. You get one street circuit for 2 weeks. Can't
yeah,
forget
but the
that.
Long Beach sucks, though. So.
And one time, almost a Seattle F1 race that they immediately canceled upon looking at the idea because they would have to fly uphill. Yeah, or downhill.
Yeah. Well, there's that, and it's also just where are you going to do it in Seattle?
Carson, what's better, chocolate milk or TikTok?
Chocolate milk.
Yeah, and there's a reason I have this. It's actually so Gatorade. Obviously, the point of that is electrolytes, right? And what gives Gatorade its electrolytes is the sugar and the salt in it. I drink chocolate milk instead of Gatorade after workouts because I get the sugar. Is Long Beach in Florida? I meant California. I literally meant California. I just was thinking it might be in Florida because of there's a Long Beach in Florida. I swear there is a Long Beach in Florida. I know it's SoCal. Come on. I'm sorry. Sugar.
Seattle is only good for iCarly. Didn't we also do Grey's Anatomy? Or we did one of those medical shows. We did one of the medical. Was it House MD or was it The Good Doctor? One of the shows is based in Seattle. I don't remember which one of those shows is based. They might all be based in Seattle. I don't know. I think The Good Doctor is, if I remember right. Is The Good Doctor based in Seattle?
I don't know, but I love House MD. It's kind of the only medical show I really enjoy it because it's hilarious. I cannot recommend that show enough. It just ended actually, I believe. But gotta watch that. That is one of the funniest shows I've ever seen, intentionally or unintentionally. But I think Grey's Anatomy is Seattle.
Yeah, it's not House. House is in Princeton, so it is not House.
New Jersey.
Grey's Anatomy. Okay. But isn't The Good Doctor as well? Yeah, Grey's Anatomy is. Where's The Good Doctor set? That's a great question.
Commentary as always, by the way, folks.
Oh, it's in San Jose. Okay, never mind.
I mean, that's like, it's in San Francisco. Good enough. Close enough.
Fair enough. Either way, we do have a full onboard lap on for Christopher Tones. We'll hit it on this next one, and I'll hand it over to Carson for that one.
Maybe we jump on board right now. We've got quite the interesting situation. Blisket is yet to pit, and he's obviously on those glazed brakes right now with Professor Gronotus trying to get around any which way he can right now. The number 4 car, the 4th place car, being chased by Torres, who we're on board with right now. The struggle bus headed towards Skyline, real close to that left wall. He's trying to find any sort of mistake that Gronotus gets to get past there, but Blisket really has to find his way out of the way as soon as he gets out of this section. Other end, trying to push. Getting anything he can. Torres a bit of an exit there, but he's going to get a poor exit. But honestly, with how he's been driving, I think it's just kind of a hope that Blisket can hold up Professor Gronotus as he's unsettled. I think briefly tapped the wall with his right side there. Logan Sargent fan, never watched any of those medical shows. I've only watched House MD and parts of Grey's Anatomy. I couldn't continue Grey's Anatomy. But I had terrible taste. Torres there in that Mustang right now. He's going up to 6th gear. He's got so much pace. Quick right-hander, reminiscent of a left-handed mine shaft there. Into the cutting area. Blisket is just not letting Gronotus by. Maybe he's got more pace, maybe not. But Torres gonna have an opportunity for the overtake on the pit start straight, but he's gonna not get a good enough exit. Gronotus went a little bit wide there, and he's gonna keep it going. Gonna go now. He's gonna break right late, and he's gonna just be stuck on that back bumper there. Torres doing anything he can, headed down to Hell's Corner, hoping he doesn't get sent to heaven. The 690 car, the American, chasing the Canadian ahead. Professor Gronotus sticks ahead, but Blisket is still holding him up. He finally gives him way as Gronotus keeps the exit. Torres slowed down a little bit too much in the exit. Good for Torres, who's now probably gonna get held up by Blisket. He won't have enough space to get past him here. We'll have to see on the downhill, though. He's going to be alongside as he heads down into the other section. Torres doing everything he can. The 690 car gets right past him. Blisket backs off respectively. And now he's going to be all over the back bumper of Gronotus. Oh, my goodness. Blisket there, I think, just almost ended Gronotus' 4th place there. Held him up for quite a long section there. Had no real place to let him by because he was just a bit too fast, but not faster than Gronotus. Torres caught up a bit. And unfortunately, towards the high-vis section, the high-vis car will remain on top for the Mustang there. He almost glances the wall.
almost traded paint with the wall, but you wouldn't be able to notice. That is the same color scheme there. And there was Zane Blisket getting a little bit out of shape himself. I wonder if he's still struggling from that brake issue that we do know about and being on pads 1. He pit about 19 and a half minutes ago, so it is going to be the question for that. And have you addressed these questions, Carson, while I was gone?
No, I was on the onboard.
Okay.
Carson, which Broadway musical is the best, and why is it SpongeBob the Musical? It's the only musical I've ever seen on Broadway. Actually, that's a really weird fun fact. I still have my t-shirt. I saw it like 3 years ago. I have the SpongeBob Musical t-shirt. I don't know. It was really good. It was actually really, really good. It's the only musical I've ever seen. And I really enjoyed it.
Fair enough. McDreamy from Grays. Dude, McDreamy is the guy. Hold on, though. Side by side, though, as we head down into the chase, it's going to be the outside line for Christopher Tones. He'll have the inside down through the next corner, and finally, it's been a long time coming, and the position is sealed there for Christopher Tones. Now Kronotis has to go on the offensive.
Yeah, the struggle bus, anything but so far, but we've seen this earlier. They were in the top 10 position at last race at Spa, and this is about where the mark where everything went wrong. Headed down to Hell's Corner now. They've got Myers right behind them as well, who's currently held up by Blisket. He's been hawking down these two in the other section as Torres, the 690 car. I'm going to say it's not quite over. He's got quite the Canadian nuisance behind him in that rearview mirror. Is the loser is the only thing you can make out on that bumper. But I think it's got a more positive message on it.
That is hilarious, too. That I will say. But yes, that's leaving him in the back right now. You can see there's a battle kind of happening behind as it's not really for position. They go side by side up the hill. We got a great view of it, and the Lamborghini should be able to get by Blisket by the entry of the corner. And we do have an update that Zane is on pads 2. He has made the switch.
I did not know about McDreamy, though.
That is pretty interesting.
Wow. No idea.
I also forgot his name was Patrick Dempsey, but yeah. Well, that's the actor's name.
Proton obviously has the one singular hypercar that they have is the Porsche customer hypercar. I was trying to remember which car it was, and they also have 2 Mustangs, the black and gold one and the teal and white one. I believe only one of those Mustangs participates in IMSA, or rather in WEC, and then the 2 of them participate in IMSA. But TRACKILICIOUS calendar, folks, if you're interested in joining the action here down track. Mondays, you got the GT4 rookies. That's not tomorrow, but the day after. The GT4 rookies will be racing at Zandvoort on the 29th of July. Street stocks are unfortunately closed. Also, the open is after the rookies, of course. Street stock is unfortunately closed on Tuesday. Synthra Drive AI will return this Wednesday. The calendar's not updated right there, you see on screen, but it will return this upcoming Wednesday on the 1st of August, with the GT3 West Coast returning that same night. No, there is a 31st of August. It's the 31st of July, rather. Oh my gosh. Either way, 31st of July, Synthra Drive AI returns, and GT3 West Coast is at Bathurst. Make sure you tune in for the Brands Hatch on the 7th, the week after. Super Formula Lights happen on Thursday. They have one last race, I believe, this coming Thursday, or it might be already over. It should be already over, actually.
Yeah.
No, it's not, because it's Road Atlanta, because they went back a week. So it's Road Atlanta next week, the Road to SRO, Community World Classic, obviously going on before you on August 24th, though, is where it will return at the Nordschleife next month. Unfortunately, I will not be taking part in that. I'll actually have school, scarily enough. The GT3 Championship will take place on 8:30 Eastern Time. Our, Crown Jewel Championship heads to Spa tomorrow night to get that championship battle just a little bit more settled. Quinn Smith obviously not taking part, so things will get a little bit closer towards the front. Misano will be the race after. We'll head to the Costa Adriatic the week after tomorrow, so 8 days till that championship battle is fully settled, and it's a good one. Tune in tomorrow night and August 4th.
Indeed, and also a big thank you to all of our patrons. All their wonderful names are on screen right now. Big thank you to our V12 Exotics, but a special thank you to our V12 Exotics, but thank you as well to all of the V8 Muscles, Inline 4, and any server donor or any donation that you guys make. And again, for the next couple days, any donation that goes through the Streamlabs donation is going to be heading towards the computer fund, the new PC fund that you guys have absolutely smashed the goal for. And again, thank you from the bottom of my heart personally as we head back to the booth. I didn't mean to click that button, by the way. That was totally an accident to head to the calendar, as I'm sure you realized pretty quick. But you can see the dying PC fund has been utterly beyond successful, and thank you guys so much. The generosity here in TRACKILICIOUS, just goes to show what type of community that we've harnessed. I mean, the people here are just too nice, and thank you.
Yeah,
But now,
live stream
back
of
to the action.
participation. One thing that also has been supporting us in the other way, you might notice top right, we've got live timing brought to you by AWI International as we check all our boxes on this one so far. Professor Cronotis in 5th place. Definitely going to be looking at his watches. Oh my gosh, what happened to the Mustang in front? They just rode the wall. Oh no, Zane Blisket at the same time off at the culling. Or rather, is that the culling?
The cutting,
Chase,
it's the chase, yeah. But we're having some audio issue. Why am I not excuse me, Stream Deck? Can you unmute this, please? Okay, that's never happened. No, you're good. The ACC doesn't want to unmute. This is janky. I've never had this happen before. There it is. There we go. That was odd. Oh, now it works. Okay, great. Great. Now it just works. Sweet. Gotta love live TV.
The 10,000 bits badge, and that's another thing about support. Adam Strange likes sending us bits with, you know, his unique questions, and I really appreciate them. Honestly, Adam Strange, I look forward to them every night. It's made me like genuinely like I'm like, what's Adam Strange or what someone's gonna ask tonight? Like with all the questions you guys have been providing, they're definitely interesting, and they definitely get me thinking off racing a lot more. And I think it's weird for me to have chat interaction because I am normally a sports broadcaster where, you know, I don't really interact with anybody but the guy next to me in the booth, and sometimes there's nobody next to me in the booth, so I'm just being talked to by a random dude from the video department. But super cool to have you guys in chat, and we love the questions. Keep them coming, and thank you very much for your support, Adam Strange.
Yeah, absolutely. The community that we've harnessed here at TRACKILICIOUS is just amazing. You guys are the actual best, and I'm not even saying that like half ironically at all. It's just a genuine statement all the way around.
Fact. Objective fact. It is dictionary term. You look up fact, you see what Mike just said right there in quotations. I use it as the example. Professor Cronotis, one of those supporters of this community, and he's falling off just a quick bit. I think he's on older tires based on it's their 3rd stint, so they should be either on newer tires or tires that are falling off with the 2-minute, 40-minute mark. As Mike, I think we might be due for a weather check. Obviously, it's a bit late, but right now would be right where a bunch of those guys who are going aggressive would want the rain. And it looks like until the 2-hour, 10-minute mark, we will be underdogs at the front for now.
What a question.
Of course, the dog question right after.
What a question. Do you think the dogs understand that we can control our house temperatures? Absolutely not. No, I don't think our bodies even understand that we can do that. Like, it's just a thing that we have developed over time. That's like the thing about that I just find absolutely fascinating, especially when it comes to like working out and stuff, is our body doesn't know we're like doing the things that we're doing. It doesn't know that we're hitting a bench press. It just knows that the muscles are moving and things are happening. We still live in like a prehistoric age in our brain, but we're in this like super modern futuristic world, and our bodies just aren't made for it. It's cool. I don't know. I think it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, you have this level of understanding in your brain that your muscles don't have the brain. They have the nervous system, which is the only way the brain can communicate with your muscles. That's something I know a lot about for some reason. I don't know why. What you'll notice is that I have a lot of knowledge. Yeah, I have a lot of knowledge of random, just absolutely random things. And, yeah.
Yeah, and I do not think that dogs can, I don't think they know. I think that they're just like, wow, it's kind of cold. Oh, wow, it's kind of warm. Oh, wait, I'm a dog. I don't really care. You know, it just is what it is.
Yeah.
My favorite word to use is pretension. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Pretension? Pretension?
Yeah.
Pretension? Okay, I've never heard that word. Because no one knows me. Correct? 110% on that. At least I don't. And people can go their whole lives without hearing it. Fair. I've never heard it.
The different form of the word pretentious is what I would guess. Is another, I guess, way to say that in a different tense, but also is it like kinetic energy? I don't know. Pretension? That'd be a dash, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, it could be like, yeah, I don't know. Potential energy? I don't know. I'm not sure. Let us know, Adam. I don't think it has anything to do with potential energy, but still.
I don't think it does either. I think it has something to do with the word pretentious, but
I think you're probably right.
I don't know.
Chat, let us know. Let us know. We still got 2.5 hours left here. Plenty of time to let us know. Speaking of,
anyway, quick update.
Nobody
on the leaders.
Can we get an update on what color this is, by the way? We still have not gotten an update. Is this pastel pink, chat? Or is this, in my mind, this is just hot pink or like Miami, Miami pink.
Vice.
Yeah, Vice. Yeah, there you go.
And I think it starts like that, but I think as you go to the bottom, it's a pastel pink, Mike. And
all right, let's get a
no color experts. Let's get a close up. See that's the Vice on the side. That's what my point is. You see that's Vice pink on the side, and that's different from what's on the front of the car, right?
Yeah, it is. You're right. This is like a purple. I wouldn't even consider this is not a pink in my mind. This is a pink. That's a purple. It's a nice car though. I love the Lexus logo on the top. Reminds me of like a German nightclub or something like that. I don't know.
What?
But it's Japanese, so maybe not quite.
Vice, Miami Vice colors, and it's a what?
Like, I don't know. It just makes me want to listen to hard bass, and I mean, which I guess isn't really the most German thing, but like it makes me want to listen to like German hard bass. I guess I don't know if that makes any sense whatsoever. Just looking at that livery.
Some actual race-related lore here from Pranav Kalevala. Vincenzo Senatore, I believe is how you say that, driver for a pretty large Italian team, ResTech Reparto Course. Is that a sim racing team, I assume, or is that a
esports team?
Yeah, sim racing. Yeah.
And isn't it Vincenzo? Wouldn't that be because it's Italian? Yeah, okay.
Yes, it is. Yes, you're right. Carson Kass strikes again.
I love the word. Oh, jeez, I'm so dyslexic.
I don't mean to laugh. I'm sorry.
Derision? I think I've heard that word before.
Yes, it is Vincenzo. You're definitely right, because Dante beat Vincenzo. Ugh.
Yeah.
I can't. Sorry to all the Italians that I have done not so proud on that one. We've got so many. I can't even read these words, and I'm an English major, guys. What is this? Promiscuous. That's promiscuous. I just couldn't see it fully. But the other one, no idea.
It's misspelt. It has an N in it.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right.
I think that's another word then. Pernicious?
Wait, pernicious? Yeah. Yeah.
Promiscuous?
It's not promiscuous. No, it's an N.
Oh, I think the
R
is throwing me off.
It's Vapor Wave theme, same as the Heat Wave Matt Fields Corvette Drift team. Oh. I still think it's cool. Yeah. I love it. I think it's a brilliant livery.
Is it pastel pink?
Yeah, is it? Yeah, true. Yeah, is it Pascal pink? Yeah, exactly. That's the question that we're asking.
Yeah. Oh man. Riveting stuff here, but we do actually have a battle of position. For the first time in quite a while, we can jump off the grammar conversations for a little while. The 996 Zane Blisket, he's got those brakes fixed, and he's on the same lap as Flint ahead. He's a big gainer so far, and honestly, still is, even though he's the third to last car on track right now. It's just a lot of people have not survived the mountain as we head 30 minutes past the halfway mark, and Zane Blisket chasing the French driver ahead.
Yep, down towards the chase they go. It's going to be down to the slipstream. These two have been in a fight for quite a while. They were battling at the start of the race, and now they've managed to find each other on track once more and having a nice little bout. That's Senatore behind. He wants to get by quicker rather than later, and you can already see the commanding body movement there to get down to the inside. However, you need to respect the fact that Zane Blisket is in a battle. You can't impede it too much. Zane with the switchback of dreams gets the run now down to Murray's corner. It's going to be the outside line. He has to go late onto the brakes, and he just is not quite late enough. The 36 car of Yules, is going to be able to hold on, and this should be the blue flags both getting dispatched easily, but no, actually, that's smart. Yules Flint, they're not going to be giving that up this early, and neither is Zane Blisket. He sees an opportunity, and he's going to try to grab it.
Yeah, no, Mike, that's not the place to do it for these two Porsche drivers. The BMW probably understands that enough, as it's just these two guys are fighting for position, and every position counts for these guys, and you have to find a way around right now that is faster or get yourself a proper overtake on Zane Blisket here. But the last thing he wants to do headed through the mountain is A, lose a bunch of pace, but B, they make contact, punching into the corner panel. That's Zane Blisket. Somehow they both live through it as they head to the Audi Culling. He gets super unsettled, goes wide on that other end, but he manages to make it stick. What a send!
What a play of events. That was insanity, to be completely honest, and it's not done yet. Jules Flint here is just going to let the Blue flag, go. I know it's tough on the mountain. You really don't have many opportunities. You can lift here just for a brief time to allow him down to the inside, and he doesn't. So this, okay, he does. No, perfect. Perfect play. I mean, that was extremely smart from Jules Flint.
Yeah, that's the only place you can lift on the mountain, or it should, to be honest with you, because the guy behind you is not really going to expect it in the sense of, it's a good call.
Oof. So there's a touch from the wall from the Fear Nothing Moto, but I think it gets worse here. I think something is about to happen. There's another big hit. This is just 2 taps on the wall and a flash of the headlights to allow Andy Borchers through. Bit of a miscommunication and a bit of a just misjudgment there from the McLaren.
Maybe a sorry for scaring you. I think might be the other section there as McCullough just was in P3 initially and has kind of dropped like a rock so far. Unfortunately, the mistakes of their own for the Fear Nothing Moto car has set them from a podium position all the way down to 7th. And bit of a recovery drive for them, but not as bad as what has happened in the 585 car. I think we need to highlight that. That car pitted for damages, obviously, and has had a massive, massive drop through the field. They're in 11th. And Mike, where are those hot pink McLarens at?
Oh. It's a really good question, actually. The Fear, yeah, where are the Wild Things? They're really nowhere to be found. And I know one of them had an issue. I know that for a fact, but oh my goodness, we're down to 15 drivers. Oh no. Yeah, oh my goodness.
Okay. Looking at it now, on the timing chart here, I marked it. I don't know why I didn't say it. The best car, the 6th place car, had disconnected at the 1 hour mark due to, I believe, what was a serious amount of damage. They took a very bad tumble at Skyline and flipped. I believe I marked massive damage in all caps. I don't even remember doing this fully, but I think I just checked that on the Ali Raza replay where we saw what happened to that car, rather Gabriel Felipe. And I think the other car probably had the same thing happen at some point. Maybe a disconnect. They do live pretty far from the server. It's a UK-based team. For the other car, I don't know, but that really shakes the championship up. But might give Kevin Blanchette and that squad more of a chance to keep this hope alive to head out to the Community World Classic.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does mathematically keep them alive. I will admit, pace-wise, it's going to be very difficult to match. However, the Nürburgring is the next track in the Nordschleife. We all know it is one of those that can give and it can take. Bathurst is a brutal mistress, and I guess, obviously, some of the American, it's not officially named this, but is the lady in black, in my opinion, of the GT circuits. If there is a real lady in black, though, it's going to be the Nürburgring.
Yeah, and honestly, Crazy Rabbit's not a bad spot right now. Mainly considering, I mean, they're going to fall for sure to the Trackalicious A team, and that might be 2 Trackalicious teams that end up in the top 3 at this section. But, yeah, and what happened to P2 Prawn, I believe it was back markers A and the tire fall off. I think they just had something happen to them. Borchers did have something happen to them at some point, and I think it was back marker related and had to slow down a massive amount. I don't think there's any damage on that car.
There was, actually. There was a repair.
Yeah, Speedy Bud.
Yeah.
Speedy Bud. They made contact with Speedy Bud and they had to repair the car, I believe would have been the idea.
They spent about 20 seconds longer in pit lane than Zach Doran did. And lost in they were ahead. Yeah, so again, the damage repair, I think, is really what forced them that. They got collected into a back marker. Certainly something that could happen to your team, so just keep an eye on it. It's not out of the cards by any stretch. Hey, I had to say it, you know, it's still up in the air. 15 seconds can go either way, to be honest, so.
I feel like we got to stop humbling the guy. He's honestly pretty humble. I don't think he said anything that would even be like, he's like, I don't understand what happened. Like, oh, I just saw that.
That was very close.
And Anders Borchers, some bad back marker luck for these squad games.
He got out of the way. I'll be honest, that was really good. A bit of an issue for Jules Flint, but that was, for all things considered, he got out of the way as quickly as he could and as safely as he could.
Yeah, so one thing I want to check in on, where is the other Trackalicious team, the Enduro A team? Where are they sitting right now? That BMW, that multicolored Prism colored BMW is in 3rd place. Okay, yeah, so there's your contender right now to swoop up that final CWC spot. Alex Sargissian pilots it. The other driver, Quinn Smith, obviously, is Torres putting a massive, massive pressure here on that Lamborghini in front.
Yeah, Chris Tones to the outside here, looking to make it the inside move. It's all good. Looking to make it the inside, and this looks like this position isn't going to be fought too hard either. Drew Burakovsky hands that one over without too much of a complaint.
Yep, seems quite easy for the struggle bus, which seems a bit of an oxymoron on that other section there. There's kind of opposite there for Christopher Tones, driver of the 690 struggle bus, the American, partnered up with Eric Acosti and our boss. We haven't given enough screen time to. I think we might get fired, Mike. 7th place overall for this squad. They're doing really well, and just got to find it out how they can get to that section.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, well, this isn't. Yeah, Eric isn't out on track, so we don't need to worry about our contractually obliged screen time right now. But we will have to get to that when the time comes.
Yes. Carson, I need to know what your favorite underrated word is. I'm going to think about that for the next 5 minutes, and I'll get back to you.
I'll also think about that one, because I know the answer, but I don't remember it. I used to say a word in high school all the time that I forgot. I don't say it anymore. But there was a weird word that I used to say in high school that everybody was like, what the heck are you saying? And I can't remember what I said. I don't even remember it. That's the problem.
As we go silent, deep in thought about our favorite underrated word. I really...
I'm trying to look up similar, because I know the word if I saw it, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. Euphoric. That was easy. Euphoric. That was the word that I love the word euphoric. It's a great word.
I don't know. I'm trying to think here. I'm very torn between 3 right now. Is Burakovsky alongside gets an excellent run out of Forest Elbow. He just sticks it through, better exit. That V10 goes humming past that naturally aspirated Coyote engine, but this battle's not quite over. Headed towards, I guess what you'd call a mirrored mine shaft into the other section down to the chase. Being chased, Burakovsky on that outside line, not where you want to be, but it's going to be good into this section here. Burakovsky later on the brakes in the Mustang. Mustang trying to go over the switchback, has the outside line. It's going to turn to the inside if he can manage to keep it alongside. But the 63 will make it stick. He'll have to go nip and tuck, then head to the outside line. The least favorable line here has to go late on the brakes. Doesn't. The 690 car will just go nip and tuck down to the pit straight.
Yeah, this battle is not going anywhere, to be completely honest. And here, down to the first corner now, the Mustang is going to be commanding onto the brakes and trying to run the Lamborghini out of room. However, leaves plenty of space. In fact, even more space than necessary, to be honest, and doesn't get the position as a result. Now on the run down towards Quarry Bend, Tex to the outside. However, we've seen this before, and we've seen it again. It doesn't work that often. You need to be so confident, so late onto the brakes, and there is not going to be enough. Switchback attempt potentially on the cards, but no, it gets covered off immediately. And behind them is now joining, let's see who is now joining, because this is a front marker. Or is it? No, this is for position, isn't it? No, this is Carl Big, who has arrived on the party in a big manner.
Yeah, some anti-de-establishment from the back end of that Mustang. Letting Carl Big back into this battle. The British driver is doing an excellent job here with some pretty good pace so far, obviously. I think he might be on fresher tires, but the 81 car is rapid so far. He's going to be, I think, on a different strategy almost. I think he's ahead of these two drivers right now in terms of pits. I think he should have one more, correct? Because he wasn't 5th?
Yeah.
No, I'm totally wrong.
No, you're correct.
Does he have an extra pit? Oh, no, he does. Okay.
Chris Tones, Alex has an extra pit, I should say. My apologies. Okay. All 3 of these guys are on the same. My bad. That's my fault. I'm reading things wrong.
No problem. Carl Big, the 81 car. This is all for position. On that outside line of the Mustang, Forrest Elbow, he crunches his side up against the wall and anything but they wanted. The struggle bus back on the train. He is unfortunately going to smash that sidewall against the section, and Eric Akashi will be getting into a little bit of a bruised brawler there as he heads down. The V8 now chasing that V10 Lamborghini, but honestly the best thing that could have happened for Drew Burakovsky. He's got some space, and they've got some room to carve now towards that 5th position overall.
I don't think it's going to matter. Carl Big has been so quick these past few laps, to be completely honest. They have been, the speed in which they arrived into this conversation in this battle was extreme. They had about 2.5 seconds behind, and they closed that up pretty much in 1 lap. So I'd be pretty hard-pressed to believe that Drew Burakovsky is going to defend this position. However, it's going to be up to him at this point to decide so. Also, Carson, I can pronounce this word. I'm assuming you can too. I feel like this is a word that you could say.
I can't read it.
Oh, that's fair.
I said anti-de-establishment because I also saw that. Yeah, it's up. I just was reading it on yours for some reason because I'm really smart. Anti-de-establishmentarianism. So anti-de-establishmentarianism, I think, would be the right way to say that.
Ooh, that was a little bit deep there. Carl Big thought the move. Isn't it anti-disestablishmentarianism? Isn't that what it would be?
Oh, that's an S. Yeah, that's an S. I didn't see that. I apologize. Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Yeah, Tarianism. Close enough.
Tarianism.
Easy enough for you to say.
Yes, let's go, guys. Can I pronounce it? The answer was no, Sagar. Not even close, actually.
And also, Adam Strange is elated to know my favorite word. Elated is another great word, to be honest.
Disestablishment. Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
And this Carson guy is amazing, yeah, isn't he? He's pretty good. He's aight.
Thanks, Dad.
Either way, Christopher Tones continues on the charge right now, and he is going to be, well, trying to get a little bit more pace in the bucket right now. 206.1 was the previous lap, and that is not where you want to be at this stage, and that could be chalked up down to the old tires, obviously. And Carl Big, he did repair damage in his pit stop as well. 51 seconds stationary. It's sort of a game of mistakes, and that's often how Bathurst goes. This is one of those tracks that is probably the easiest to make a mistake on, and I say that, and we're going to be repeating ourselves time and time again next month when we go back to the Nordschleife, because that is the real testament in terms of mistakes. But all in all, this is not an easy track, Carson.
Yeah, and I've got an update on my favorite word, Mike. Ostentatious.
That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah.
Ostentatious, ostentatiously. That's a nice one.
Yeah. Carson's Education Fund. I don't need it, guys. It's okay. What is an anachronism? Yeah, okay. Guess you guys to look up another word, guys. That's one I haven't heard in a while. I've heard it.
I've never heard that.
A thing belonging. Oh yeah. A thing belonging to another period in which it exists. Old-fashioned.
Oh, okay, got you.
Does the good, the bad, and the ugly count?
Sure. What is a... Oh, man, that's such an interesting one. I don't... Oh, hey, I'll hold that thought. Tyler... Oh, man, what a shot. That was pretty cool. Let's see what happened, though. Go for the replay as we begin the ascent up the mountain here, coming through McPhillamy Park and down into, or rather through Suleiman into McPhillamy. Doesn't clatter the wall. In fact, just loses the back end, starts floating down the track, and that was, well, the Fear Nothing Moto going for a little bit of a off-roading excursion.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fearing Nothing, and a bit too heavy into that other end. A car went way too wide. In a GT4, you can flip there, but as you can see, he's under pressure now, and we mentioned that Drew Burakovsky was not going to have the chance to catch up to 5th place in the time that Tyler Carr was going to get, Carl Big was going to get there, and Carl Big did just that. He's alongside the Brit and the American machinery, going to pass Drew Burakovsky, going to be trying to get towards all the way through, but in that Mustang should, and now he's into the chase of Tyler McCullough, who's definitely got some damage over the course of this race.
He certainly does. However, is it going to be affecting the pace? The McLaren is one of those delicate beasts that when it does get damaged, sometimes it doesn't notice it. However, sometimes it can make the car utterly undrivable. The Ford Mustang not going to be in that realm, but it gets a nice test anyways as Drew Burakovsky sends it into the final corner, and a flash of the headlights from Carl Big. He is going to be fuming at the wheel.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that what happens a lot of the time when you get rear-ended by a Lamborghini doesn't happen. A lot of the time, it can literally act as a shovel going up, digging you up, and sending you airborne. And Carl Big is probably very happy that that car did not just, send him off in the other sense, because you wouldn't be able to brake fully if that car was, airborne.
Drew needs to hand that position back, in my opinion.
He's going to get a penalty anyway. I mean, I
guess
that is true, but he's going to be serving those 10, 30, 15, how many points the stewards are going to give him, because that is, I mean, unless potentially Tones has rear-ended him, and that's the only situation I can think of where that would have happened, but I don't think it happened. So
no, that was definitely on the fault of the Lamborghini in that instance, and I would like to see them hand the position back, quite frankly, but no. Carl Big is going to have to try to take that back, and these are the overtakes that I worry about. This is when things start to get questionable, at best. We'll put it that way. As drivers often see that red mist, it turns into the red haze and into, well, a red barrier oftentimes if you're not too careful. This is going to be the launch, though, as we come out of Forest Elbow, trying to set it up and make the overtake happen down into the chase. It's a pretty big gap to thwart, but we know how powerful this 5.2 or 5.2 is down the straights, and it's going to be showing it. The legs are running. It's at full chap. Has the inside line on entry, and the Lamborghini hit a bump there or something and unsettled. I don't know what just happened there, but regardless, that's going to be an easy overtake for Carl Big as a result.
Yeah, I mean, Big, I don't even know how to describe it. Just locked into another gear, headed down the mountain there. He really, really got everything out of that Mustang. Perfect lines, perfect out of elbow, but Torrens, on a separate strategy, will let Sargsyan by. Sargsyan is pitted already and will be trying to reclaim his position towards the front. As Christopher Tones moves ahead with damage already, he's going to need to rather get that struggle bus to the pit soon. That right side of the car looking a bit carbon fibery on the yellow paint.
Yeah, and he has a long ways to go before he makes a trip down pit lane. Only 20 minutes into his stint, so it is a in it for the long haul right now, unfortunately. Now, I guess this is a option, though. If you do decide to pit within the next 6 minutes, actually, you'll still be all right to double stint it to the very end. It's 70-minute stint timers, so with that left, you will have the time to make it all the way, which might be the better option for Christopher Tones here. If he does have damage that's affecting him, he can pit early. It's essentially a free pit stop. It's not going to affect him long terms in terms of the damage. However, it is going to allow him to get a fully repaired car on track and allow him to put in better lap times.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know if it's not worth it to do it, because I think the damage is already costing you way more time than it has already, and it's going to cost you the same amount of time it would take to repair the damage. Because honestly, I don't know if that's more than 10 seconds or 13, 15, 20-ish even seconds of damage for that car that's really costing them, because it's happening in the straights, and I assume it's outer work damage, which can be fixed in ACC, a lot of it, but some of it can, some of it can't. But obviously, stay out that long. Better hope that Eric is watching the stream and can tell him that.
And this is a great question for chat, to be completely honest, because this is one of the things with different simulators. ACC, I'm pretty sure when you go for a full repair, I think it will repair all the damage. No, it'll repair the suspension damage as well. I know in iRacing that isn't the case. However, I think in ACC it does repair absolutely everything. Regardless, Carl Big is going for another move here onto the Fear Nothing Moto McLaren, and he makes that look easy. That's job done and dusted. Tyler McCullough down into 6th, and it looks like it might even be 7th here into the final corner. Murray corner, hip check, and that is going to be the position held for now. The outside line for Drew, not going to work out. This is not the best corner for Drew.
Yeah, and that one's not his fault.
No.
Watching on the helicam,
whoa, that though is going to be a position granted. Late send from nowhere, and Tyler McCullough caught sleeping at the wheel, or did he hand that position back?
Yeah, he handed it back. He cut Burakovsky off very heavily. I'd be surprised if that wasn't with how he took that turn, but not the kind of place to do it. But no, that's a send a million. Burakovsky down that inside line lets him know that he's not too pleased with getting pushed off track. And Burakovsky back in the race. He'll have that penalty. I assume we'll get a penalty at some point, whether it's short or long for, I guess, opening the trunk of the Mustang there. Is again, McCullough, another mistake. Sargsyan gets through, and I think that was supposed to be intentional, but I think he picked up some wall riding on the way there.
Yeah, I got to lock in right now for Tyler McCullough. It's definitely a little bit of maybe distractions coming into play. Something is happening here that's making his driving style go to the, go to the toilet, to be completely honest, for the time being. But it's certainly recoverable. It's not done by any means just yet, but got to wake up right now, as honestly, and keep an eye on the cars ahead, stay in that slipstream, and try to keep alive to Christopher Tones behind. And Chaz in chat pointing out that you can fix just suspension damage, but not body. Or you can fix just suspension and not body, but not the reverse. Interesting. Okay. ACC is different. This is one of the things with all the sims, is repairing damage gets really weird in some of these simulators.
Yeah. I don't have anything else to say. Yeah. It's different in iRacing. You can repair some parts of the car. You can't, obviously, in ACC. But yeah, it's super interesting. Alex Sargsyan, though, not on a recovery drive, but obviously he's got that middle section penalty. And, or not penalty, yeah, kind of a penalty in the sense of his stint timer is completely different than everybody else's. And he's kind of on his own strategy. And it's kind of a, he's here right now competing with these cars, but when does he have to pit again? And honestly, Sargsyan might need to pit earlier to get himself back on track with the other cars so he has time to give himself the room and give himself the run that he needs to get to the other section and use maybe a fresh pair of tires for the last 50 minutes of this race.
Yeah, and that's the question. One thing that we really don't know is how many sets of tires these drivers have left, what tires they have used at this stage. That's down to the team's knowledge. Here, though, Alex Sargsyan trying to use a little bit of rubber that he has left to the outside. He has the overspeed, but does he have it late enough on the brakes? No. The Lamborghini defends it for the time being. Drew Burakovsky, though, he's all over the place right now and definitely overdriving the car. Is Alex Sargsyan going to force him into a mistake, make the overtake, or is Drew going to defend? Well, stay tuned and find out.
Well, Mike, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 hours, 10 minutes remaining in this race. I think it's time for the obligatory weather check.
That's a good point. Let's take an eye here. I'd imagine if it's not going to rain in the next half hour, it's not going to rain at all. I think we are going to be dry for the whole race.
That is interesting.
Certainly not ideal for P2 right now.
But it's not like P3 is anywhere close. So
no. But if they want to be in the lead of this championship when all is said and done, again, whoever wins this race between the top two is going to take the lead of the championship. That's not a question, and that is going to be massive going into the Nürburgring. It's a 3-round championship, and with a watch on the line, you want to make sure you have as comfortable as a gap as possible. And right now, there's not much of a comfortable gap. 15 seconds might be slightly comfortable for Zach in the fact that he doesn't need to worry about his rearview mirror constantly. However, one mistake is immediately going to put Andy Borchers back into play.
Yeah, and the important part to mention here is that there's a 6-point gap, and they've already got a 4-point gap right now to second place. So if they end up winning this race, it's impossible if they win, or if they win or get second place for the Team Visceral Esports team to overtake them, honestly, because they're in third place. They've got 50 points. TRACKILICIOUS has got 54. They win this. They end up with, I'm not doing the math. They end up with 6 with a few more, and they end up with 10 overall, I believe. Should be, because they get 6 extra points. Yeah, they get 6 extra points over first place, and then if Team Visceral comes out and overtakes them, then it's straight up a battle for position in the last race. And at the Nordschleife, fair enough. I think that's the place that you would want it to come down to that. So I think it's not a terrible strategy in the sense of if you were going to risk it all, this was the place to do it, and they did a good job here setting themselves up no matter what the situation is, because they're on top right now. They've got those extra 4 points, which is really going to play in their favor at the Nordschleife if they can manage to keep themselves ahead, and maybe they'll be going home with some sweet wristwear.
Yeah, very well is going to be the goal at the end of the day for them, and can they make it happen? Only time will tell. Tune in next month to find out, and also make it to the Community World Challenge, of course. On this, though, Alex Sargsyan has gotten by Drew Burakovsky, now stuck behind a back marker that is Potts Weaver. There's not much you can do, though, as a blue flag here. You have to wait till right about here where you can dip to the right if you want, or the left, to be fair, and kind of slow up and let cars through. But when there's 2 cars in that situation, it's very difficult to actually do it safely. So I respect Potts here, just waiting to the bottom of the mountain, get onto the Conrad straight, and allow the rest of the cars through. It's all you can really do, and yes, you're impeding them technically, but even as a steward, you know that it's the safer option. It's safer than trying to get out of the way and allowing a crash to happen at the top of the mountain and a parking lot to ensue, and then everybody is having a bad day.
And yeah, I mean, you saw that on earlier. We had a car pull over to the right side, right at Skyline, and that's unfortunately the line. If you take too much time on that section, they're going to try and get past you, and they're just going to drive right into you. And that's the difficult part about it. That's the only place you can overtake, but it's even there not that safe at all. You can only let one car pass, and that one car that you're going to let pass still might, like, just ram right into your front right corner panel. As Potts Weaver takes the back marker's paradise, unfortunately, there. Goes off at some point, and everybody behind him will get through slick and easy.
Yeah, just the safe play there from Potts. I think he accidentally overcooked it into the turn, but then he realized it and was like, whatever. I'm just going to let the rest of the cars through. I'm not going to rejoin and be an issue to anyone else, and fair enough. That's, I think, a very smart play from Potts. Just trying to make it to the checkered flag. That's a car that's trying to survive right now, and I can respect that.
As dry as Antarctica is a really weird way to put that, but
it's
it is
not.
like Logan
Antarctica's
Sargent saying, no.
Antarctica is a desert. I get it. It's a desert, but it's not dry. Come on, chat. Snow is not dry. I don't care what you say. Snow is not dry. There is no way that you can argue that frozen water is dry to me, okay? I'm sorry.
Is water wet?
Yes.
Okay. Now answer me this. Is ice wet? Like if you touch ice,
yes.
It's too cold to melt. It's too cold to melt.
No, but it just isn't though, because it's still going to melt.
No, it's a solid. It's not going to melt. It's too cold in Antarctica. That's a good, I think that's a point. I think that's a real point.
Yeah, but you also have salty snow that turns into water because it has a lower melting point. So no, there is water. It is not dry. I refuse to believe that Antarctica is dry. Refuse to believe that. No way.
I'm saying he has a point. I'm saying,
is it a desert? Is it a desert? Yes. Is it dry? No.
Uh-oh.
Contains extremely dry. Oh man, averaging. Okay. 6.5 inches of precipitation a year. Snow rarely. Yeah, rarely, but it does. So it's still wet.
It rains in the Sahara. What do you mean?
I guess that's true.
It really is raining in the Sahara. Sahara is weird. It has a wet season and a dry season. If you were curious, we are in the wet season of the. I guess it's not like a yearly thing. It happens once every like 100 years. It starts raining, and it has been raining, as the Wikipedia pages continued, I believe.
I mean, to be fair, I did actually know that Antarctica holds about 90% of Earth's fresh water. But yeah, other than that, I still think if you are arguing that Antarctica is dry, is it a dry climate? Sure, but it's not dry. It's not dry. It's snow is wet. Snow is wet. Okay. End of story.
But ice isn't. But it's all ice, Mike.
It isn't all ice though.
It's most of it is ice. Snow. Oh man. Oh man, Mike.
I can understand the point, but I don't agree with it, okay?
Riveting.
Let's take a look at the weather here in game and see if we are going to be seeing any... No, we're not. We're not going to see any rain for this race. I'm just going to go on a limb and call it. Just admit that I'm wrong. I might be wrong, but I might be right, okay? I'm just saying I don't know, but I don't believe that it's dry. There's just... I refuse to believe that. Spend all day proving you wrong if you need. Okay, fine, then I will accept that I'm wrong if that is the case.
My chair. Sorry. Okay. My chair is just like about to break. We need a new chair fund. Jeez. Okay. The leg just gave out. I had to like replace it and like put it back under the cars. Oh man.
That's all right.
Quick look towards the front. I feel like we should probably make. As Zach Duran, I think. Zach Duran. Is it an O? It's an O.
Zach Doran, yeah. But the cameraman here is just abysmal on the on the mountain strain. I have to say that guy needs fired even more than I do. Also, do you realize who we're lapping right now? We just lapped Carlos Guzman in 10th position.
Yeah.
Okay, or Kevin Blanchard.
Yeah.
Oh, Carlos Guzman.
Guzman has had the unfortunate damage issue. We remember that's not third place anymore, and unfortunately for them, because I think that will straight up eliminate them from any chance of making the CWC. And well, actually I shouldn't say that, because if they can get up to P7, P8 here, and next week, which is entirely possible, Quinn Smith and Sargisian have a Nordschleife a week next month. Could happen. Could happen.
Very well could. Mathematically is possible. However, definitely unlikely. Going to be requiring some luck, but, you know, anyone requires a little bit of luck to win a championship. It's not just skill. And that's going to be the goal here for Senatore Vincenzo in the NFS Most Wanted. He is most wanting to gain some ground onto Andy, but I got to say, it's not looking likely right now.
I got to say, I don't know what team this is. They're definitely not listed as the team they say they are. So, beats me on that end, but yeah. These guys are under a different team name than the NFS Most Wanted team. I think I'd have to look for the drivers, but third place overall right now. I'm not sure where they stand overall. They might be the multi-lap racing crew.
Also, chat, that was my computer, in case you were curious. That was not your computer that made that noise. Yeah, I don't see them either. I was trying to Control F their name to see if I could find them on the SimGrid, but no, I do not. So they are the number, what are they? 627 BMW. Let's see if we can work that out and find the number.
Am I gonna have to say the word Sigma? Wait, where'd it go? I just saw it. Oh, it's the NCR Endurance Department. They had a DNF at Spa.
Gotcha. Well, looking a lot better for them now, that's for sure.
Let's
Podium
say.
on the cards. Professor Kenotis, 27 seconds off of the back of them on old tires as well. Vincenzo on fresh tires.
Yeah, the 42 has had some interesting pit strategies at Spa. They've, I think they've gone with the more tame and normal route in terms of pit strategy. They're going a little bit more relaxed, just trying to prove themselves right. And 4th place overall. It'll shoot them up the standings, but unfortunately, they've got 2 Trackalicious teams ahead of them that are a little bit more likely to end up in the play-in than them, as Sargissian is just behind them, as they'll probably end up in the Community World Challenge. Professor Kronotis going to try their best, but I think it's going to be a little bit of a tough challenge against the Trackalicious family, as unfortunately, they're the lowest team. It is the Trackalicious team, the Trackalicious Enduro team, the Trackalicious A team, and the Trackalicious C team, which we're on board with now.
Yeah.
It's
not confusing at all.
uniquely Trackalicious.
True. You know, I will say, since we have a little bit of time, why don't I throw a fun fact out there? And I'll throw the longest fun fact I have out there. So, buckle up, chat, because we're about to go over the whole history of the track of Bathurst, Mount Panorama, from the beginning in 1938. The original layout, of course, was not this layout. It was very similar, to be honest. It still took the roads of Mount Panorama. However, the chase was non-existent. The original layout did not have the chase, and in 1987, so after about 50 years after they opened the track, they decided that, yeah, there have been a few too many crashes here, and following several high-speed incidents and the death of the racing driver Mike Bergman in 1986, they decided to add a chicane at the end of the long straight. Which was a great idea. The 90s as well, featuring some various safety improvements, especially the addition of concrete barriers and catch fences, as well as some additional runoff area. So the 90s really hammering down the safety on the track. And then into the 2000s was the modernization of it, basically. They added pit facilities, garages, and more stuff to the paddock area. Beyond that, into 2002, they added the pit upgrades, massive upgrades into the pit facilities, basically an entirely new pit lane. And then on to 2011, the most recent addition was they added the lighting as you go down this part of the track right here down the hill.
Thought there was more to go, but
Nope, that's it. That's it.
that's it.
That's the history. That is the history of Bathurst summed up by me.
And not to mention the generally insane motorcycle and car race, which I don't know how you could even pay me to get on that section there. But behind you see our first place driver, Andy Borsers. He is in first place right now, and I believe it's because the Visceral team is pit.
Yes,
another fun
indeed.
fact here. I will return as I disappear suddenly.
Indeed. Beyond that, we'll get the other fun fact. Welcome as well to Hard Luck Clutch. Actually, I'll welcome you back because you might be in an ad break here, as the ad breaks keep rolling in without telling me, and it's very frustrating, to be completely honest. But it is what it is. I apologize for the ads, chat. And welcome back from the ad break. Anybody that was involved in that, I do apologize for the sudden ads. I literally don't get any warning about them right now, and I don't understand why. Welcome to Hard Luck Clutch. Joining us here, the Community World Challenge. And now can I have the entire history of Babylon? No. Logan, no. Not quite. I can maybe find a brief history of Babylon. And honestly, I should know more about it. I know there was the siege back in the big siege, you know, where like Babylon got taken down by was it Sennacherib? Sennacherib ended, no, that wasn't, yeah, the sacking of Babylon back in, oh shoot, I can't remember, but Sennacherib ended up taking Babylon, And he ended up, did he cut off all the heads of the women, children, and cats in the village? Or was that sounds like a Genghis Khan thing. I think that was a Genghis Khan thing, but I think Sennacherib did some even more messed up stuff, if I'm not mistaken. Carson isn't here, right? I bet Carson would know this, to be completely honest, but when it comes to Babylon, I feel that Sennacherib was the OG in terms of history making there. So there's your fun fact. That's not that fun. If you research anything about Sennacherib's history and campaign on Babylon, you'll know it's not that fun, but that's history, baby. Gotta love how Twitch changed that. Happens all the time. I know. It's very obnoxious. I just want to be able to snooze my ads and know when they're coming so I can run them manually and not have to run them at the beginning of a race like we did today, where we went ad break at the start-finish line, or for the green flag, which I just lost my mind on internally when I saw that. A brief history of the city or Lady Gaga song, that'll do. What about the One Republic song as well? One Republic also did Babylon, no? So that could also be, was it One Republic? I think it was. POV Twitch. It's so true. Yeah, Twitch you gotta love. And, man, ChatGPT can be a little bit too in-depth sometimes. But One Republic's Babylon is probably the... Okay, sorry, Gil. Welcome, Gil Silverin, as well, by the way. Obrigado for everything. And Facecam Fiesta, unfortunately, I need to disable... In fact, I'm just going to do that right now. We are going to disable the Facecam Fiesta so I don't forget, because Carson has now rejoined the Facecam Fiesta. There he is. Love to see it. Bonnie M. did the Rivers of Babylon. Carson, so you missed it, okay? So we're talking about Babylon, and in particular, I was talking about Sennacherib's expedition in Babylon, right, and the history of that. You're muted. And we have, of course, also, not to mention the history of Babylon regarding Sennacherib and the sacking of it, and all of the other times that Babylon has been sacked by multiple other people. We have mentioned the different artists that have done songs regarding Babylon. Logan Sargent asking for the history about Lady Gaga's Babylon. Yeah. However, I still think, and now this is a question for you, Carson, what do you think is better, One Republic's Babylon or Lady Gaga's Babylon? That's the real question. Or Sennacherib's Babylon. That's also acceptable. Okay, maybe that's not that acceptable.
So I have no idea. I have not listened to any of them.
You've not listened to One Republic's Babylon? You definitely have. I have no doubt in my mind that
Spotify on stream.
Well, you can, because I'm not going to hear it, so you're good to do so.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just curious.
I hope that.
What happened? You won't be able to hear it.
But what happened? What?
Showing up. What happened while I was gone?
Well, we mentioned Babylon, and I got off track about Sennacherib sacking of Babylon because that was pretty metal. And by metal, I mean pretty messed up, but pretty metal simultaneously.
I'm actually not seeing it on Spotify, Mike. I'm trying to do my best here, but I can't.
Was it not One Republic?
I don't know if it was. I know Joey, I can't say his name on stream, actually.
Who did
One artist I like who's made a song, but...
I think that's who I'm thinking of, then. Oh, it's Empire. No, it's not Empire. What?
What is going on?
I don't know. I don't know music, clearly. Anyway,
on track, Wix is trying to do his best here on the Miles, who's he's been chasing for a little while now. teammate of, I believe, or rather pit stop from the British driver we saw earlier, Darren Wicks, the Canadian, trying to make a move on the motherland here. The number 7 car doing everything he can, but she's going to have to wait now. That exit might be good enough, though, yeah, I don't know.
It's not One Republic. It's not. It's not. It's the same time period that I was listening to One Republic, though, in my middle school years. I know that for a fact.
And Wicks, sorry, not to cut. Oh, never mind. He's gonna make the move. Takes a look down the inside. Bit of a teaser for what's to come, if you will. I have no horse in this race. No.
I actually can't find the song.
We're gonna go towards at points of history.
I legit can't find the song. I'm not sure what it was. Anyways, we move on.
Riveting.
Yeah, we move on because I actually cannot find it.
Okay. I don't know what I came back to. I like Pompeii. That's a good song that revolves around history.
That's fair.
I don't think either Babylon song revolves around history at all, to be honest with you. But
I don't know.
know.
I'm crazy. We'll just call it. I think
Gray.
it might just be David Gray. Honestly, I think it is that. Because there's Bonnie M, like Dr. Porkchop mentioned, and then another band that I've never heard of. Anyways, we've derailed thoroughly, and let's be honest, the rails are. I mean, Darren Wicks and Paul Miles got a battle going on here, but chat, let's be real here. There ain't much.
I mean, we've gone off the rails, but we're on one of those mine carts where you go like one of those, you know what I'm talking about, with the 2 people on it. That's where we're at right now.
I feel like we're on the teacups, you know. I feel like that might be a little bit more of a better description, where it's, you know, you can have the nice, calm, cool, collected spin, or you could be like me and my friend group and try to spin the thing as fast as humanly possible until somebody breaks their arm, basically.
Or vomits all over you.
That could also happen, but you know what? That's survival of the fittest, is what that I describe as, so.
I don't know if I'd call survival of the fittest getting vomited on, Mike. I don't think that is...
No, it's about
I think I lost.
I mean, sure, but, you know, it's about not vomiting. As long as you're the one not vomiting, you're chill.
I think you lose if you get vomited on, but... Darren Wicks going for a sick move, if you will, on the inside of Paul Miles. The 81 car, the Brit trying to keep the American Ferrari away, and he will. Darren Wicks, not enough room. He looks down to the inside. But his only real pace right now is on these laps have been on that long straight, and he just can't find the pace anywywhere else. Wicks will really need to keep it together the rest of this next... no, sorry. You should have talked. I lost it. I'm blaming you on that one.
That's my bad. Trying to go up the hill here and begin the ascent. Again, the mountain, not the overtaking opportunity that you want to find, and now they go through Reed Park and Solomon. Seen a couple mistakes here throughout the day, but honestly... Oh my goodness. That was lag, everybody. That didn't actually happen, what just so you saw, but I really thought I just commentators cursed beyond words. I think we're okay. That's just a little bit of a lock up there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Paul Miles, inches, and I mean inches. I don't even think I mean inches. I think I mean less than millimeters away from that wall. That was really, really close to about 3 people's races ending in a matter of a fraction of a second. Great job to avoid there. Paul Miles making sure he breaks the slipstream. I'm not sure why the Ferrari doesn't swing over. But for now, the BMW will pass, and Paul Miles will serve himself as the blocker now for the 3rd place BMW behind, who, for comparison in pace, is being trailed by the car on the lead lap by about 7 seconds between them and 3rd place. And the 1st place car is behind 3rd place. Keep that important there.
Dang. At the lead, Andy Borscher's 41 seconds currently ahead of Sam Gaskell. Sam decided to go in for the pit stop about 11 minutes ago. Andy has about 11 minutes before he needs to come in for his stop.
Carson, if you could go pick any time travel device in fiction, which would you choose? That's a good question. That's a really niche question.
I feel like the little plate that they threw down, was it in it wasn't in Rick and Morty. What was the plate they throw down that they stand on? Was it Rick and Morty? Which show was that? I don't think it is. But they had to go and they had to find they ended up traveling into the past, and then it broke or something, and they had to go and find badges. Was that Family Guy? might have been Family Guy. That was Family Guy. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I was about to say that started sounding like Family Guy. Yeah, 100% retro confirming that. That was but the plate. Yes, exactly. But that's the return plate. Oh, that's right. Because they had the machine that they went into initially, and then they had the return plate. Yeah. I think that's fun though. I like that. I think that adds a bit of spice and variety into it, and it doesn't guarantee that you come back.
The easiest. The DeLorean just kind of seems like the easiest pick here, right?
I guess that's fair. It's such a boring one, but yeah.
But like it's
just right,
the only
though.
thing I can think of. The only thing I can think of is the TARDIS and the DeLorean. And the TARDIS is a phone booth that, like, it's not like I could live in that. Like, it's like a reactor core. I don't want to live in a reactor core.
I thought the TARDIS was like infinitely big though on the inside, wasn't it? Wasn't that one of those that like you see it on the outside and it's small, but you go inside of it and it's big? I actually never watched Doctor Who, by the way, so I do not know, but I always thought that was the case.
I don't know. My sister was really obsessed with it when I was a kid, and I made fun of her for it ruthlessly. Like, I mean, every time I saw her watching it on the TV, it was over for her. Like, I was making fun of her instantly. And it's actually not even that, like, bad of a show. I actually think it's quite good. But Sargissian up to 5th.
It was almost over for Sargissian there for a second. My goodness. Let's go back and take a look at this. We're about to watch somebody go very deep into the gravel, I would imagine. Let's see. Is the curb going to get kicked up here? You can already see a little bit. Holy save! There was no dust even. That was the Fear Nothing moto car that kicked up the dust. What a save from Alex Sargissian. They're certainly going to need a new pair of underwear come the pit phase.
And yep, check that out at the ! Instagram. That save will be probably going there.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of shows you what kind of drivers are here. And these guys, driver's seat right now for the last kind of podium spot here to get into the CWC. If it is top 3, we actually don't even know what it is, but oh yeah, Adam Strange. That's a really niche one, and I don't think a lot of people are gonna get that.
I don't.
But the only reason I get that is because I babysitted like a 7-year-old child who she was really obsessed with that show.
What is the show?
The Miraculous Ladybug. It's
oh, it's the okay. Fair enough. That's what the show is. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think it is. I feel like I'm wrong, but
gotta have free living space in the borough. I am clearly too old for this conversation, despite the fact that I'm not that old.
No, I mean it's a it kind of escapes my generation even as a children's show. It's just that it got a lot of merit as not a children's show. I agree. It's like one of those shows that, I don't know. I watched The Amazing World of Gumball a lot. That's kind of the only children's show I watched still. But watching that show back, it is perfectly fitted in today's humor. I actually think it was way ahead of its time.
Fair enough.
Truly an artwork masterpiece. Watch The Amazing World of Gumball. Rewatch it if you haven't. It's pretty good. It's honestly pretty good.
Darren Wicks has decided to come into pit lane. The battle with Paul Miles will be put on temporary hold as the undercut is underway from the number 7 car. Decided to come into pit lane very early, actually, only 39 minutes into their stint. However, I like this. That's what you call that's a successful used tire stint right there. You be on it for as little time as you possibly can. You come into stop, and now you only have 2 stops to go to the end. Every single driver at this point will have to make 2 stops. That's not going to be, there's no way around it. So why not pull the trigger now? If you're on the used rubber, go throw on a fresh set, use as much of the tire that you can for the maximum amount of time. Yeah,
and right now, speaking of pitting with used tires, the only real hope that we have for that second place car, not we have, or that they have rather, is kind of doing that. They need to make sure the second that they only have 1 stop that they're going to be out on the same set of tires for the rest of the race. And honestly, they might have saved one. They might have saved those quali tires for now, but we just kind of have to see where those tires are. We don't know if they took new sets every single time because there's a chance, just a chance, that they have those they have 1 fresh pair of kicks that they can throw on and run to the end.
Not bad. I like that.
Thanks.
Professor Canotis in, Andy Borchers in, Sam Gaskell stays out this lap, Vincenzo Sentore stays out this lap, Alex Orgissian as well, and Drew Burkowski as well. A lot of these drivers electing to go as long as they can, but again, it doesn't really matter right now. It's just sort of, it's up in the air. You have a little bit of variety in terms of what you can do here, and do you prioritize the long term or do you prioritize the short term? And the answer is, well, what tires are you on, to be completely honest? If you're on old rubber and you're on the, you've strapped on a used set of boots for this stint, then you probably want to go as short as humanly possible. But if you have fresh rubber, you want them to go as long as possible. It really is as simple as that. Again, back to the sweets jar analogy. You can't use all your sweets at one time. You gotta save them.
Yeah, and some of these guys, they have a pretty old hard candy left in that, and they also have some Snickers bars, and it's sort of like, do we take the Snickers bar right now and with an hour and 40 minutes left and basically run our last 2 stints with the Snicker bars, or do we grab an old set, throw them on, then be fresher for that last stint? And you know, that Snickers bar keeps me through the night, keeps me through the rest of the day, and keeps us to the end. But nothing against hard candy. I actually really like hard candy, and it's the only candy I've been eating recently because it's actually pretty low calorie in terms of it, but
what is it? Snickers makes you it doesn't make you
Not
angry,
you
it
when
makes
you're
you the
hungry.
opposite. You're not you when you're hungry.
It's
There
not
you
you
go.
when you're
That's
hungry,
the
yeah.
there you go. But yeah, eat a Snickers.
sponsor us.
No. Yes, if you are looking,
Sponsor
what,
us.
it's who is that, Nabisco or something? Nabisco, if you're looking for a sponsor, you know,
Or someone to sponsor, rather.
yeah, true,
Trackalicious
you're
candy bar?
dude.
Just a thought.
Had my face on it. That'd be
that'd be
something. Into pit lane goes Chris Tones.
Snickers ice cream bars, though, Logan Sargent fanboy. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Delicious. Delicious.
You know, like low key, all this Snickers talk does make me want a Snickers. I haven't eaten anything today, and I am quite hungry. So, anyone that
Probably
says you're
have a
not you when
bagel.
you're hungry, that's such a lie, though. You're still you when you're hungry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't become like a flesh-eating monster like the commercials portray. But
Some
I mean,
people do.
Yeah. Some
So
people.
I've done. Some
Like,
people definitely
there's people
do.
in my life that I'm thinking of right now that are immediately coming to mind that if they are not fed, I don't want to be around them. Like, some people just that's their kick. They have to be not hungry. And some people it's like life gets them angry. No, some people being hungry gets them really pushed off the edge, and I understand that. It sucks.
Yeah. Being hungry does suck, and I think both Carson and I are in that boat because we're both in a cut. So it's being hungry sucks, but it is what it is.
Speaking of being starved for action, we were in the middle of a 3-hour race when it's actually a 6-hour race. It's been 3 hours of this almost.
Yep. Unfortunately, Carson, why don't you take us through the calendar real quick while I just step away for a second?
All right, so folks, if you're ever looking to jump in on track with Trackalicious, you got the GT4 rookies every Monday. They'll be at Zandvoort this week, headed off to the Netherlands, just like Formula One in 23 days. We got the GT4 Open right after it. It's the perennial championship. The rookies is open to everybody, of course, and afterwards is the GT4 Open. Street Stock on Tuesdays, that's been closed, but there is more iRacing Oval in the works for everybody else. Synth the Drive returns next Wednesday. The schedule right here is wrong, but it will return next Wednesday. GT3 West Coast will be right after. They've got Bathurst, same track that we're on here on July 31st, with the Super Formula Lights returning Thursday night for their final session. The calendar is wrong. It was pushed back one singular week, so on August 1st, you will have Road Atlanta that Thursday. It's a 20-minute double for iRacing fans. Jump in there. It's a super fun series to watch and join. I would definitely highly recommend it. Every Saturday, once a month, of course, you've got the Road to SRO Community World Classic, which, if you didn't know, you're tuned into right now. The Bathurst race right now, and the Nordschleife returning in a month, minus 3 days. But our crown jewel is on Sunday. Return tomorrow night for Spa-Francorchamps. We've got July 28th. Some excellent action. Championship battle might get decided and some of the championship battle will be decided, but somebody will be going and taking the fight to Quinn Smith at Misano the week after. So go tune in for the semifinal essentially there with a 75-minute stint tomorrow. But again, also, the people that support the calendar, the Patreons, we cannot thank you enough. I'm first on that thing. I shouldn't be. I'm the least tenured, I think, for the V12 Exotics, but very, very much.
Alphabetical.
Thank you very, very much for everybody else. Alphabetical, I know. I got that far, Mike. I promise. But, again, thank you very much to everybody who's subscribed, who's a Patreon supporter, and has donated bits. And certain individual in chat, 1-bit fun fact, last person publicly executed in France was 1977. Interesting. Olympic fun facts for you guys, I guess.
That is certainly a fact. Andy Borchers, what a crazy double stint. Welcome. Not funny, right? That is not a very fun fact. That is very true. It's a very morbid fact, to be completely honest. And, oh man, my flux is already kicking in because it's technically night for my computer right now. You'll love to see it. It's not 6:32, despite what my computer thinks.
Is in game, and if you can see that section there, the timing should end right at about 8:02, 8 p.m. exactly, 8:01, somewhere around that section there. You can see the timing by AWI International when that clock strikes 8:01 p.m. Of course, excellent as usual on that one. You will see the end of this race, 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 51 seconds remaining in this race. We've got so much race to go. After 4.5 hours, though, I'm surprised that we've gotten this far. It feels very long, but it also feels very short, Mike.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate your optimism, Carson. Yeah, I mean, we're lacking for action. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'll just say it as it is. This has definitely been a 15-man, 6-hour race. I mean, we started off with quite a few more, but unfortunately, there have been some disconnects. There have been some crashes. And just a little bit of a lull.
We'll check the weather one last time. I think this is our only hope, Mike.
Looking at the sky, it's only gotten brighter, so I am not going to be optimistic when I hit this, and it is going to be cloudy for the rest of this race if I had to predict. It's definitely not looking like the rain is going to hit.
We have
Logan,
rolled the 35. Logan Sargent, fanboy. A little too real on the broadcast tonight.
True. Could have seen Star Wars and then a public execution. True. You could have done that back in the 70s, I suppose. My friend is named Sky. I could Sky metaphors for his. Hold on, that went over my head. I clearly misread that.
Yeah, me too.
I could Sky metaphors for his mood. Chrono, I see you're done. Do you want to come in for an interview?
Oh, use metaphors for his mood. Use metaphors for his mood. He just corrected. Okay, yeah.
Gotcha. Chrono, do you want an interview? We have a lot going on in the booth right now, so. You know, we only have so much time for the interview, but we have at least 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 48 seconds. So, get your butt in here and I'll interview you.
Somebody in here. Professor Cornotus, welcome, my friend. How is it going?
What's up? It's going pretty good. I didn't crash all day long. That's pretty good. Only 3 seconds of damage on the day.
Let's go. Mason Perchowski currently behind the wheel right now of the 42, but gotta say, Chrono, how has it been looking? I mean, you've had to deal with the back marker and shenanigans. You've had to be a back marker yourself. It's just sort of a bit of a long-term sprint, or not a long sprint race, but more of a marathon race right now is what it seems.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good on our tires. Our setup saves its tires really well, so I still had pace right at the end of the double stint. So I was, yeah, thanks to that, we're doing well. We were racing really close with the 690 car for a really, really long time, but they're now half a lap behind us, so that's nice too. Top 5 incoming if Mason can just keep this thing between the white lines moving forward.
Yeah, and Eric Akasi now piloting that 690 machine. Should mention, putting a pretty good overtake on your boss there earlier, I have to say. And he actually wasn't driving the car, but close enough. The struggle bus not doing as well as you guys are, obviously. You guys started pretty far down the order. You guys had some theatrics, I'd say, in the pit strategy last time. Has that continued on? Are you guys just on a normal strategy? Are you guys playing what the pit strategy is all?
The only variation to the pit strategy we tried the version where you drive past your pit box and then reverse into it, and we found that was slower by about 5 seconds. I wouldn't recommend trying that one again.
Oh man, and what's your favorite word, Chronotus? Let's go on the topic of the actual section here.
Hold on. I just want to hold that thought before we continue. This is an absolutely incredible battle that has kind of come out of absolutely nowhere. Alex Sargsyan made it by Vincenzo Santore for the time being. However, you could see the aggressive postuming there of the BMW in the rearview mirror of the BMW. They're both BMWs. There's 3 BMWs on screen right now. How useless could I have been in my description? But regardless, this has spiced things up a little bit here. Ali Raza joining the back as they try to lap P3. Ali Raza has made it around the circuit 3.8 miles ahead of P2 or P3.
Yeah, Raza should have to come in at some point right here. I believe his stint timer is about to end at some point in the next few laps, but Alex Sargsyan trying his best to stave off that BMW behind and had a really, really good overtake right at Audi. And you know what? I think he's actually got the move and the run. He's got fresher tires if he's taking new ones because he's obviously on that different pit strategy. And I think he's just going to run away.
Actually, so it's the opposite way around, actually. Santore is the one on the fresh tires, and you can see he overcooks it into the chase there, makes contact with both Alex Sargsyan and Ali Raza. Things are getting a little bit dicey here. Ali has to be careful, try to keep his nose clean right now, and Vincenzo Sorrente needs to dial it back just a little bit. But let's continue with Chrono. I think this battle has died down for the time being. We can talk now.
Anyway, favorite word, Chronotus, as the topic of the stream so far has been a lot of grammatical topics, and we want to know what your favorite word is. And I feel like you would definitely have a very, very good favorite word.
I'm going to have to go with word because of how self-descriptive it is.
All right, you heard it here, folks. You heard it here first.
Word is the best word. Word.
Colonel, on that word, before we let you go here, how are you looking in terms of confidence going to the rest of this race? Hour and a half left. How you feeling? Do you think you can make up some positions? Do you think you can get onto the podium? What do you think?
If 2 people crash, we can get onto the podium. I think we're going to get a P5. I think P5 is properly in the bag here. Sargsyan's going to pit, trade off to Smith. He's going to catch us. And then Burakovsky's gonna pit and stay behind us, and we'll be P5.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, honestly, I think
locked in unless crashing happens.
I think that's a pretty fair description, to be honest. I think that's about how I would have drawn it up too. So yeah, fair enough, Chrono. We'll let you go here. We'll let you back to your team, and best of luck with the rest of the session. Thank you for coming in for the interview.
Thanks for having me, guys. Have fun with the rest of the commentary.
Will do.
Good one. Thank you very much. Curious if we have a chance of rain in the last hour. It's one of those things that I'm just not too confident in, but it's happened before, as Sargsyan's going to let the front marker of Ali Raza get through, as that was not what he wanted to see. He's flashing him there. I'm sure he might not be too happy. He's giving him maybe some... Not Sargsyan, rather. That's... Gotta read the name. I can't read the name from Discord. Vincenzo Santore. I don't think he's too happy with what happened with him and Ali Raza, understandably. Neither of them wanted that accident, and I might not believe it's on himself, but that'll be up to the stewards. And later for that section, sitting in fourth, though, he's got fresher tires, and I'm surprised he's really not taking a car at a Sargsyan's pace right now.
I am as well, to be honest, and I'm not sure what that would even be, to be completely honest, and why. I feel like the pace should be there. Santore has shown that they have the pace, or Senatore, excuse me, has shown they have the pace time and time again, but on this time around, it seems they just have lost whatever pace they used to have. It could be down to a collision, it could be down to something else, I'm not sure, but I don't think there's damage on the BMW. I think it might just be maybe fatigue at this stage, Carson. They've been out for quite a while.
Yeah, and it's a difficult thing, right? Because you're tired, but at that point, it's like, maybe it's just Sargassian has more pace. It is Alex Sargassian. We are aware with that is a very, very good driver. I believe at some point has won a TRACKILICIOUS championship, probably somewhere. I can figure that out, but I won't because the paper is very, very long, because there has been many TRACKILICIOUS champions, because this community has been around for a while, and there's been a lot of good drivers that have passed through here. As he lets Polyraza through, understandably, they are teammates. Bit of a call from mother base or home base, whatever it is. Mothership, that was what I was going for. But it seems the fatigue is getting to me too, Mike.
I actually don't think Sargassian has won a championship. That's one of the drivers that certainly has championship potential out there, but one of the newer members to TRACKILICIOUS, to be completely honest, if I'm not mistaken, I think joined a couple seasons ago in the GT3s or the GT4 Open, one of the two. Or both, I'm honestly not too sure, but they have been. Uh-oh, hold that thought. We just had Professor Kronotis in for an interview. He mentioned Mason Perchalski. Mason has paid me off to not watch any incident reviews. However, Mason, sorry, buddy. Let's see what happened. Oh, and it's a completely unforced mistake. Kept it out of every barrier. Let's just start with that.
He's going to rear end into it, isn't he? Oh, I thought he did.
No, he actually kept it. To be fair, lost some time. No damage, though. A little bit of damage on the tires. That is, to be fair, you know. And Andy Borchers gifting a sub to Chimera. Thank you very much, Andy Borchers. Gifted 27 subs in total. Absolute legend. Thank you so much, Andy.
The race between him and somebody else, aren't they tied? Someone else gifted a sub today and is tied.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think we got a tie.
Yeah, you are right. That was
0.144 seconds damage. Huh.
Not bad. All things considered, not bad.
Well, I think the damage comes in tire wear and
ego.
And pace. You mentioned that they have to go beat the 5th place driver Burakovsky out of the pits, and that may have just, I guess, signed, sealed, and delivered their 6th place there, unfortunately.
Maybe.
For Kronotis' hopes earlier. But it's Panorama. I mean, I've seen it happen before at Panorama where it rains in the last 30 minutes, but we've got, I assume, going to be a full dry race. I would be very surprised at this point, again, like you mentioned, if even a speckle of rain dropped upon the track at this stage. But
yeah, I do not see any rain falling right now. The sky doesn't look to be that way. It looks a little dark, but it doesn't seem to be getting darker. Kronotis is going to be a little disappointed on that one, but again, even with tire wear, I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue. Mason didn't really... Nothing was under load for an extended period of time. While, yes, he slid around and he did lock up, but he's going downhill, which allows the momentum to carry through, so you're not actually really wearing your tires as much as you potentially could have in that type of spin. So it was a very low energy crash, to be honest, and just time loss, in my opinion, is really what happened. And there might be a couple tenths taken out of those tires, maybe a couple thousandths taken out of the tires, but all in all, I think that the grip should be pretty much even to what it was beforehand.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking more iRacing there, because literally if that happened in iRacing, you've just lost half your stint on those tires. It's quite a weird tire wear model comparatively.
I still think it's just where you spin. I think it's just where you spin right there, because you're in a very low load situation is the thing. You're going downhill, which means you have you're not going to suddenly stop, which takes most of the tire wear out. And yes, sliding also takes tire wear out too. I'm not denying that, but
yeah, and it's kind of a matter of if you slide on that top part of Skyline or if you go right down at the bottom where that car kind of picks up when it has that slight elevation into the right-hander and the left-hander afterwards, and you didn't really spin there. So that's a really good point. I think those tires more on the fact of, they're going to be fine, but a few more inches, a few more feet, and it would not have been as fine as...
a few more feet and he would have been in the marshal's post. A few more inches and his race would have been severely hampered with some damage.
I meant more comparatively like down the track, not down into the track.
Vincenzo Santore keeping the gap consistent here. 1 second to Alex Sargassian. The podium hunt still on, but it is going to be down to who has the newer tires and who did the better strategy, in my opinion. These two are about dead even on track. It'll be down to who has the limited tire sets that they've managed into a better situation. Which again, Carson, do you want to explain that for anyone that is just joining us?
Oh boy, do I. 4 sets of tires limited on dries. You had to use, and over the entire weekend, not just the race, so they've been using quality pace tires or quality tires that have been under the stress of the 20-minute qualifying period. And that's the problem with this car right now is that third place car that Sargisian is in is a not really in the best spot overall. They've already had a pit stop overall. They have to take another pit stop, one more, I believe. Then they will need to take this other car behind them, but it'll be at a different time, so it'll be a kind of a mad charge. They have to get those tires right in the other section, but I don't know the tire situation of either car. They might have fresh rubbers that they can go and hawk down that third place car when they go into the pits here. I'm not sure when their stint timer is up, but it will be up before that great car ahead, unless they've already taken their stop, which I'm not fully too sure on. But they will have to stop again, whether it's after the great car, after the Italian of
let me update you on that, okay? So when it comes to it, because you have a very valid point. So Senatore has been out for 12 minutes, so they are only one stop left to the end. However, you mentioned Alex Sargisian. Do they need to make another stop? Well, the answer, unfortunately, is going to be yes. They have to make 2 stops because, and this is something we go back to earlier on in the broadcast, we mentioned that extending your stint, maximizing every single lap can potentially make the difference here at the end. And it's going to come down to 2 minutes. 1 lap of Bathurst, and he has to make an extra stop because of that. If he had stayed out 1 more lap on a previous stint, he would have been able to make do. However, this time around, he has to pit with about, unfortunately, 72 minutes remaining is about the time he's going to have to pit, and there's only 70-minute stint timers.
And what you can point that to is there's a chance that, you know what, take the drive-through. At that point, you can reset your pit timer without having to take a stop fully. So what I would do if I'm them, I'm either going to take an extremely low fuel amount and go do a splash and dash, but these tires are being changed once in this section. You need to get the maximum pace out of this car. And what I'm going to do right now, if I'm them, I'm going to take a bunch of fuel. I'm going to take the fuel I need to the end, and I'm going to have a drive-through at some point and just take it when I don't have clean air. When there's somebody in front of me that I can't pass, I'm going to go jump right into the pits, get my drive-through, jump back in clean air, because I'm going to have to pit again. And as long as I cross that white line, it doesn't matter what I do in the pits, I'm going to be able to just keep going.
Exactly, and the drive-through penalty is only going to cost you about 19 seconds here at Brands Hatch, so you just need to find yourself a 20-second window, which is going to be easier said than done. We know how close the margin is as Sargisian. Currently, those two are within about a second of each other. However, when it comes to the pit stops, Alex Sargisian is slightly out of sequence, and this is just going to put him even more so.
Yeah, and if you're curious, in about 45 seconds, every individual who needs to pit still, if they pit after this mark in about 40 seconds, they will no longer need to pit. The 70-minute stint timer will be up, and they will be all green to the end. So we'll have to see here. Everybody going to try and extend their stint timer right now. I know there's some drivers who I believe need to take it, but unfortunately for that Fuji Competitions car, I'm not sure if they're in for damage or not, but they will have to. Are you sure?
Yeah, they're going to come
the white
out.
line at the end or the front?
Yes, yeah. The white line at the end.
Okay. So they'll be fine as long as they don't do what we saw last week for a few cars and come out 5 seconds too early from the pits. Saw that happen last week. Somebody lost 30 seconds of pace overall because of that, but I don't think they're even going to have the chance yet. They'll be all right. The Fuji Competition car will be the first car to finish their last stop, and they will be green to the end.
Yep, they're going to be the first car that is going to be green, green, green all the way to the checkered flag, and yeah, it's a long time coming for that one. It's been quite the endurance race here at Bathurst. A lot of hot lapping. You know, say it as it is. Unfortunately, it is what it is, and that's just how endurance racing goes sometimes. And we still have a few more battles yet to be decided. Ollie Raz and Sam Gaskell. I still don't know how that one's going to end, to be completely honest. And the winner of that battle is going to be leading the championship at the end of this race. So that is the most important one to keep an eye on. Everything else below that, I think there is going to be nobody else in the running for the watch come the Nürburgring. However, that doesn't mean that they're out of the Community World Challenge.
Yeah, top 3 we think go. We obviously don't know fully because
Let's see if I can confirm that.
Yeah, I tried. I couldn't find anything on that section, so that's what I know. But it's up to them. Maybe they are just going to take the best teams pace-wise. I don't know. We'll have to see how they determine it and maybe just grab a different team if they don't like one team going. But
I have an update.
You do?
So I don't have an update specifically on what we're talking about. However, I do have an update on some of the prizes that are in the running here. So the top 2 drivers, so the top number 1 team, is going to receive a custom AWI International Limited Edition watch. Second place, the top 2 drivers will also, no, excuse me, the top 2 drivers. So the first place will also receive a 1-month Coach Dave Delta subscription. And second place teams will be receiving custom apparel. Apparently. What that is?
Yeah.
I cannot tell you. I don't know.
We were talking about that, and I think like t-shirt. That'd be kind of hard. I don't know. I'd be like, if I get a t-shirt, I'd be kind of cool with it. I'd be like,
I don't even have one.
The Trackalicious team gets second place and they get merch before we do. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that.
Right? Like honestly, where's my Trackalicious tie? Trackalicious tie when?
My Trackalicious polo. Truthfully.
Would I rather be a famous? Okay, I'm gonna pretend the last one isn't there because that is the easiest question on the face of this planet. Driver. End of story. I wanted to be a racing driver my entire life. That's why I'm a commentator. So we'll say driver. That's an easy one. But would I rather be a famous singer or a famous actor? Carson, why don't we start with you?
Well, the one big noticeable difference in that is that you didn't say athlete, and that's one I would have just picked overall, obviously.
No, no. Famous singer or actor. Those are the 2 we're rolling with right now. Driver doesn't count here because I know you'd pick that one as well.
Singer.
Why?
Singer. I think that's way easier, like as like a general life path.
That's
like,
fair.
Like Brad Pitt for the past 2-3 years has been doing the filming for the exact same movie, going to every F1 race, which is obviously not a bad thing for Brad Pitt, but I feel like if I didn't like F1, I would be very like a miss. Like if I can do a role that I don't like what I'm doing, like I don't want to be a bad guy in a movie. I feel like to
be fair, we do know he loves Formula One, so
I know he loves Formula One, but like, what if I hated Formula One? I had to film a Formula One movie. Like that would stink.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't though. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it would, but he doesn't. He likes Formula One, so
does actor
Brad Pitt's
Carson
cool.
in like a parallel universe like F1 still? Like
that's fair. That's fair. The butterfly effect, might you call it? Honestly, I'd be a famous, probably singer as well. I don't think I don't have the face of an actor. I think I have the face of a commentator, unfortunately, and that's just kind of where I stand. Whoa, what the heck? That's Carlos Guzman at the bottom of the... Okay,
where we stand, bottoms out at Forest Elbow. We'll take a look here. It seems he got Forest elbowed. Oh no, Porsche I think just punched his back end and caught a little Fear Nothing moto there as the leading car stays out of it, but
Zane Blisket, unfortunately, will be presumably at fault for that one. But hard to tell in that replay, to be completely honest. I'm not going to just go and pin fault immediately on him. But it did definitely look that way.
The jail comment was ironic. We'll see if they get a time penalty. But, yeah, I mean, that's not where that Crazy Rabbits Racing wanted their race to go. They were in third place, had the slot-specific third place basically down pat, and it's gone poorly, to say the least. It's gone poorly.
Yeah, and Stream Espresso, I think everybody kind of feels that way right now. Any Formula One fan truly is like, yeah, the script seems ridiculous, but the racing looks good. So that's kind of what I'm holding out hope for.
Car for combat. Let's go, again.
Yeah. But the racing looks good. I mean, it's real racing. It's actual footage that's been filmed of, like, literal drivers driving a car. It's not CGI, a lot of it. So, so I'm pro that, to be honest.
If anybody is interested in other news in the world, the New York Yankees have just acquired Jazz Chisholm 4 days before the MLB trade deadline. Yeah, and I think there's going to be a lot of cameos in that movie, by the way. Like, I legitimately think there is going to be scenes where there's actual drivers on the grid, like, speaking to them in that kind of section. Because, I mean...
Fernando Alonso in a movie?
I mean, it's yet to come, but it's going to happen. Are we kidding ourselves with that one?
I don't know. Fernando, like... He'd do it, but it'd have to be a movie that he would actually like.
Yeah. I feel like he likes a lot of movies, though. I feel like I'm going to, like, turn I'm gonna like watch a movie and he's gonna just end up as an actor. But the Oscar Piastri cameo was, I agree, a shock. That's kind of the last guy. Actually, I don't know. Oscar
He's
seems like
cheap.
he would just kind of do anything. But
He's
he would
cheap.
also like,
It's
also
the
like,
main reason.
if you told him to do it, like he would just be chill with it. Though I feel like
Yeah,
if it was
exactly.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even have to pay him.
I don't think you would need to
Like,
pay him.
That's
I don't
what
think
I
you would have
mean.
to
is-
pay the guy.
That's what I mean. Is like he'd just do it. Like he's just like, yeah, why not, mate? I'll just do it real quick and do the role here for the Formula One film and get myself nice and popular there, mate.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think that's a bad thing. He's a super authentic guy, and he has to. You got to play yourself, dude. Like that's the easiest role, and you get to
Dude,
be in a movie. Like either
Dude,
way.
the question is,
I think
does
that's
he have to
still
play
sick.
himself? You know, like, is he gonna have to
I have
actually
to.
play a character with some energy? Like, imagine Oscar Piastri trying to act as George Russell.
If I turn on that movie and Oscar Piastri's 6'1" and George Russell and is George Russell, I don't know what I'll do.
Oh, Eric Gakassian here trying for the move on to Paul Miles to the outside. Is he going to get enough drive to get around? No, not quite. It looks like the little bit of a wiggle, though, from Paul Miles is going to maybe open the door up into the cutting, but no, Eric Gakassian is just slightly too far behind.
Oh my gosh. No, apparently Oscar Piastri, what he's making the point is Oscar Piastri had a cameo in the Deadpool movie.
Oh.
Beats me. I know Alpine is running that livery this weekend as Eric Gakassian again going to try. Here he's going to have to go nip and tuck. I'm very curious what he sees is, no, I lied, sorry. Okay, cool.
You're supposed to be the fact checker, Logan.
Supposed to be the fact checker. Misinformation on the internet. Don't trust anything you see. We'll be closing chat down. Subs only. Rest of the stream.
Well, Logan's a sub, too.
Dang. We were moving Logan from the stream.
Banned.
Not doing that.
No.
It's okay, Logan. We're good bit.
Waiting
Logan
for the
Sargent
Max
fan right now.
cameo of Logan Sargent in the Formula One movie. Dude, now you're talking, Sandman. Now you're talking. Imagine Logan Sargent cameoing as Max Verstappen. I don't know what would be more weird, to be honest.
I don't think I would like that. I think I would have to stop watching the movie for a moment, then return to it later. Is Eric Gakassian real close to that back bumper? Can't make the move, though, but this will be one of his best chances. Headed down towards Hell. He's going to try his best here. The Armenian going to do everything he can, but he just doesn't have enough room. Hell's corner. He makes it through all right. And has a much better exit, though, I have to say. We'll have to see where he can get on this exit. Got the tail end of a Mustang, and he's in a Mustang, so he's got all the advantages in the world right now. Let's see where he can get to
Two-horse
turn
race.
two.
Down to the quarry. Looks to the outside, but again, this is the move lap and lap and lap ago as he keeps trying it, but it's the same result every single time. Or is it? Has he finally found the formula? Paul Miles has maybe gone a little too early. No, never mind. Eric lost to the back, or the position to Ollie Raza as well in terms of the front marker.
Yeah, that's smart by Eric. I'd back out there too. That is not a place I ever want to go 3 wide at, let alone 2 wide, let alone by myself. So I respect that. That's a smart drive there. Ooh, unsettled right there, nearly taps his back end, but Ollie Raza chasing the back marker here. We'll watch his overtake at Skyline, or try and overtake at Skyline. He'll get past as not the best move from Paul Miles, who takes some air with that gutter at the top of Skyline. And Eric Gakassian is licked the stamp and sent it with relative ease.
Yeah, it was the easiest overtake he's ever had in his life. Eric didn't even have to work for that one. Handed to him for free, basically. That was no work required. Paul Miles is in too deep, and Anthony Myers up there. Wait, hold on. Miles and Myers. Oh, I see. Okay, we're good. We have one of the drivers I didn't see the name out there, but Antonian Myers? Myers in P6 right now for the Lamborghini team.
Antone?
Antonin? I'm not sure.
Antonin? If any fuchsia individual is in chat, that'd be helpful.
It might be Antonin. Antonin sounds somewhat right, but it doesn't sound French to me. He's French, so that doesn't sound French.
I'm done. I have to move the light. I can't give it anymore. We're just gonna get a little slightly poor lighting. Wow, that's even better.
That
lighting.
actually
Cool.
made it better, like
Yep,
legitimately.
Shame. 5 hours in, and I'm feeling kind of like, like when you drop an egg onto the sidewalk on a summer day, it's cooked, and he might be on the other section. Guzman nearly with the outside overtake there. Is he gonna onboard for the 996 from Spady Bud? We'll redeem that at some point. Pierchowski, no. I think that's a bit more than 0.1 seconds of damage. We'll head down towards Forest Elbow, and we'll take a look. He's got a Fuchsia car trailing him here.
Was this self-inflicted or was this assisted? And there is the answer. Holy smokes. Mason Pierchowski racking up the frequent flyer miles there just for a moment. But that was a completely unforced error from Mason.
That's long enough to get a full meal if you're in first class there. That was quite the airtime for the 42 car. The American will have his Canadian teammate crying in chat, unfortunately. Is not what you wanted it from there, but I think that might have been the doom of P5 right there.
Yeah, Mason stays out. Clearly didn't get too much damage on the back end of the Ferrari, which surprises me, to be honest. I mean, I'd say just pit, why not? You still have to make one stop to the end anyways, and you are guaranteed to make it all the way. Just take the stop now and get that damage repaired, unless it wasn't enough to affect anything. Let's hop on board just to see. Yeah, the steering wheels are. I figured as much. That wasn't that wasn't the steering wheel hit.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't know how you're gonna keep that pace up, but it's interesting. Back to what we were watching. Regular scheduled programming here. Carlos Guzman, the 585 American, trying to get past the American car of Paul Miles ahead, who's a Brit himself. It's kind of interesting seeing two British people driving a Mustang. It's truly a beautiful sight that they realize the better car on the track.
Carlos Guzman, though, not finding any light of day whatsoever at all, basically. Getting by anyone. It's been a backwards run for Carlos. Actually, he has made up one position technically, but that is mainly just due to the fact that so many people have dropped out, to be completely honest. But it has been a backward story for Carlos Guzman. Still, though, nothing to shake a stick at the end of the day. He's looking to bring home potentially a P8, or maybe even a little bit more, as this is why you go for the pit stop, and let's see what happens.
Oh, Mason and his hubris here on the instant replay. We can see, I'm going to assume he slides it.
He turned in too early.
Yeah.
He's
already lost the back end there. I think it's damaged. That car slid out backwards, and he hasn't even got to the turn, and he's already drifting through it like he is fresh into a Fast and Furious movie. That should surely return him to the other section. We needed one more lap for a stint timer to go to the end, and that's
70. It's not 65, it's 70 minute stint timers. Come on, you should know this. You set the server up, Chrono.
It's at 55 right now.
What?
It's not even 65. It's at 55 minutes left in the race. Oh, I can't. It's 65 minutes. It's 65 minutes. An hour is 60 minutes, guys.
Yeah, but
an
we have
hour is not 50 minutes.
But we have 70 minutes for stint timer.
I just said that an hour is 50 minutes, essentially, is what I did.
Oh.
So I was like, an hour and 20 minutes is 70 minutes.
The race can go a lap or two. That's a good point, actually, Chrono. That's a very valid point, and something that could potentially play into the role for the hands of, it wasn't Zane Blisket. Who was it that made that? Oh my goodness, as we have Paul Miles gets overtaken by Carlos Guzman, and it looked like a very exuberant one. Let's take a look into the final corner here if anything does happen. Looks like no. Let's see that overtake, and actually that between Paul Miles as well and Carlos Guzman. But let's see here from downtown. Wow, that is maybe not the most legal overtake, but
stayed on track. Technically, he's got all enough. I mean, you've had enough car on the track to technically be labeled as that not going to be an invalid lap. Not even half the car was off the track, Mike. I'm gonna give him that.
I hit all four tires off the white line. The white line's track
that left front. The left front was on. That left front was on. That left front was on, Mike. I don't know. It was either on the white line, but it certainly wasn't over, because he would have lost that if that was all on the dirt. Because that car was. That car was going full throttle, and I think the only traction he got was that front left staying on. So we'll see, but definitely not going to hand it back.
No, at this point, definitely not. But no, that's actually a really good point, though, Chrono, mentioning the fact that the race can go past an hour or past 70 minutes, and drivers, for example, of, was it Jules Flint or Jules Flint? No, who was it? Who was the driver that came in? Mason? No. Totally.
Fushikar. The Fushikar.
The Fushikar. Yeah, there you go. Yes.
It's Myers who's now in that car.
Gotcha. So they are going to be at risk for the if the race does go slightly longer than expected.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, with Gaskell being ahead by about only 15 seconds now, we'll have to see, obviously. Oh my god, Gaskell's only ahead by 15 seconds. That is not what I expected at this stage of the race to be saying, to be honest with you, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious on the tire situation. Yeah,
Yes,
I don't... Both drivers took tires. Just looking at lap times, they're near identical, so I'd imagine they're both either on new sets, looking at the lap times. They're pretty good lap times, so I would imagine they both took a fresh set of rubber to the end. However, they still both need a pit, so... And there is Michael Formato getting by Paul Miles, and Paul Miles into pit lane.
Yep, Formato has had a... interesting race. His teammate, I believe McCullough, was driving that car, has unfortunately sent them a bit down the grid, but Formato, who has been just a better driver overall, I believe, in just terms of safety, I think he's had lower pace, but when he's been on track, and that's kind of been the big story in an endurance race like this, is got a lot of gap between the cars ahead of you, and you need to stay on track by yourself. But we'll go take a look at that full on-board. Zane Blisket will catch him right at the mountain, chasing the front marker of Mason Piechowski.
Yeah, got a little bit of a slipstream here. It's going to help him along. The Porsche, not necessarily known for its straight line speed, so any helping hand will be welcome down the Conrad Straight. 1.1 miles of flat-out action before you get hard onto the brakes, into the chase, and back onto the accelerator, heading down towards the final corner of Murray's. And then we will begin our lap once again. We have completed so far as Zane Blisket, 139 laps. Our race leader, 144. Now, though, 140 laps. Zane 4 laps behind at the time being... But again, has a little bit of a playmate right now. And yes, Mason Piechowski is a front marker technically and not going to be battling with Zane Blisket. This is a very nice and welcome helping hand. You have the slipstream effect. You have the likes of just somebody to follow in their tire prints. It makes it a lot easier just to drive in general when you can see the lines, when you can see the people in front. It's always easier to follow than it is to lead, Carson.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of what we see, is there's drivers that just kind of have a pace fall off when they're by themselves. It's I don't know, having a car in front of you, it creates stakes. The guy in front of you might make a mistake, so you're a little bit more focused, you're a little more locked in, trying to keep yourself ahead and trying to keep yourself finding a way around this, and I think that's what Zane Blisket's going to want. Whether it's damage or not, Piechowski is just not seemingly as fast as Blisket, but where this car struggles right now in the Porsche is the straights, and the Ferrari kind of is just helping him out with that, trying to get any second that Blisket can get back, but honestly, with 34 seconds between him and the 13 car, it's going to come down to pit strategy, and I think 12th is severely out of the question for those two.
Yeah.
Random ad brake drops. Nice.
Yeah,
what is that?
I don't know. Apparently Twitch had an update, as what somebody in chat had mentioned, so random Twitch updates be terrible, to be completely honest.
Except that one where we had the emotes that came on screen. That was pretty funny.
That was pretty, I will admit, that was a pretty good Twitch update. Yes, if you do donate bits for whatever the heck, I don't even know. What is it? It's
the third one. You haven't perfectly scrolled on OBS to where you can't
I know,
see
right?
that
That's pretty funny.
But it's on-screen celebration, correct?
I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think that sounds right.
Yeah, let's get going, Tuck. I think he's going to wait to make the overtake on Chronotis until that long straight. It's the safer option for him in terms of just getting overall raw pace. Or Chronotis. Piechowski.
That's what. Why is Yuki the best?
Oh, he's the best because he never leads, but he gets points. Nice.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But theoretically, he's the most locked in.
Thank you very much, Adam Strange, for the on-screen stream celebration. Did it work this time? I don't actually see it. It didn't do anything.
I think it has a weird delay. I
think Twitch is like broken right now, to be completely honest. I don't know what is going on with Twitch, but there are some very weird things that normally don't happen.
Yeah,
No,
you
I don't see it on
OBS.
Twitch either. I don't see it on the Twitch
Really?
side either. I'm looking at both
I
monitors.
saw it
Yeah.
on Twitch.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I didn't look quick enough then. Fair enough.
Chad, did we all see that on screen? I'm just kind of curious if everybody saw that, but thank you for the
I
40 bits, Adam
yeah.
Strange.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you very much for the bits, Adam. I hope that worked. I really do.
It's like,
Yeah.
we've talked about it enough, so it's like kind of like you got the on-screen celebration. It's like epic.
Yeah, just off screen.
Well, we're on
It
screen.
did. Okay, good. It seems that it did work. Lovely. I just missed it. I must be pretty live then if that's the case. Good. Love it. And you love to see it. Battle though continues on in pit lane. Michael Fumato into the pit stop, and behind him, Carlos Guzman, the competitor that he is going to be looking at. We also have David Grains in the Fear Nothing Moto trying to pull over Mason Perchalski, who is going to be battling with Carl Big. Let's see, though, where does Michael Fumato fall out?
Yeah, a bit of a scowl from Guzman's car right into the back end of the Fear Nothing Moto car, as it looks like the Lexus will beat them out. Fear Rabbits Racing jumping on that opportunity, and here they're gone. What an overtake.
Yeah, textbook, you might say.
Textbook. Looking at the notes right here. That's how you do it, Mike. And Guzman coming out with quite the traffic behind, but it's going to be a bit more problem for his car that's chasing him behind. Not his car. Fear Nothing Moto car behind.
Yeah, it came out side by side. That's Zane Blisket, who I would imagine is going to lift off into the braking zone here and give it back to Tyler, or not. Take that back immediately, and Chronotis is going to try to get alongside. Prove me wrong, but honestly, this makes things very exciting now. We have a three-way fight for P8 up into the cutting right now, and Chronotis trying to find an opportunity, and that's actually Mason. My bad. That's Mason that is still behind the wheel.
Yeah, and don't keep that in mind. The Ford behind is also in a battle for position right here. It's Pierchowski, the Fear Nothing Moto car, and Big, who are all trying to get together here and trying to get this big bonanza up towards Guzman in 7th place. All trying to get every position you can, because honestly, that 3rd place spot right now, if you can get enough points, might be grabbable if Quinn Smith and Sargisian have an issue in the last race, which is entirely possible. We don't know the weather yet at the Nordschleife. It could literally be raining the entire time, so we'll have to see. Carl Big, though, some excellent lines, keeping it clean up at Skyline.
Yeah, managing to keep everything under control for the time being and just trying to find any weakness into Mason Pierchowski. Looking for it now onto the Conrad Straight, 1.1 miles of flat out action, and we are not going to be seeing enough gains, I think, to get by Mason. However, we are going to be seeing the large 5.4 liter V8 kick in here once it gets up to top chap. In fact, it might even beat out the turbocharger come the braking zone. You can see him rearing for the inside line. He is going to find it, sends it to the inside. It's going to turn to the out in a matter of seconds, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be signed, sealed, and delivered. Carl Big up into P9.
Yeah, Pierchowski witnessing, oh wow, he got the V10 of that Lamborghini got passed as well, as he heard the guttural groan, I would say, of the Coyote naturally aspirated engine roar by, as well as the V10 of the Lamborghini just slide on by. Two different, very different sounds. It's kind of odd how different they are in the same class, but quite interesting. And the turbocharger can't do enough for Pierchowski, who will drop down to 10th, as these two ahead will chase the FNM car ahead, as well as, Carlos Guzman.
Do you know why? By the way, Carson, that a V8 of the Camaro sounds so much different to the, for example, V8 of the Ferrari 488, even though they would be technically the same configuration. However, their engines sound extremely different. One would say, as you say, a throaty kind of deep roar from the Camaro / Mustang, and the Ferrari with more of a whine.
You know, Mike, Yeah, I think I do, but
why is it? You want me to explain it? That's fair.
I don't know how to explain it well enough.
It's due to the engine configuration, actually. So it's down to the internal gubbins and everything. It's not down to the exhaust. Yes, it could be down to the exhaust. You can chalk that up to it technically, but that isn't the main reason why. And the main reason is because this Ford right here has a flat plane crank when the Ferrari has a cross plane crank. Now, what does that mean? Basically, It means that the crankshaft is in a different configuration. A cross-plane crank, which honestly I might be getting it. I can't remember if the Ford has the. One of them has the cross-plane, one of them has a flat plane. I know that, but it basically is where the lobes are shaped in the configuration and how the firing order is. So a V8 that we're seeing right now from the Ford is going to fire 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, or something along those lines, and then a Ferrari engine is going to fire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in a different order, basically.
But you got it backwards apparently by Sandman 417. But
okay, I got the names backwards, but I didn't get the descriptions backwards. I know that. Yes, okay. The Ford is the cross and the Ferrari is flat. Thank you for correcting me on that one. However, I know the like I say, with the firing orders, that's mainly the difference. Is it's down to the order in which the cylinders fire. A Ferrari is going to be more of a balanced V8 in that it has an even firing on both sides, so it's not going to be going out of turn. When a V8 that we're seeing in the Mustang is going to be out of balance technically because it's firing 2 cylinders per crank. I hope that made sense. Or per full rotation, I should say.
Yeah.
Did that make any sense, chat? Please let me know if that made any sense whatsoever. I'd highly recommend watching a video though or just Googling it. What is the difference between a flat plane crank and a cross plane crank? Because it is actually interesting, and that is why they sound different. So there you go. There's your fun fact that I didn't know I was going to be spouting out here today.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a really interesting section there, and I'm wondering how it affects engine performance fully. Is maybe one is more efficient than the other, or one was like, yeah, I'm Italian, I have to have this be normal, and the other one was like, yeah, I'm American, I'm going to fire them off randomly. Yeah. Kind of seems almost randomly in that section. It's just like a design choice, like it must be even because we are Ferrari, or it must be whatever we decided because we're American, and that's where we're at.
To be fair, in my opinion, Ferrari's design makes a lot more sense because you don't have the wobble. Like, that's the thing, is one of the reasons it has literally, the engine is shaking out of its place, basically, out of its bolts, because it's firing in an uneven order, and it doesn't have even energy distribution per side. So, you're going to be more imbalanced if you have a... So technically there is a difference. Is it much of a difference? No, we're talking micro advantages here. I mean, to the point of even nobody I think would really even notice, but it's there. It's a difference. It's technically a thing that exists with these cars, and they're both out on track right now racing, which is super cool.
I mean, one's much faster in a straight line than the other one, so
I don't know if that's why though.
Down to that at all. It's not down to that literally at all. That was completely unrelated, but one like I expect, based on how the Mustang sounds, and I don't know if it's just me being like socialized and conditioned into it by racing, when I listen to the Mustang drive by me, I expect that one to not go very fast in a corner because it's so quiet in the corners, and that's kind of the weird section about it. And it's probably quiet because you don't hit the throttle at all because it's unable to really control itself in the corners if you use the throttle too much. But it's an interesting thing is massive dust kicked up by this 6th place car. I think it was just the side of Skyline. I know what it's called. Skyline is. Pottsweaver pulls over there, or nope, doesn't pull over. He's not going to let the F&M car yet, but now he will. He'll just drive in a straight line on the right side as opposed to the left, or the left side as opposed to the right.
Flash of the headlights there from the McLaren to let him know that he is going to be coming by. Pottsweaver keeps it flat for the most part, and I would have liked to see Tyler stay in the slipstream just because, yeah, he's not going to lift that much. He will lift once we get to the end of the straight. However, he's not going to lift at the beginning, which makes total sense. So that was a little preemptive from David, but regardless, it isn't going to make much of a difference. It's a safe overtake and is done and dusted.
6th place to move them up the order. I don't know what happened to the Wild Things racing cars. Truthfully, I know one had issues and disconnected, but the other one beats me. Maybe a incident followed by a quit, but I think that's it's interesting. But Mike, the question you were asked in chat, what was worse? I think that's it. Scroll down. Scroll down.
Was it down?
Right
oh, I couldn't.
There.
I was trying to find it.
Stream Espresso. There's a long message by Stream Espresso. Scroll down.
Where the heck is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, I was wondering where it went. Yeah. I don't understand what turning into a monster means, to be honest.
You're a mummy.
That sounds bad. Like that, in my opinion, that one sounds like the worst, where it's like now you are eternally locked in somebody else's body. That is that'd either be really cool or really not cool. I don't think there's any in between there. Walking the plank doesn't sound terrible, just to be completely honest. It sounds quicker than the rest of the options. Pricked to death by 1,000 thorns sounds unpleasant, and being burnt also sounds very unpleasant. But I think getting turned into a monster would be my least favorite out of those options. I don't think I would, like...
Do I get, like, control?
Well, I would assume so, but maybe not. I don't know.
It's kind of hype. I don't know. I feel like that might be kind of hype.
That might be kind of hype, actually.
It depends on the situation, I think. It's because if I'm like fully conscious and I'm a zombie and I have no control over like walking around and wandering my entire life, I already do that alive. Like I don't want to do that again. I don't want to do that eternally, right? Like it's interesting. Heavy Scottish accent like Shrek. Wait.
I would be a monster. Wait, what?
At your first school dance. Does this have to happen at my first school dance? Oh my gosh, you don't die. Well, I think being burnt to a crisp, you do. But I think the rest of them just kind of happen at your first school dance. I think that's...
I got burnt plenty of times in my middle school dances. We'll start off with that. Oh, Zach Doran, welcome along. Congratulations on your positions thus far. Completed his stint, Sam Gaskell, now behind the wheel of the Visceral Esports machinery, currently running in second position, but Ali Raza yet to pit.
Yeah, and we'll have to see where they churn out. Folly's got the right strategy. Maybe he can pull out pretty close, but there's about a 42-second gap and a 54-second pit coming, I believe, just about for Ali Raza. I think they're going to have to fuel and get tires, and well, let's see how long that takes.
I don't know to keep my hype train badge or turning it into 1,000 digits badge. Honestly, or 1,000 bits badge. Did I say digits? Oh my goodness.
I think the bits is more amazing.
That's
Zach
true.
Doran, thank you. Thank you very much for joining. Good race today, boys. Have to head out. Have a good one, Zach. Excellent job, of course. As I mean, a lot of riveting stuff going on here.
Thanks, Carson.
Hey, man. We've been talking about school dances and monsters for the past 5 minutes. I don't think
5 minutes? 5 minutes? You mean like 3.5 hours, Carson? Come on.
3.5 hours. We weren't talking about school dances and monsters last time.
That's fair.
So we were talking about... we had, what? Theoretical physics with chaos theory. Color theory.
Babylon.
That was the start.
And the
Babylon,
sacking
I was
of
not
it.
there for that. Sacking of Babylon, of course. Classic stream topic.
It is a class. I mean, that is probably one of the most classic things that has ever happened in history, to be completely honest. The destruction of maybe the greatest civilization to ever be on the face of this earth. Most successful civilization to be on the face of this earth. I'm not sure how to describe it, but
people
Babylon.
Debate that?
What? No, I mean, I hope not.
Really debate that? Like,
I don't think it's debatable.
Debate, like, which society was cooler?
I don't think it's debatable.
Better? I don't know about that. I'd say I'd be a proud Babylonian more than an American if I was Babylonian, to be honest. I'm
just speaking off of like numbers in terms of how long they were around and how dominant they were and how much the world and like low key, America doesn't got much on them. Like first off, there were people that had more money than like all of America back then. Like when you think about that, well, America didn't exist, but that's beside the point. Yeah. There were people, dude, wealth was just different back in the days. It's insane when you think about how rich some of those warlords actually were.
Well, like, here's my thing, Mike, is a tortoise lives for 150 years and he eats lettuce the entire time and does nothing else. Like, you gotta compare his, I don't think we know enough about Babylon, but, yeah, I don't know. America does have YouTube. That is a significant advantage. Could you watch TRACKILICIOUS in Babylonian days? No.
No,
there was
you
no
could
equivalent.
not. But imagine though,
Be
like
glad.
Flaminius racing Carsinius down the chariots, you know, and you have the I'm sure there was, I mean,
Flaminius.
Somebody, I don't know, just the first name that Gaius Flaminius is just the first name that popped into my head.
The second one felt like it was based off me, but the other
one... Well, yeah, the second one was based off of you because I couldn't think of anything else. Gaius Flaminius was a Roman commander against the Hannibal, what was that, in the Second Punic War, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's who I just mentioned.
Bro,
so...
Okay.
Yeah. Gaius, he's the one that defeated Hannibal, wasn't he? Gaius Flaminius is the guy that defeated
Mike.
Holy smokes, Tyler is off.
Ooh.
Little smash
Manages
to the
keep
wall.
it- yeah, I was gonna say manages to keep it from head on right into the wall, which is, I guess, the objective there. The 227 car. Unfortunately, not too great tonight at Panorama. Has had way too much damage to really consider even a podium spot, which they were in earlier, but still a pretty good spot. They're going to move up in the standings because of the disqualification, or rather the self-disqualification of some other drivers on the grid, and they should end up, honestly, top 10, top 5, maybe, if they have a good enough finish to this race. But with 43 minutes left, not a lot to go still in terms of shuffling out positions and pit stops and all that.
There certainly is a lot to go left in this race. I will not deny you on that front. Closest battle on track is Tyler McCullough and Carl Big, 2.5 seconds separating them. Not much at this stage, and it could really heat up to be a three-way battle at any point. If Carlos Guzman makes a mistake backing Carl Big up into Tyler, it's really anyone's game at that stage, and every single one of these drivers, I think, is good to go all the way to the end. Just taking a look. Yes, indeed. Every driver, barring Ali Raza, is good to go to the end.
And,
No,
this is
actually,
why I think...
Quinn Smith, I think, has to pit. Still.
Ooh. Yeah, because they're the car that has that weird pitch strategy, remember?
Yeah.
Where they had to go for damage earlier. So, Mike, I think we're about to see a weird Ali Raza strategy. Do you remember how he always takes that last splash and dash? I think that's what they're going for, because that gap is increasing to Sam Gaskell. And
It
was
is
40 at the start of his stint, and it's 46 now, and I don't know what's going on fully with that group, and I think it's going to lower at some point, but if Ali Raza for the next 15 minutes can truly keep that gap right where it is, he might have a good shot at finishing rather really close to either really close to first place or in first place. It just kind of depends on Sam Gaskell. Has to be perfect for the rest of this race, and I wouldn't put that past him.
Yeah, and Sam's on old tires too, so isn't going to be gaining too much in terms of lap time. Is pretty even with Ali, and if Ali has a fresh, well, actually, I take that back. I think we already know that Ali does not have a fresh set of tires. I'm pretty sure.
I think he took new ones last time because of his pace the last time, and his pace right now. I believe he's on the newest tires that they had, which is either a actual fresh set or a quali set. It's one or the other. It was either the quali set or the fresh set based on just his pace, and he's lapping a full second faster than Sam Gaskell right now. And not sure if that's cold tires, not sure if that's Ali Raza, pretty sure it's just Ali Raza.
Yeah, it's definitely probably a little bit of Ali Raza just kind of getting a hurry up on from his teammate Andy Borchers. And as it stands, 8 minutes left before he needs to make his pit stop. That was the wrong button. We're on the chase cam here with Tyler as it stands, but Sam Gaskell. And nobody is putting on a fresh stent for less than a full stint. True. Yeah, that makes sense. Duh.
I think I'm guessing Ali Raza is going to get a splash and dash here. If they were smart, they've got the 120 liters in that car, and it keeps going faster as they go. Set the fastest lap of the race during this stint, 2 minutes and 2.855. That's pretty close to the actual lap record in terms of the track not being optimum this entire time. I think it's been green generally the entire race, and not too sure about the track conditions on that end, but
it's been optimum the whole time. It's just been a little cold, but it has been optimum track, I think, since the start.
I feel pretty cold. It's not cold in this room. It's 79.
Not bad.
Helps. I'm on the green screen too at this point, and I've had to close the window, which I normally don't do because there's, like I mentioned, someone building a house outside today of all days, a Saturday. Who starts on a Saturday to build a home? You're gonna have tomorrow off. What?
Yeah, I definitely, no comment. Either way, Tyler McCullough, 2 seconds off of Carl Big. The gap is closing, but not really by a significant margin. It's staying fairly even, and we'll see. It might stay that way. It might extend. Carl Big here, he has been lapping quite well. A 202.5 is his quickest lap. Tyler McCullough, a 202.7. So very, very even. All in all, it is pretty much up in the air for who is going to be gaining on that one. And Carlos Guzman, a 202.5 as well. Very tight margins in the mid-pack right now. Let's say I'm not quite set up front. It's definitely a bit of a two-horse race right now. Ali Raza and Sam Gaskell will be deciding it. And they are, by the way, the only ones on the lead lap.
Yeah, Mike. I Ali Raza, man. That's kind of all I really have to say about this. This gap is increasing, and he's got to pit soon. He's got to pit in the next 8 minutes, and he is pushing that car at an unbelievable pace right now. A full second and 4/10 last lap on Sam Gaskell. He is giving this car everything he has. He's going to jump into the pits right here. And with 48 point something seconds, I didn't get the final lap on that. We'll have to see what his pit strategy is here. Hopefully a splash and dash to keep this race interesting, Mike.
Yeah, it will be. We'll keep an eye on Sam Gaskell for the time being, as he is the driver to keep an eye on. And one thing I'm noticing here, Carson, that doesn't look like a fully showroom-ready front end.
Yeah, considering the lights are flickering at us. I believe that was either netcode or something like that. The light, see, that right light seems to have gone out for a moment, and that is a telltale sign of damage on the Lamborghini there. I don't think it's that bad, but we've seen back markers be the downfall of a lot of people. It's what happened to this car in front. Ali Raza had a massive section of damage here as well. I think we should jump on board and get the live driver's view of where Ali Raza is going to end up if he does end up outside of this car. Sam Gaskell into the final pit straight. 44 car. This will be pretty important.
It's going to be basically the race made or broke
Ollie's
here.
out.
And where is Ollie? He is gone. Ollie Raza about 10 seconds ahead of Sam Gaskell.
What? Okay.
I don't
have
see Sam catching. The damage,
Yeah.
Carson, I don't know if you can find a replay on what happened here. I don't think we caught this, but this damage clearly has made the difference. Andy Borchers in chat, perfect timing. You've just seen your car enter the lead of this race officially. And maybe not even this might be guaranteed victory, barring a mistake.
Prawn, I know, is probably not too happy. Maybe I'll just text Prawn and ask him what happened. I don't know.
That's a good idea.
Seems like a better idea.
And
All
the double
caps so he
stints
knows
worked out
the
very well. We were questioning you early on, Andy. I said this was a terrible pit strategy, and every single time I question you guys, it doesn't work. I was clearly wrong. I thought you guys went aggressive. I thought you were banking for the rain, but clearly, you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see, I'm not sure if that's just my eyes playing tricks on me. I think that left front headlight is flickering, and that's
I think it
a
is,
thing
yeah.
that can happen. Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sucks. Really does suck for Sam Gaskell, who has been unlucky for the last few races in the sense of, A, not his fault stuff, B, his fault stuff. And Sam Gaskell obviously had that stop-go 30 at Spa. That really might cost him this championship. Because now, if this Ali Raza crew, if they end up winning this race, they have to be third for them to tie. If Sam Gaskell can't come out with the win here, they have to get first, and Ali Raza has to get third or worse for them to take home this championship. But with a second place here and a good enough finish at the Nordschleife, they should lock down a pretty good spot for the Community World Challenge. And for now, though, watch is on the line. Not looking good for the British driver here on the Canadian team.
No, unfortunately, it really isn't, and gutting, to say the least. It's been 2 thrown-away attempts, I would say, for the Visceral Esports team, and they're going to be kicking themselves at the end of the day for this one. Just simple mistakes cost them in the long term, and seems that whatever this contact may be backmarker related, it might be self-inflicted, but whatever it is, it has cost them massively.
Yeah, I can't quite see a place where they pick up any damage on my end. But I will say, that gap is staying at a steady 8 seconds. If Ali Raza has some tire fall off in the next 5 minutes, that really starts to affect him in terms of maybe a few tenths of pace. Sam Gaskell might have a chance, but Borcher's pretty good explanation in chat right now.
Yeah.
About what had happened there, but yeah.
Yep, and setup works very well with old tires, and if we do win Sam/Zach, it was a great performance from both of our teams today. Yeah, it really was. You guys were both of you guys were the stars of the show. I mean, unmatched to literally anybody. There is not a single driver on the same lap as you guys. So, enough said.
Not even close, to be honest with you. Quinn Smith is more at danger at this point. He's 15 seconds behind second place right here, and what that tells you is that they are a full 2 minutes 25 seconds, or no, 2 minutes 15 seconds down to these two drivers in front, and that is incredible.
Yeah, it really is. And it's, you know, like I say, I think it's just going to be a bit of reflection for the Visceral Esports team, and Prawn maybe a little bit upset for the time being, but a P2 is still nothing to shake a stick at. These drivers have worked hard at the end of the day and put the work in to get the results, and it's going to come down to a shootout by about 2 points separating the top two, battling it out for the custom AWI International watch next month at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, and obviously the only real way that they can end up in a tie is through a pretty interesting set of events that has to happen next month. It'll be August 24th. Make sure you tune in for that. Still got 33 minutes remaining. Don't leave just yet.
Yep.
There's still tomfoolery to happen, as we'll take maybe one last weather check to see if it starts raining at the end here. But I don't think it's possible. Yeah.
Negative Ghost Rider. Battle, though, between Mason Perchalski and Eric Kass. And you mentioned this earlier that these two were fighting. Well, it seems that since Mason's mistakes, it has put him in the reins now of Eric the Boss Kassian, or rather even behind him, and the Ferrari trying to have a little bit of a go with the Mustang.
Yeah, I'm curious at how much damage that high-vis machine has versus the other high-vis machine in front of it, actually. A little less high visibility at night. But quite interesting, truthfully, to be honest, with how Mason Perchalski. I'm curious where that car is in terms of damage and all that. It's been really, really good. And just unfortunately, some damage, some accidents cost them a lot of spots. Borchers, thank you so much. I think that's how you pronounce your last name. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the other gifted sub. He, I guess, would probably take the lead so far in the gifted subs to I think it's a Rocky Rocco driver. It's the streaming platform for
Rockefeller Racing streaming. Is that what that is? That must be, yeah. RR streaming. Hey, I think you're right. It has to be that. So, yeah, welcome Rockefeller Racing. If you are here, or just lurking in the background, appreciate you.
Yeah. We goes out here 30 minutes. That pace is not too great for Mason Perchalski on the other end. And the other section of it, Eric Kassian just trying to get to the other section. Perchalski, though, still going to chase as hard as he can, but honestly, I think if we get an update from Chrono where that damage is, not too sure where it is, but headed down Skyline, he'll do his best. That spin wrecked the tires real good. Yeah. That's kind of where I thought it happened, and there was two that I know were definitely not great for you guys on that end, but Perchalski doing a good job with a hurt car and some hurt tires to get to the end here. I don't think he has to pit again. He doesn't. At the other end, 11th, not a bad spot. It's where they are in the standings. They will move up either way because there's a bunch of cars that didn't DNF. They should move into the top 8 here with this finish if they can stick it through. I don't think anybody is even close. Yeah, 12th place is 14 seconds ahead of Mason, so as long as nothing short of a disaster happens, Perchalski in the 42 car should be quite all right. He's chasing Eric Kassian still, obviously 1.5 seconds. That gap will increase. Pressure tires purely on the sense they didn't spin on them, so that's kind of where we're at with that. Great racing so far from this team. Had a pretty interesting pit strategy at Spa, like we mentioned, and worst of the TRACKILICIOUS teams, and that I think says a lot about that esports team that we harbor here. They've done extremely well, and being the worst and being in top 5 position at the end of this in terms of overall standings, very impressive.
That certainly is hard work all the way through the TRACKILICIOUS boys, and always putting in the effort. Doesn't matter where they are, Chrono in particular. Battle though for P8 developing here. Tyler McCullough with the Fear Nothing Moto and Carl Big in P8. I mentioned that Carl Big was catching Carlos Guzman. It seems that that battle has stopped, and well, now we have the Fear Nothing Moto car trying to find the back of the, well, Ford Mustang ahead, and currently Ford's bottlenecked by a back marker. That's Zane Blisket, and that immediately 2-second gap closed down to nothing. And now looking down towards the exit of Forest Elbow, trying to slingshot yourself now, get the momentum, and get the run onto the Ford Mustang. It seems like we're a little bit too far back for a move. However, Zane Blisket here, what is he going to do? Presumably he's going to lift off at the end of the straight, Give a nice slipstream there all the way along to Carl Big, which is going to be an accumulative slipstream effect. Tyler McCullough will also be affected by that as well, and that will be allowing him to gain more so than the Ford. Now, though, into the braking, too far back, and he has now officially caught the back of the Ford.
Yeah, out of forced elbow, but not out of the woods yet for the Mustang. McCullough has done a great job just reinvigorating his pace and getting back to the back end here of the 81 cars. Big tries his best to get, well, big and keeps himself not getting overtaken in another section. But, Mike, as I was saying, I'm so tired. I think later on you need to tell me the only thing that could rejuvenate me is where I could find a track day in the Great Lakes region.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Carson, but now might not be the time. We might want to go over that. Yeah, okay. Penalties now being handed out, I suppose. 5 seconds to Zane Blisket. That's very random all of a sudden, in my opinion, but
they had a schedule, and I assume they lost the schedule, and we're doing it at 28 minutes to go, but blue flag violation. Ooh.
From way earlier. Yeah, I figured as much, yeah.
And he might be under one right now. He is really not letting this Mustang by and has not lifted once. I'm actually watching telemetry data. There's been no effort to let the faster car behind through, and I think that might be a little bit of an issue right now for Zane Blisket. Might pick up another one, but it won't be too bad for Big as McCullough clatters into that wall. Oof, that's a few tenths off, but honestly, I think Blisket is just too much. Oh no, sent down Skyline. He keeps it safe though. Oh my goodness.
That was good driving.
Keeps it out of the back end. That was good driving, but oh my gosh. It was bad driving for a second.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a mistake. You know, like mistakes happen, but it was a very, very well reacted to mistake. Great job there from Tyler McCullough to hold on and not put it into the wall or any of the other cars around, which is the more impressive bit. Behind him, not too many drivers, so he wouldn't have been at risk of clogging the downhill, but regardless, you never want to be finding yourself missing the braking zone like that into Skyline. Oh, no. Oh, never mind. Wait. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, that looked a little deep. Okay, yeah, Tyler McCullough, very optimistic onto the brakes, and Carl Big holds on. That was not an attempt, to be completely honest.
Pretty calm, oh no, for me. We're like, oh no.
Because, I mean, like
you
I
saw
saw
that coming, yeah.
It's just
like, oh, bye.
Tyler has made a couple mistakes in this race, and I mean the Fear Nothing Moto team in general, I should say, they've made a couple mistakes, and I feel like at this point they're just getting a little bit frustrated with them, and it's kind of showing. You know, you got to dial in. You got to keep your calm, cool head when, I mean, at all times, especially at Mount Panorama. This is one of the tracks that will punish you for just getting the slightest bit too wily at the wrong time. And Tyler there, just again, forgetting to get on the middle pedal in time was really all I saw there.
Yeah, and happens. It obviously happens, and this team has been very, very good. And really, the only detriment has been from them really prevented from winning a Sunday race. Has honestly been back markers and just. Sometimes you make your own mistakes, and this team has a lot of pace, and part of getting that pace down and locking in those wins is not making mistakes, and they're very, very close to that. And we can definitely tell at an interview last time with Tyler McCullough himself, who is the owner of this team and credits himself as, quote, the worst driver. This is his own quote. I don't think it's true. The worst driver in his team, which is A, good recruiting, and B, I don't think it's fully true. McCullough is a very good driver with a lot of pace, but I've just been struggling with mistakes throughout the series, and not as much in the Sunday series, I will say. Did better at Panorama when only 75 minutes as Blisket into the wall there. He's flashing a little bit. Let's take a look at that replay, Mike.
Sure, we can do that. I don't think there was any foul play there. I think that was just a mistake, but let's see. Let's double check as we're watching with Zane Blisket down the hill here into Forest Elbow, and you can already see he is... No? Oh, he clipped the wall. He turned in too early. Okay. Yeah, easy mistake to make, and a flash of the headlights, just to flash the headlights, I think. Yeah, I don't think there was any rhyme or reason. He's flashing the heck out of him, though.
Yeah, I'd do that if I was... I mean, like that... He's done it a lot, but I just, more than once, kind of set me off. I think he was just, like, expressing unhappiness with it, which is a good way to do it, I guess.
Yeah, Fair enough. You know, I was talking with Mikhail Stachenko, by the way, Carson, and I had a couple questions for him regarding, you mentioned some of the most important things about endurance racing, just in general, right? And you hit the nail right on the head with one of those, and that is consistency, you know? And when I was talking to Mikhail, that's one of the things that he made the comment, Misha, saying that no matter what you do, you have to practice your consistency, because staying on track is more important than the fastest lap that you can do. It doesn't matter how many quickest laps that you bang in time after again. If you can't finish the race, then who cares? You can't finish the race. You have to make it to the end. You have to be well within your limits, and that is some of the reason that these drivers put so much practice in it, so A, they can find their limits, know exactly where they are when they need to use them, and also to know where they don't exceed them, and especially on the mountain, it is very, very easy to do. And it's down to practice, down to working with your team, getting the right setup for everybody, and having associated roles as well in the team, and saying, well, you're the dedicated qualifying driver, therefore I'm going to focus more on my race pace, more of the car setup, you do more of the quality side of things, and then we come together and we meet in the middle and discuss things and try to find something that works for both of us.
Yeah, Mikhail Stachenko, obviously, if you're curious about his credentials, quite the credentials. Ferrari esports driver, and if you tune into any SRO endurance series, take a guess who's typically going to be on that Ferrari team and typically not driving it, because if you're not seeing him driving it, it's because he's already been driven or he hasn't driven yet. Very, very talented driver, and honestly, one of the best people to talk to about it. Very, very humble and very, very informative about what it takes to be an esports driver. But I see an onboard lap. I think it's a good redeem.
Hold that thought. Oh, never mind. Brief yellow flag from Zane Blisket. I do want to just keep an eye on this real quick. Carl Big has caught Carlos Guzman, and I've been waiting for this one for a while now. This has been a long time in the making for Carl Big, trying to get to Carlos Guzman, so we will get to that onboard, I assure you, but in the meantime, I want to see if this Ford can dispatch the Lexus. I think it's in the power right now. We look at the lap times on this lap alone. Carl Big is going to be about a second quicker. 2:03.3 for Carlos, 2:02.5 for Carl Big.
I didn't quite fully realize that Guzman was on the same lap. I thought he was ahead for some reason, but Guzman obviously has had to pit during the pit phase, so believe it or not, he hasn't gone up the order, like he didn't pit or something. But Guzman gonna not gonna have too much worries here in this turn specifically, but the worries will come after the mountain, I believe. He'll be trying to keep it as straight as possible, get as much pace as he can up and down the mountain, but honestly, not much you can do right now with Big, who has so much pace, and he's going to maybe let him by intentionally or not. Guzman goes wide. Whether it was intentional or not, the 585 will lose that position, and I think it was.
That was almost certainly intentional. Looked very, very calculated, and I actually think I like that move from Carlos. He recognized the pace differential, and he says, look, I can try to fight this all I want. I can try as hard as I can, give 110%, but I might crash. And that goes down to the consistency thing that I was saying earlier. It's more important to make it to the checkered flag than it is to crash into the side of somebody or be facing the wrong way on the mountain, which Potts Weaver has found himself.
13 car, I guess, just based on those gaps. It's unfortunately the doing of their own. Is we've got some word from Pranav Kalevala. Luckily, he has no idea what happened to his car, but he said that Ali Raza and Andy have been so fast on double stinted tires it might be black magic, which might be true. That one, we've had a lot of wizard talk recently in chat, and maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Could be, but I also think it's down to the pace right now. If Sam Gaskell wasn't lapping in 2:03s, he would be right on the back of Ali Raza. Yeah. I don't think there's any question about that.
Yeah, and it's Ali Raza being so fast on those double stinted tires, and I think the only black magic here is the amount of practice. That is the real magic, I think, that it's been going in to these other sections, which I sound like a football coach talking to his elementary level football team, where I'm saying practice is magic, but you see Carlos Guzman there still putting up good pace now that he's behind Biggs.
Yeah, not really going to let him go without a fight. That, huh? Yeah, we never did answer that. Also, to Hjortliff, I think is how you say that. Welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. And I think the question earlier was what your favorite Disney princess is. Fiona. Fiona is mine.
Is that Shrek?
Yes.
Okay. Is that that's Universal? But
it's Pixar Disney,
enough.
Isn't it? It's part Disney. Isn't it? No, it's part Disney, I thought. No? Not Disney, so. Dude. Yeah, I just got lit Disney, up. No, not Disney, dude. All right, fair enough. Shrek is nowhere near Disney?
no,
What
Shrek
does
is
that
nowhere
mean? It's
near
an
Disney.
animated movie. That means that it's got to be somewhat close.
You are getting cooked, bro. DreamWorks. I think that's close enough. I feel like DreamWorks I thought was Universal owned, but I don't know. Mulan is my favorite movie that a Disney princess has been in. I wasn't really allowed, like I didn't really watch those movies as a kid.
I love that muff. Penelope from Wreck-It Ralph. That is such a good answer.
That is based, but I also think that's DreamWorks.
Mike, stop being wrong. Challenge impossible. It's so true. Initial D is animated, so it must be Disney. That's in my mind. It makes sense, to be honest.
Oh man, is Mulan not a princess? I don't know. I like that movie, and I don't really know any other Disney princesses.
I feel like Mulan's. I mean, I'm not the guy. I'll be honest. I'm not the one to.
Wreck-It Ralph is Disney? Have I seen any movie ever? Jeez.
I need to Google Disney princesses so I can figure this out, because I honestly don't know offhand.
Riveting stuff.
Let's see. Low key though, I don't really know. Who's Beauty? Beauty from Beauty and the Beast is pretty cool. That's Disney, right?
Yellow lady. Yellow lady.
Yeah. Sure.
I feel like her name isn't Beauty. I feel like
It is to me. I mean, you know, just kind of is what it is, unfortunately. Cinderella is the best. It's Belle. It's Belle. There we go. Or Bella? Belle?
Oh, I think it's Belle. I think that checks out to me. Mike, stop being wrong, please. Dang.
Look, Snow White isn't. Snow White is overrated.
Guzman taps the wall there.
Light
I think he's
tap.
all right though, but yeah, very light. Might have been netcode, honestly.
Yeah. But
No, he actually lost a bunch of pace. Yeah, okay. I mean,
Snow White seems like they're very overrated, though, to be completely honest, because isn't Snow White all about the 7 dwarves? Like, she couldn't get anything done if it wasn't for those dwarves, right? Or is she? Am I wrong? I've never seen Cinderella, I'll be completely honest. But I feel like it's teamwork, you know? She saved all of China?
That's Mulan, yeah. That's like the
oh, Mulan. Yeah. Okay, I thought you meant
Cinderella.
Jeez. I'm not. I'll just stop talking. Sounds like a good idea.
Mike is dropping the worst takes of the year here.
It's the end of a 6 hour. It's the end of a 6 hour.
And you're wrong on your opinions.
Well, yeah, obviously, because of my brain.
Cupcakes.
It's been 7 long hours of like almost nothing happening. So like we are
it's the podcast.
We are thoroughly just kind of working off whatever we can get. Snow White was a hero needed for a great. That's actually true though, Logan. I believe that.
7 dwarves. Man.
And a fun fact.
Talking about angry guys. Fun fact? Did someone redeem one?
Yes, we have a fun fact redeemed from Sandman 417.
Go ahead, fun fact man.
Okay, I will go for it. I thought you had that one, but that's fine.
Don't.
Let's pull up let's see, what's a good one here? So Bathurst, I mentioned the history of Bathurst briefly earlier on, and quite the long one. Now, what's the history of the track? Sure, but what's the history of the town? Bathurst, Australia. I mentioned it's the oldest inland settlement in all of Australia, established in 1850. Now, why was this place established? I'm glad you asked, Carson. It's because this was a gold mining town. This used to be one of the big famous gold rush eras in Australia, and leading in the early 50s to a very a prospective future, I guess you could say, in terms of Bathurst opening it up for the masses and exactly doing a little bit of mining and getting some gold.
Very, very interesting is, we are witnessing is just, I think, 2 people who are on tires that are old. They have 15 minutes left to go in a race. Big keeps tapping the wall, and Guzman can't keep the car settled. He's got a little bit too much throttle, which happens a lot in the Lexus if you're too low on TC, and that TC needs to go up, especially when you're double stinting tires. Towards the end, you need to turn it up, but yeah. Carlos I'm not
Yeah, I mean,
saying that.
yes.
I
It
didn't
is
read that
true. Oh
fully.
my
Ooh!
goodness, and he is again. Let's see, does anyone need to make a pit stop?
I would only need to be that third place TRACKILICIOUS car if they haven't already.
No, they're
Oh, we
good.
got a full onboard for Eric.
Oh, yes. No, we did that, didn't we?
Did we? Guys, did we?
I swear we
think we
did
did.
that.
I don't think we did.
I think we did that when I walked away, but we'll go on again. That's fine.
Did you? No. We did it on the car behind Eric.
Oh, okay.
They were
Well, we'll go
chasing
on board with
Eric.
Eric.
It was, Prochowski. Yeah.
What's the best music video? Tubenberger's.
Whoa.
What is the song? What is the song? Hold on, I need to look it up because I don't even remember the song name. But Tubenberger, they did a song. Welcome, by the way, Ghost Beta Effects. Thank you very much for the follow. Let's see. It is Tubenberger's Straight Ahead. That is probably the best music video of all time, if I had to make an assumption. Now, does anybody know what that is? No, I highly, highly doubt that anybody knows what that song is. However, it's certainly worth a watch.
Oh man. 10 minutes compilation, uploaded it. Someone's YouTube channel, 10 minutes of Mike Nause being Mike Nause. I feel like that would go in there like perfectly. Like that was like a very Mike Nause thing to say. I feel like that was.
Wait, you never
I think a lot
listened
of
to
people are
Tubenberger?
Bro. No. No.
Tubenberger's Straight Ahead is great.
I'm sure it's a great song. I'm
It's
not even
not.
diversified in media. I'm not
It's-
diversified in media at all.
It's not a great song. Let me just start off by saying that. It's a great music video, though.
We see McCullough and Guzman battle. They were very close. Yes, we were redeeming Eric's, I guess, full half-lap battle, but I don't know. I think Guzman has just been struggling a lot, and McCullough's trying to kind of harvest back everything that he has lost so far. And McCullough just has to keep it clean, as Guzman's also been very, very familiarized with the wall and the dirt so far here at Panorama, which is not a good section. McCullough giving a bit of a flash. I'm sure he thinks he's faster, but he has to prove it out on track. Has to make the overtake here. It's for position.
And he is going to be in that slipstream, trying to line him up. You saw the flash of the headlights trying to get into the head of Carlos Guzman. He sends it to the inside, and that's never going to work.
Oh.
Contact is made, and Tyler McCullough is almost certainly going to be receiving a penalty for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's bad. Goes to work for Guzman, who nothing he could have done there. And maybe jump on board with McCullough, see what the plan was there.
We'll just see it from the helicam. That gives us, I think, every angle that we need. There was a gap there, briefly,
Yeah.
but never in a million years was that gap not going to close.
Yeah, I think it's Guzman taking the racing line and McCullough not doing that, hugging the barrier there, and Guzman will lose no positions other than that one he was lost, but it'll put him in the striking distance of Eric Kassian, who's 6 minutes back, and that's a tough one. Yeah.
Oh, Sandman. Oh, man. Yeah. Very true. Very, very true. Vet, welcome. Remember when I told me that Queen of Hearts executed Cinderella in the new Disney? Yes, but I also, you know, that's a very questionable. I don't even know where to go on that, honestly. I don't even know how to begin, I guess, is kind of where I'm at. Carson.
This is the most 6-hour stream of all time, I think.
I'm honestly
I'm leading at it.
I'm very hungry at this point, and I can tell because I'm getting more frustrated at poor moves from drivers. That was very aggressive of me towards Tyler, and I realized that as soon as I said it, and I apologize, Tyler. I'm just a little bit hungry right now.
Hey, Mike, you're not you and you're hungry.
Get a
try
Snickers. Yep. Heard that one before.
Heard that one before. Thanks, Logan Sargent fanboy. I'm going to remain hungry as always, but Guzman under threat from Eric Kassian is that car is not necessary. I'm gonna have to mute myself. They're bringing in a device right
Where's
now to
Carlos?
build the house.
Carlos is taking a little bit of an off-traffic excursion there. Goes into the grass briefly. That's going to allow Eric Gakassian fully alongside onto the brakes into the quarry bend. And that is going to be the position done and dusted. Onto that, Carlos Guzman getting a bit of flashbacks. It's just not. Just no. Not going to do that, ever.
Oh, no.
Mason Prochowski also going to be getting by Carlos Guzman. I wonder if there was some significant damage sustained because everything is falling apart right now for the number 585 Lexus.
Yeah, Mike, what's telling me that is true is those lights don't stay on for too long on that Lexus. There's Potts Weaver nearly in the back end there. An absolute send of a lifetime. I don't know what's going on. I think everybody's a little slap happy. Even in the cars at this point. I think Botsweaver just trying desperately to not rear-end him, smash into the wall. And Carson, don't mute the sounds of Jobs, Carlos, Sainz, Zoe, and Logan, Valtteri. Kevin can't relate. Unfortunate. I think Valtteri's going to get a job, but for the rest of them, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Sorry, too far, baby. I don't think it's fine. You're good. You're good.
It's pretty fun. It's pretty funny. Oh, man.
Either way, 10 minutes less than to go at this stage. 8 minutes and change. And we are pretty much sealed up at the top. I don't think anything is going to change in the top 2. And I definitely don't think anything is going to change in the top 3. Vincenzo Sentore, great drive, to be fair. Managed to do everything that they need to do to hold on to the best of the rest, but unfortunately it was just a 2-horse race at the front.
We didn't hear my hiccup there. Yeah, and not even a 2-horse race. It's a circle and a bull. I don't know what does BMW have a mascot?
It stands for something very German. I know that. I don't remember what it stood for though. But it was I know BMW is very German.
Well, I know that much. That's
but the name, like what it stands for is extremely German.
I'm just wondering if they have like any cool mascot. Like, is there like...
No, they're too German to have a mascot.
Benny the BMW, and
they're
he's
German.
like a little he's like
German
a
people don't have they don't have senses of humor.
Are you kidding me? Every single soccer team, football team in Germany has got some silly, unreasonable mascot, dude. I
but
swear,
I don't know. Relating to motorsports,
I feel like they would have done something stupid at some point.
Germans are too serious for that. I don't know. They just have like an engine as their... Yeah, there it is. Thank you very much, Ghost Beta Effect. It is Beisenshire Motenwerke.
I think it's Bayers. It's Bayers Motenwerke.
There you go.
I don't think that's how you pronounce that at all, but there's no N, which is very odd. I think it should be Bayern. If it's a location thing, but I don't know what that word is. No idea. And I took German, and I'm in the German National Honor Society, if you were curious. And yes, I have no idea about like 95% of the things. Oh man.
It's also
Logan Sargent fanboy. Yes.
It also has. There's one thing missing from that though, isn't there? When it comes to BMW, isn't they have? It's the Bayernshire Motenwerk Atten Gelsekraft. Something like that. That's definitely not how you say that, but I gave it a shot. I gave it a shot.
Yes, Andres, I'm in the American German National Honor Society, and I don't deserve it, I think, is kind of the general piece of it. I've just forgotten a lot of it. I think if I got a refresher, I'd actually be fine at it. I was pretty close to being labeled as bilingual, but as far as we go right now, I'm not. But I do love Germany. I've been to Frankfurt once. Excellent food, I have to say. Wiener Schnitzel. Oh my gosh. It's like a funny word to say, but oh my god, is it good food.
True.
I'm not even answering that.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't need to. Interesting is all I have to say. Mason Prochowski and Eric still fighting away. We will be on board with him, presumably for the rest of the race here, as this is the closest battle.
Yeah, Eric Gagassian has been caught up to by Mason Prochowski. He made the overtake earlier, had a 2-second gap, and that's since diminished. I think it's a mistake by about 5/10, or about 1.5 tenths, costing Kassian, but
Look, the stream's just, we're so far off the rails at this point. There's no returning. There's no getting this train back on the rails. It's just, it's gone.
I mean, the thing is this train is moving, I think, on the rails, but it's very, very slowly, and we have to do something to distract ourselves. And I think that's what you're witnessing going on in chat. But 4 minutes remaining in this race, brought to you by AWI International. When that clock strikes 8:09 p.m., the race will come to its final conclusion. And we will be, well, probably 8:10, honestly, because I think we're going to have an extra lap. But still, it'll come to its final conclusion, and we will be done for the night and back with you in a month. We are very, very interesting. I think we should talk a little bit about this championship battle towards the top half of the field. Ollie Raza in first right now, which will mean they will take the lead of the championship by a grand total of 10 points, which will really, really send the Visceral team headed to the Nordschleife with not too happy of a face on themselves. Nice, dude. Not too happy of a grin. No grin for Sam Gaskell. As I struggle and fumble with my words, I can't even find the right thing to say in any sense of the word, but those two will be the only real horses in Reset. I'm here. I'm me. I'm Carson Kass. I'm good. These two will be the only two drivers and teams in the contention for the AWI International Watch Timing, brought to you by them, of course, with 3 minutes remaining left in this race. Sam Gaskell, the 44, an homage, I assume, to a certain Sir Lewis Hamilton from the UK, but very, very excellent race from them so far. It's just 10 points is going to be their margin of error, and they might hit it. They might not. We'll have to see. The third and second, good enough for them, and 2 seconds for the car in first place. Neither of them have won. The only winner so far, but the only winner so far has since dropped out of the race. But third place overall will go to a DNF, as Vincenzo Senatore, I believe, the 627 car, the Italian, doing an excellent job getting that car back on track. No race for the watch, but definitely feels good to have that champagne on them, with the fourth place car being Quinn Smith. They will move into third place with technically a chance mathematically to get this AWI watch for Quinn Smith and the other driver, Alex Sargisian, in that car. The Trackalicious car will enter third place, and hopefully for them have 2 very bad mistakes from the 2 front runners at the Nordschleife. But those are really the only cars in contention for the CWC, as Guzman, the last car outside of the top 10, really the only one with a real chance at points. Quinn Smith on the edge there for sure. But yeah, that's kind of your CWC. If it is the top 3, only one's headed to the Community World Classic, we'll have to see. We'll get word on that. I will find something in the next month to figure that out, because I probably should have for this month.
Yeah,
we'll probably smashing around.
Probably should know that, but that's okay.
I'm too busy, and
well, look,
it's not readily available
you.
Instantly, so
it's more like something I should have had, to be completely honest, but that's beside the point. Also, so yeah, Steven, looks like the front end, we're not sure what happened to the 44 car, to be completely honest, but at some point in time, I think that's what cost them this win. Whatever incident they have found themselves on, or rather been inflicted with, has, I think, again, cost them this race win, or at least the chance of it. They had to drop down about 13 seconds post-pit phase, and yes, Ollie Raza and Andy Borchers had a great strategy. However, I think it again came down to the mistake from the 44 machine.
Yeah, and maybe. I mean, we saw what happened to Ollie Raza, which almost cost them this race, and it was a back marker spinning in the wrong spot, and Ollie Raza tapping the back end, which let, honestly, Visceral back into this race, and it's tough. It's really tough for, I mean, a group like that who's really, really talented, and I'm assuming maybe it is their fault, maybe it isn't. Obviously, it happened at Spa on their own accord, but maybe not this time, but it's hard to say much of anything about them not being amazing. As Mason Pierchowski all over the back bumper of a friend, one that they know each other very well. They've still got a lap after this, though. Mason Pierchowski swerving to the right and left, trying to shake Eric Kassian is off, or rather, Eric Kassian tried to shake Mason Pierchowski any way he can. The race is officially hit 0 as the AWI clock goes fully sideways. The 8:09 p.m. mark has been hit. Ollie Raza We'll head down now to the last time through the last turn, 21, 22, and 23. Quick left-hander, quick right-hander, and one more hard left. And Ali Raza, he will bring the TRACKILICIOUS gray team to the top step and bring them to the top step of this championship. All set for a new wrist watch piece. The number 30 car has been excellent tonight. Some dastardly strategy from them in some excellent race on used tires. They will finish in first. Ali Raza will be drenched in champagne tonight. Second place overall will go to Visceral, who excellent job for them, but just not enough, unfortunately. A mistake here, a mistake there. Potentially their own fault, potentially not. Obviously, we don't know what happened to this car, but the 44 machine will come in close second and try their very best next week, or next month, rather, at the Nordschleife to get a championship lead back.
In third position here, coming home around the final corner, through Murray's and across the line, the BMW, the NSF most wanted, the Italian stallion of Vincenzo Sentore takes home third. Apologies for that ad break that happened at the checkered flag, by the way. These auto ads, literally, we had an ad at the green flag and an ad at the checkered. You could not have timed them any worse, Twitch. That's just insane and genuinely terrible, and I am beyond upset at Twitch right now for that. But regardless, Quinn Smith takes fourth. Antonio Myers coming home in fifth. David Grains in sixth, with Carl Big in seventh. Tyler McCullough looking at an eighth right now, and ninth, well, is undecided.
This battle still goes on, and Mason Pierchalski seems to have fallen off by a few tenths here. And honestly, I think Eric Gakosian's got that single-digit spot secured. As we know, the double-digit spot is way worse than the single-digit spot. We all like single-digit spots. The 690 car, the struggle bus, anything but tonight, has had an excellent race. Eric Gakosian piloting it for some of it. The Tones, the other driver, Christopher Tones, doing an excellent job on the other part. They have had a massive race starting in 17th up to 8th. Mason Pierchalski has no chance of catching. They'll be 11th again, but move up in the championship. They'll be 10th, rather. Move up in the championship. Gakosian, the 690 struggle bus, will cross the line. And a lot better than he said he would. And that will be the very end. Oh my goodness, Mike. First off, what a race, even if it was a bit more in the pit strategy, but absolutely excellent masterclass from Ali Raza and Andy Borchers.
Yeah, it certainly was. All in all, a bit of a slow fest out there for the rest of the pack, but up at the front, it really was down to strategy that decided at the end of the day. Ali Raza with the superior pit strats, and same with Andy Borchers, of course, beating Sam Gaskell out. And again, was that damage? Pranav Kalevala saying there, 30 seconds of damage for 3 stints they carried, not electing to repair it, thinking that it was going to be quicker just to leave it to the end. Is that what cost them? Well, certainly we will never know, to be completely honest. Regardless, though, P2 for the number 44 car puts him in a decent spot for the championship at the end of the day, but the championship obviously leaning in the favor of Ali Raza.
Yeah, they should, honestly, with how good they are, make the Community World Challenge and have a good chance at competing there. I mean, they are an esports team, and Sam Gaskell had the best pace out there tonight when his tires were fresh, but Ali Raza just did it better. He had it better on the old tires, and like Prawn literally said, black magic, he thought it was, with how good they were on used tires. And their strategy was interesting, and I guess was atoned kind of to where Ali Raza was as a driver and what he does well as a driver. But obviously damage affecting Pranav Kalevala and the Visceral Esports team. Sam Gaskell, not much as a driver he could have done there, but I think we saw kind of how you approach damage differently, because Ali Raza, if you remember, had 23 seconds of damage that he had to take off and get through that pit section with. And I think maybe it's just taking it off and knowing exactly where you're at with damage and having it dealt with in the pits is probably, I guess, a little bit more sure, but it doesn't work for the gamble with Visceral.
Nope, not quite at the end of the day, unfortunately. And as it stands, I see nobody in the green room for interviews, which you love to see. So I think we might just be calling the stream here, to be completely honest, unfortunately, unless Prawn can round his drivers up or something along those lines in the next, give or take, 25 seconds to 30 seconds. I don't know. I mean, we can only sit here for so long, but I would like to at least get one interview, to be completely honest. And Adam, you've asked me this before. I have nothing against Glee, but I've never watched Glee, to be completely. I've watched a couple episodes back in the days, but never to, you know.
Oh, I love chat.
But anyways, I'm not seeing anybody, so I think we are just going to raid here and call the stream. Unfortunately, we are going to be not raiding that, which I need to.
Oh, there he goes.
Here we go.
Wait. Yeah.
Carson Kass has potentially here. Yes, caught up with Ollie Raza as I literally am about to move the entire stream room. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go.
Ollie, well, for starters, excellent job. You did a really, really good job there, obviously, and came out on top. Looking for a prime spot for some new wristwear sponsored by AWI International. How did you deal with that damage? Or how did you acquire that damage? I think we should start with, because we saw you go into a back marker of Spady Bud there, but I don't know if anything else happened there, because it seemed like a pretty light tap to their rear end.
Oh, the Spady Bud. I think Andy was driving at that stage. But yeah, it was just Spady Bud was kind of unpredictable all over the place, and tried to be cautious, but unfortunately I had a little nick in the front, but it wasn't much, as maybe 3 seconds of damage. I think what really cost us more of the time was in one of our pit stops, we actually, like, the guy just didn't lift us up, so we just went forward, backwards, like we lost like 20-25 seconds or something. So
okay, so it wasn't damage.
No,
is where that extra 25 seconds came from. And
no.
That's really interesting. So, and then we also want to talk about your pitch strategy. We thought it was really weird. What was your pitch strategy? Because we don't really fully understand where that kind of went, because we know you were on used tires towards the end, but you guys were kind of as fast as you were on used tires as you were new tires.
I don't know, the BMW in this track, for some reason, the tire wear is just really good. So you can drive and it maintains the same pace even after a double stint. But yeah, I think our strategy was basically we started with the quality tires, and then we did our double stints in the end, basically, because we thought, it might rain. So if it does rain, we might as well snag a wet tire in there so that it would help us. But it worked out in our favor, anyways.
Yeah, pretty safe gamble. And Mason, thank you very much for five gifted subs to the channel. Support is obviously very, very welcome. Thank you guys so much. And Ollie, is there anyone you'd like to congratulate, anyone you'd like to thank as a congratulations to you as well?
No, thank you guys for putting on a show and for everyone watching. And I have a couple of good friends watching too, so thank you.
No problem. Ollie Raza, race winner, and now your championship leader alongside of Andy Borchers. Ollie, good luck in the next month.
Yes, thank you. I'll need it.
But as that stands, we are going to be raiding chat. That is going to do it. I don't see anybody else in here for the interview rooms, and unfortunately, there's not many English ACC streamers on right now, so we are going to be raiding a fellow ACC streamer who is not streaming ACC at the moment. Whatever, fool. Absolutely awesome guy. Highly recommend checking it out. It doesn't have an adult audience in terms of his tag, so I will advise anybody for that going in. No, if you are a younger child, maybe don't. But regardless, still a very funny guy to watch and very entertaining. Again, thank you all so much for watching this stream. I cannot believe how many people stood around the entirety of this race while we blabbered about actually nothing for about 6 hours straight. Regardless, thank you all so much as well for all your support, the gift subs, especially thank you guys again, anyone that's contributed to the PC Fund, the Dying PC Fund. You guys are absolute legends, and soon enough we'll be having an update on that along with a PC building stream where we fumble through that, and Aaron Miller will be alongside me for that one, trying to keep me sane and make sure that I don't snap things together in the wrong order or snap anything in half. That's the whole goal. But as it stands, Carson, any final notes before we quickly wrap up, because that bar is draining? You're muted.
The only thing I can say is that next Wednesday, make sure you tune in. That's the other surprise, is I get to be driving in a full race suit. I was going quickly, too quick. But thank you very much, Mike. Nothing else to say.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all have a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. Tune in tomorrow night, Sunday, for the GT3 main event. But until then, have a great rest of your evening. Thank you all, and good night.